Chapter 56. It was late at night, but Yushu was still awake. An oil lamp was lit on the dining table. The light was as thick as a knuckle, barely illuminating her vision. Swish, swish, swish. Yushu was holding a simple charcoal pencil made from a willow branch in her hand. She was writing rapidly on the coarse paper. Her eyes were bloodshot because of the long night vision. However, at this moment, their owner's face was not filled with exhaustion, but excitement. "Sister, why aren't you sleeping?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned over and saw Yushu still sitting there. He couldn't help but call her. It had been almost half a month. His sister had been working late every day. He didn't know what she was busy with. He had seen the things she wrote on the paper, but they were all talismans that he didn't recognize. She wouldn't tell him when he asked her. Yushu ignored him. She focused all her attention on the calculation in front of her. She wrote faster and faster. She didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to the outside world. She was in a state of extreme excitement. She had turned from a modern person to an ancient person. This was the first time in a month that she had carried out such a high degree of mental calculation. There was no computer or calculator. She had to rely on her personal calculation ability to operate such complex data calculations. This was an unprecedented challenge for her. Her competitive spirit and unwillingness to admit defeat were all lured out and clamored for her to continue. The reason why she was like this was all because of the set of Qimenduanjia that Taoist Qing Zheng taught her 10 days ago. In the house of Yi Shui, the occult sect used the divinatory disc as the starting point. The divinatory disc was based on the 8 trigrams. The divinatory disc was a medium for complex information. It included the heavenly stems, 9 palaces, 8 gates and 9 stars and 8 gods. This was a divination based on time and space. Because the pattern of every hour of the year was different, the arrangement of time and space information was also different. For example, using the simplest application of the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune, the life door of the 8 doors could be used to seek wealth and medical treatment. Assuming that on the day of Jiawu in the year of Rinchou, the life door of the 8 doors was located at the rich position, which was the west side. If one went west, there was a high chance that one would have good fortune. The book contained the general principle of Qimen Dunjia, the song of the old fisherman in smoke waves. It had more than 1,600 words, and it taught people the rules of the divination arrangement. However, it was quite troublesome to learn it. In the Sanju study house, some students couldn't even memorize it, let alone arrange the divination according to the general principle. As for the set of incantations that Taoist Qing Zheng taught to Yushu, rather than saying they were incantations, they were more like lines of calculations. They were not calculations that were used to perform divination, but formulas that were specifically used to deal with the positions of the 8 trigrams. There was no need to arrange them clumsily, and there was no need to prepare 18 moving plates to calculate a complete hexagram plate. He could calculate whichever position he wanted. It was simple, convenient, and accurate. Yushu was quite surprised to learn such a specialized thing. Taoist Qing Zheng's original intention was for her to memorize this set of incantations, and then slowly teach her how to calculate. In his words, within 3 months, Yushu would be able to learn the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune, and use it. 3 months was much shorter than 3 years. However, Qing Zheng had underestimated one thing. Indeed, Yushu couldn't even write well. She was a beginner in Yi Shui, but she was an elite in mathematics. The mathematical theory and knowledge that she had mastered far exceeded that of this era, by more than 400 years. Yushu didn't show her surprise in front of Qing Zheng, nor did she refuse his rough guidance. Instead, she copied the set of incantations home. Out of curiosity as a mathematician, she carefully calculated for a few days, and came up with a bold hypothesis. Since there was such a set of calculations to calculate the 8 doors of fortune, then all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. The scope of application of the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune was limited. For example, all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. For this reason, she specially asked Yu Xiaoxiu for advice on a hexagram. She wanted to know how to predict a sunny or rainy day from the hexagram. She used it as an experiment and substituted the incantations taught by Qing Zheng to find a formula to predict a sunny or rainy day. If her hypothesis was correct, then she could deduce a set of her own calculation method. To be more precise, it would be an equation. This was a crazy hypothesis. If it was successful, she had a hunch that it would be the biggest asset she had in this era. 3 months was much shorter than 3 years. However, Qing Zheng had underestimated one thing. Indeed, Yushu couldn't write well. She was a beginner in Yishui, but she was an elite in mathematics. The mathematical theory and knowledge that she had mastered far exceeded that of this era by more than 400 years. Yushu didn't show her surprise in front of Qing Zheng, nor did she refuse his rough guidance. Instead, she copied the set of incantations home. Out of curiosity, she carefully calculated for a few days and came up with a bold hypothesis. Since there was such a set of calculations to calculate the 8 doors of fortune, then all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. The scope of application of the 8 doors of fortune was limited. For example, the prediction of a sunny or rainy day that Yushu wanted to know at the beginning could not be calculated. For this reason, she specially asked Yu Xiaoxiu for advice on a hexagram. She wanted to know how to predict a sunny or rainy day from the hexagram. She used it as an experiment and substituted the incantations taught by Qing Zheng to find a formula to predict a sunny or rainy day. If her hypothesis was correct, then she could deduce a set of her own calculation method. To be more precise, it would be an equation. This was a crazy hypothesis. If it was successful, she had a hunch that it would be the biggest asset she had in this era. Yushu was quite good at reverse calculation. She was especially proficient in statistical probability. She used all her spare time to deduce and record the changes of the weather every day. She made mistakes again and again, and fell into a dilemma again and again. Instead, it boosted her desire for knowledge. She could definitely succeed. Bang! Yu Xiaoxiu was drowsy when he suddenly heard a loud noise. He sat up in shock and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Yushu excitedly pounding the table twice, scratching her ears and cheeks. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand with a look of ecstasy on her face. Sister. He put on his shoes and went down. Before he could get close, Yushu rushed over and hugged him. She picked him up and spun him twice on the spot. He was so shocked that he almost cried out. What's wrong with you? Although Yu Xiaoxiu did not know what Yushu was happy about, he was still infected by her. He hesitantly raised his hand and patted her back before laughing. Haha, Xiaoxiu, you don't know. You don't know. Ha. Yushu hugged her little brother tightly and vented the joy in her heart. She held the fruits of her labor tightly in her hands. She finally calculated it. It was an equation to calculate Qingyu. It was accurate and simple. But this was just the beginning. She still needed to collect more calculation rules. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A blind star flashed in the north. Somewhere outside of Yang City, someone looked at the sky and frowned. Yushu was so excited that she only fell asleep when it was almost dawn. In the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu did not wake her up. She slept until lunch. Sister, don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. I have something to tell you. Yu Xiaoxiu sat on the bed and shouted. He did not even put down his bag. Yushu was already awake. She was just lazy in bed, and did not want to get up. She turned around and rubbed her eyes. She yawned and asked, "What is it?" Yu Xiaoxiu took out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to her. He said in a bad mood, "Shui Wenjia has recovered from his illness. Tonight, he's treating everyone to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. This is an invitation for you." Yushu took it and looked at it. Very good. There were 2 words that she did not recognize. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her expression. Are you going? Of course. Yushu said without thinking. Of course I'm going. I'm eating and drinking for free. Why not? Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head. I don't really want to go. Chapter 57. Oh, Chao Zixing curiously asked, what kind of business are you going to do? Yushu pursed her lips and smiled. It's just a small business. It's not worth mentioning. I will show it to you when it becomes big in the future. Chao Zixin thought that Ashu was a young man. He knew that it was difficult to do business, but he didn't pour cold water on her. He just said, "If there's anything I can help you with, just say it." Yushu didn't take his polite words seriously. "I don't need it now. Let's talk about it later." Chao Zixin nodded and said, "Since you don't want to do it in the future, then don't call me shopkeeper anymore. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Chao." Yushu readily accepted his advice, "Brother Chao." Then Yushu asked him for the account book and began to check the entries of the past 2 days. She found 1 or 2 mistakes and took the opportunity to tease him. Chao Zixin grumpily accepted it and didn't argue with her. At dusk, Yushu went out and smelled the fragrance of food on the street. She suddenly remembered that Yu Xiaoxiu said that Shui Wenjie would treat them at Zuaxian restaurant. So she said goodbye to Chao Zixin and hurriedly ran home to change clothes. When she returned home, the sky was almost dark. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't come back, so he thought that she didn't want to go. He happily squatted at the door and ate the scallion pancake made by Aunt Lu. But Yushu slapped it down and it fell back to the plate. "What are you eating? Save your stomach for later. Hurry, go and fetch water for me to wash my face. If it's late, I'll have to eat the leftovers." Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly took the basin and left. Yushu went to the closet to look through some clothes. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a set of plain pink clothes on top of the closet. On a whim, she casually pulled it out. It was said that the Dan dynasty's women's clothing was similar to the Song dynasty's clothing. Most of them had 2 pieces. On the top, there was a short blouse, a small jacket, a left lapel, and a skirt. On the other there were pleated skirts, horseface skirts, and short skirts. On the top there were sleeveless or half-sleeved long clothes that could be worn by both men and women. According to what Yushu had seen on the streets these days, women preferred light colors. The more tender the more beautiful they were, such as pink, yellow, and green. Of course, the color of the clothes wasn't the most important. It also depended on the person's appearance. Each place nurtured its own people. The south was moist, so even if the young ladies and young women in Eyang City weren't all delicate and beautiful, there were very few who looked crooked. Yushu secretly looked at herself in the bronze mirror in Aunt Chui's room. Her current face was not bad. She inherited Aunt Song's double eyelids, round nose, and curved eyebrows. The only thing lacking was that her appearance was too lovable and obedient. No matter how hard she stared, her eyes weren't sharp. Compared to Yushu's previous life's strong female appearance, it was really too different. However, Yushu was quite satisfied with this kind of Lolita appearance. She could hide her real big sister's heart. This was a safe way to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yu Xiaoxiu fetched water and went back to the house. When he saw her putting on the pink dress and shirt, his face stiffened. Then he saw her excitedly going out to look for Aunt Lu to comb her hair with a flower hairpin. His face became even more ugly. He thought that his sister was still interested in Shui Wenjie. Otherwise, why would she dress up? She hadn't worn this dress for a month. However, he misunderstood Yushu. He didn't know that his sister was more disgusted by this pink dress than he was. It was just that she was in a good mood today, so she acted up. After tidying up, Yushu went back to the house and made an orchid gesture. She shyly and timidly asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "Do I look good?" Yu Xiaoxiu, "Ugly." Even if it looked good, he wouldn't admit it. Yushu smiled and raised her hand. "Pa. Ouch. Why did you hit my head? My hand was itchy." Humph. As far as Yushu knew, Drunken Immortal Restaurant was one of the best restaurants on Changmen Street. Its signature dish was Drunken Immortal Duck. It was said that when the emperor traveled to Jiangnan many years ago, he ate duck in this restaurant. Yushu dawdled at home. When she and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived at Drunken Immortal Restaurant, she didn't expect that a table of classmates was still waiting for them. She was really flattered. Shui Wenjie booked a private room on the 2nd floor with 2 tables. He only invited 7 or 8 people. When Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived, one table was full, one table was empty, one table was full of food and wine, and the other table only had teacups and teapots. Master Shui was sitting in a good seat under the window. He was handsome with red lips and white teeth. When he saw Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu being led into the door by the waiter, His eyes fell on Yushu, who was dressed nicely. He was stunned at first, then turned his head and sneered, finally. A group of people were talking and laughing. When they heard him speak, they all turned to look at Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu, but no one greeted them. However, Jiju said to Shui Wenjia, "Since everyone is here, we don't need to wait." Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoxiu glared at Shui Wenjia, thinking that this brat was really shameless. His sister had saved his life, and since he was treating them to a meal, why did he have to put on such a sour face? There wasn't even an empty seat on the table, so he must be planning to embarrass them. Yushu also felt strange. What was wrong with Mr. Shui? This was not the attitude he should have for his savior. Did he become stupid after being struck by lightning that night? Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoxiu glared at Shui Wenjia and thought that this guy was really shameless. Yushu was dressed vulgar, and Yu Xiaoxiu was covered in dust. When the two of them stood in front of this group of people, they really didn't look like they were from the same place. Yu Xiaoxiu was about to pull Yushu away, but Yushu pulled him back. She pushed him to the empty table and sat down beside him. She waved at the waiter who was still at the door and pointed at Shui Wenjia's table. She said straightforwardly, "Go bring another table of dishes." Seeing that the waiter didn't move, Yushu followed the waiter's gaze and looked at the constipated faces at the next table. She frowned and said to Shui Wenjia, "What's wrong? Don't you want to serve the dishes?" Shui Wenjia looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. There was undisguised disgust in his eyes. "Can you afford the dishes here?" The one who spoke was Jiju. She had a good relationship with Shui Wenjia. She could see that he was in a bad mood after recovering from a serious illness. She guessed that he wanted to embarrass them, so she took the initiative to do it for him. As soon as she spoke, the people at the table showed disdain at the right time and aimed at Yushu in unison. It was a common enemy. Yushu felt that she should be angry at this time. But when she saw that these little kids who didn't even have their hair fully grown also wanted to bully her, she was so happy that she wanted to hit the table. Yushu pulled a long face and held back her laughter. She stood up and put on a provocative look. She looked at Jiju and said, "It's not your treat. It's not your turn to care about the money." She was not her mother's wife, so why did this little girl have to control her? Probably because she thought of something. Jiju blushed and glared at Yushu. Then she turned her head and complained to Shui Wenjia, "Why did you bring them here? Hurry up and drive them away. I can't eat when I see them. Don't you know that they live in the servants' room in our house? They don't even take a bath once a month. It's so dirty." The people at the table gritted their teeth and looked at Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu with an ugly face. Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't refute. They lived in the courtyard, so it was true that they didn't have the conditions to take a bath. But it was not like what Jiju said that they didn't take a bath for a month. Even if he couldn't soak in hot water, he would wipe his body once every 2 days and wash the bedsheets once every half a month. How could it be dirty? As the host tonight, Shui Wenjia finally spoke. He looked at Yushu with disgust and said, "Okay, you can leave." Jiju looked at Yushu with a little complacency and said, "Did you hear that? Let's go." Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that he turned around and was about to go out. But Yushu grabbed him with one hand and took the invitation from his arms with her long fingers. Then she turned around and threw her hand on the plate in front of Shui Wenjia. The soup splashed and a few drops of it splashed on Shui Wenjia's white collar, which made him widen his eyes. Jiju said, "Ah," and took out a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Then she turned around and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to the door. Then she turned around and sneered, "You can't even afford to serve the dishes. If you don't have money, don't try to be a host." After that, she lifted the curtain and left, ignoring the reaction of the table behind her. When she reached the stairs, she heard the sound of plates and bowls being smashed. She turned around and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "This ungrateful thing. Next time he will be caught and stripped naked to attract lightning." Yu Xiaoxiu was angry and did not hear her clearly. He snorted, "I knew he was like this. Gold on the outside but rotten on the inside." Both of them talked and went downstairs. On the other side, in the private room, a group of people who were sitting around the table stood up and hid at the side, watching Shui Wenjie lose his temper. When he was done, they looked at each other and said their goodbyes one after another. Only Ji Zhu and a young man who was close to him were left to persuade him. On the way home, the sister and brother pair were hungry. They thought of ways to scold Shui Wenjie and then analyzed. Sister, do you think there is something wrong with him? Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't figure it out. His sister didn't do anything to that brat. Didn't she just bring people to save him once? In any case, she saved his dog life. Yushu was also puzzled. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Master Shui. Why did his attitude towards her become worse than before? She thought that he really wanted to treat her to a meal. He even swaggered over. What a disappointment. How would I know? Yushu was hungry and listless. I don't know if Aunt Lu has cooked anything. I didn't bring any money with me. Otherwise, I would have eaten on the street. Yu Xiaoxiu licked his lips. It would be good if there were fish. I can go back and cook fish soup. Yushu stole 2 fish from Old Lady Ji's courtyard. A few days ago, she cooked and ate them behind others' backs. The taste was so delicious that she still wanted to drool when she recalled it. Yushu scratched her chin and said, "Then I'll go catch 2 more at night?" Old Lady Ji still owed her 18 fish. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little tempted, but he was afraid that she would be caught. He hesitated. Yushu squinted at him and knew that he was also hungry. She smiled and put her hand on his shoulder. "Why don't you go with me and help me keep a lookout? The fish are kept in the pond. It'll be a waste if we don't eat them. We'll only catch 2 at a time. No one will find out. What do you think?" Yu Xiaoxiu thought for a moment. "Okay. When? Go back and sleep first. We'll wake up when the rooster crows. At that time, there will be no patrols in the courtyard. We can go there from the small garden." Chapter 58. People in ancient times usually went to bed early, especially the servants who worked all day. After a long day, they would go to bed if they had nothing to do after dinner. When Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu returned to the courtyard, all the lights in the rooms were turned off. There was still half a scallion pancake left in the kitchen, and the 2 of them ate it. Yu Xiaoxiu went out to get some water to wash his face. Yushu found a pen and paper. She excitedly took out the law of clear and rain that she had spent half a month to calculate and write on the paper. For this law, she applied the 8 gates formula that Taoist Qingzheng taught her. She used different hours and positions to calculate the weather for the next 5 days. She made a list and made a weather table for the last 5 days. She also annotated that day's weather on the side. The position of the gate of life became a simple calendar. Because she had used this law of clear and rain to verify the weather she had recorded every day for the past half a month, the accuracy was as high as 90%. This made her very confident, and she also had a lot of ambition to study other laws. Unfortunately, her cultivation was not high enough, and her foundation was too weak. Even if she had Taoist Qingzheng to ask, she couldn't study more deeply in a short time. She could only sigh. When she finished calculating, Yu Xiaoxiu was already lying on the bed and ready to sleep. He urged her, "Go to sleep. Don't play so late today. Didn't you say you were going to slack off?" Yushu folded the form and put it away. She looked at the sky outside and said, "I'm going out for a while." Yu Xiaoxiu frowned. "It's so late. You're still going out?" "I'll be back soon. Don't lock the door." Taoist Qingzheng was still waiting for her at Jingshangtang. No matter how late it was, she had to go there. She hadn't caught the chess piece for today. If she didn't go, the old man would be angry and stare at her, saying that she was not motivated. To be honest, if it weren't for Taoist Qingzheng who always answered her questions, which was comparable to a living dictionary, and only let her catch chess pieces every day, she would have long betrayed her master. After playing chess for half a month, she did not feel any obvious changes. The only good thing was that she overused her brain and dozed off as soon as her head hit the pillow. Compared to catching chess pieces, the 8 gates incantation was much more practical. At least when she went out to search for money, she had picked up 2 copper coins within 5 days. She was quite satisfied with the probability. As usual, Yushu finished her daily homework. She tidied up the chess pieces and wiped the floor clean. She took out a charcoal pencil and a small booklet that she sewed with coarse paper. She leaned against the side of Qing Zheng's bamboo bed and asked, "Master, the pain gate is prone to blood. Other than retreating, is there any other way to avoid the disaster?" The analysis of divinatory diagrams could be found in books, but the countermeasure to deal with it was passed down privately. The headmaster of the academy wouldn't teach it in class, so it had to be taught by the elders in private. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have this kind of waiting. If it's in the west, throw a copper coin when you go out. If it's in the north, bring a sharp weapon when you go out. If it's in the south. Qingzheng didn't speak fast. Yu Shu only wrote down the main points. She didn't need him to repeat them. When she finished, she would continue to ask until Qingzheng became impatient and asked her to leave. "I'm sleepy. You can go." Every time, Yu Shu would be cheeky. "Master, one more question. Just one more question." If Qingzheng was in a good mood, he would let her ask. If he was in a bad mood, he would turn his back to her and ignore her no matter how she pestered him. Qingzheng seemed to be in a good mood today. He didn't turn his back to her, but he didn't ask her any more questions either. He just told her, "It's late today. Come tomorrow as soon as it's dark. I'll teach you how to distinguish stars." Distinguish stars? Yu Shu put the booklet away and stood up. She said casually, "It'll rain tomorrow night. I won't be able to see stars." Qingzheng stared at her and felt a little strange. He raised his head and asked, "How do you know it'll rain tomorrow night?" Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She scolded herself for talking too much. She giggled. "I heard it from the headmaster of the academy this morning. Why won't it rain tomorrow?" Qingzheng snorted. "I'll tell you about the star atlas first. You don't need to observe stars. Remember to bring an umbrella." The last sentence confirmed the saying that it would rain tomorrow night. After Yu Shu left, he muttered in a low voice, "Is there anyone else in Yang City who can promote full moon night rain? I have underestimated these people." The next day the rooster crowed. Yu Xiaoxiu woke up Yu Shu, who was sleeping soundly. They put on their clothes and went out with fishing tools. There were guards on night duty at the gate of the north courtyard. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu took a detour and jumped over the low wall of the big garden. They found the small garden where the carps were kept. The morning dew was heavy, and the grass by the pond was wet. Yu Shu didn't let Yu Xiaoxiu down. She let him sit on the railing under the corridor and keep watch. She squatted by the pond, pulled a pole and a rope, and threw the bait into the pond. The sky was misty, and it looked like it was about to brighten. The fish in the pond were silver, white, gold, and red. Occasionally, one or two would swim up to the pond and make a clanking sound. The small garden was so quiet that it could be heard. After about a quarter of an hour, a fat fish took the bait. Yu Xiaoxiu saw it, and half of his body leaned out of the corridor. Yu Shu waved at him proudly. She picked up the fish and shook it to show him. Then she threw it into the bucket. Neither of them dared to speak loudly for fear of attracting people. Yu Shu hung another fragrant bait and threw the fishing line into the pond again. She was staring at the chicken feather float. Suddenly, she heard a shout over the quiet dawn. "Catch the thief!" Yu Shu's hand shook, which scared away the fish in the pond. She turned her head and looked down the corridor. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu was looking at the other end of the garden and waving at her anxiously. He shouted in a low voice, "Sister, come up." Yu Shu immediately put away the fishing rod. She carelessly twirled it and accidentally got her hand scratched by the hook. It was so painful that she gritted her teeth. She didn't have time to look at it and just ran up the corridor with the fish in the bucket. At this time, she could see the torches in the courtyard next door. A noise was coming from afar. The thief ran that way. Quick! This person broke into the old lady's bedroom. We can't let him run away. The sound came from both sides of the corridor. Yu Shu knew that she would run into people no matter which way she ran. She was anxious. If she was caught because of the thief, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. So she looked around and saw the rockery behind the pond. She pushed Yu Xiaoxiu down the corridor. "Xiaoxiu, go down." Yu Xiaoxiu jumped down clumsily. As soon as he stepped on the grass, Yu Shu handed the bucket to him. He caught it and she also jumped down. She took the bucket and dragged him to the back of the rockery. As soon as they hid, They heard a series of footsteps and loud shouts in the corridor outside. Yushu held onto Yu Xiaoxiu's arm tightly with one hand and stuck close to the mountain wall. She peeked through the cracks of the mountain rocks to see the fire and the figures outside. She didn't dare to make any noise for fear that someone with sharp eyes would discover them. Where are they? Where did they go? Yushu was unlucky. The fish hook scratched her palm, and her hand happened to be holding the bucket of fish. She wanted to hold it tightly, but when she clenched it, it squeezed her wound. Her wrist trembled in pain, and the bucket fell out of her hand. Oh. Yushu's eyes were wide open. Her mouth was covered by a hand behind her. Her scream was muffled. The bucket didn't make any sound. Instead, it was stopped by the tiptoe of someone and landed steadily on the ground. Don't make a sound. There was a low warning in her ear. A faint breath blew into her ear, mixed with a rusty smell of blood. It made Yushu's hair stand up on her neck. The person behind her easily held the siblings in his arms. His arms went around their shoulders and firmly covered their mouths. Yushu didn't dare to struggle. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's arm and exerted force. Yu Xiaoxiu moved a few times and then calmed down. The siblings were smart. They knew that the person behind them must have attracted the thieves. If they cooperated, he would probably let them go later. If they didn't cooperate and were caught, they would suffer with him. Yushu twisted her neck little by little and squinted. She could barely see a corner of the black mask. Judging from the height, the person was more than a head taller than her. He was an adult man. Not here. Go over there and have a look. The group of guards outside stayed in the corridor for a while, and then left with a lamp. Yushu didn't feel relieved because the person behind her didn't relax. He strangled Yu Xiaoxiu with one hand and stepped back to suppress Yu Xiaoxiu's struggle. He said to Yushu in a hoarse voice, "Take me to a safe place." It was a little bright. Yushu squinted her eyes and looked at the arm of the masked man in a black mask who only showed his eyes on Yu Xiaoxiu's neck. She squeezed her palm. "Follow me." After narrowly avoiding several waves of startled guards and servants, Yushu led the person to the yard involuntarily. The sky was still dark and only the chicken was awake in the courtyard. Yushu pushed open the door and stepped aside to let the masked thief sneak in with Yu Xiaoxiu. She placed the bucket of water behind the door and closed the door. She unlatched the door and went to get a flint, but the man stopped her. "Don't light the lamp yet." Yushu obediently put down the flint and looked at the shadowy figures in front of her. She whispered, "This is where the two of us live. We won't run away. Can you let go of my brother?" The man hesitated for a moment and let go of Yu Xiaoxiu. As soon as he was free, Yu Xiaoxiu pushed the man away and stood in front of Yushu. He stared at the man fiercely and said, "What do you want?" The masked thief ignored him and sat down with the help of the table. "Xiaoxiu." Yushu pulled him from behind and comforted him. "Keep your voice down. If he comes, we will be in trouble with him." Hearing this, the masked thief looked at Yushu's direction and smiled bitterly. He whispered to her, "Little brother, don't worry. I will leave after treating my injury. I won't hurt you. Light the lamp." Yushu patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and went forward to light the oil lamp. The bean-sized light illuminated this small area. She peeled off her sweaty bangs and looked up. She saw a pair of dark eyes. Her heart jumped. The masked thief stared at her and turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. He said to him, "Go get a basin of water." Yu Xiaoxiu snorted. Yushu pushed him and reluctantly left with the basin of water. When the door opened and closed, Yushu stood by the table and quietly looked at the masked thief. When she heard him let out a light sigh, she started to take off his clothes. In a few moments he took off his clothes, revealing his tight upper body. His two chest muscles were tight, smooth and firm. If it weren't for the several sharp hidden weapons that were hissing with blood, Yushu would have calmly admired his good figure. He tore his white clothes into strips and pulled out the hidden weapons from his abdomen. Yushu heard him let out a light snort. Although she couldn't see his expression, she guessed that he was frowning. After pulling out the small things, he threw them on the table. He took out a medicine bottle from somewhere and sprinkled the powder on his wounds. He quickly wrapped 2 strips of cloth around his abdomen and touched his back. With a light hiss, he looked up at Yushu and said, "Help me." Chapter 59. Do me a favor. Yushu looked at the masked thief's back, which had 7 or 8 small bloody holes. She felt sorry for him. After a short hesitation, she walked forward. But before her hand touched his back, she heard a low shout from the door. "What are you doing?" As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu entered the door, he saw the thief's back was bare in front of his sister. He immediately became angry. He put down the basin and pulled Yushu behind him without looking at the injuries on the thief's body. He stared at him with fire in his eyes and said angrily, "Stinky pervert, put on your clothes." The masked thief seemed to be stunned. He didn't understand the situation. Yushu touched her forehead and pressed Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She whispered, "Xiaoxiu, he has injuries on his back. He wants me to help him apply medicine. Don't think too much." Yu Xiaoxiu said angrily, "But he can't take off his clothes in front of you. You are a girl. How can he do this?" The masked thief's shoulder moved. He looked at Yushu, who was wearing a short robe and had male hair. Under the light, his eyes were full of surprise. When he met Yushu's surprisingly calm eyes, his eyes narrowed. He hurriedly picked up his clothes on the bench and covered his body with it. He lowered his head and said in embarrassment, "Sorry for offending you. I didn't know you were a girl." Yushu raised her eyebrows. This thief was quite polite. "It doesn't matter." She turned her head and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "You go and bring the water. I will help him pull out the sharp weapon on his back." Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "How can you do that?" "I will do it. You turn your back and don't look." Then he pushed her and went forward to check the masked thief's back. When he saw the bloody wounds on his back, he was scared and took 2 steps back. His face was a little pale. After all, he was young and had never seen blood. No matter how courageous he was still a child. Yushu reached out to support him and whispered in his ear, "I'll do it. Hurry up and get him to leave. Otherwise, if someone comes to search us, we'll be in trouble. Listen to me and bring the water and a clean towel. If you don't listen to me, I'll get angry." Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment. He glared at the masked thief and went to get the water. Yushu took a step forward, wanting to touch the person's back, but the other party dodged, causing Yushu's hand to miss. She sneered inwardly. This thief had barged into the courtyard in the middle of the night, held them hostage, and now he was acting embarrassed. She stretched out her hand and pressed on his shoulder. She said with displeasure, "Don't move." Yushu took the handkerchief from Yu Xiaoxiu and carefully wiped off the blood on his back, revealing the wound. She pinched the edge of the hidden weapon with the handkerchief and pulled it out. Feeling her shoulder shake, she smirked and threw the bloody hidden weapon on the table. She didn't rush to apply the medicine on the wound and continued, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." She pulled out the other triangular pieces, without holding back. She didn't even give him a chance to breathe. It was so painful that cold sweat appeared on his back. Yu Xiaoxiu felt very satisfied. Finally, he sprinkled some medicinal powder on the man's wound, and used the rest of the cloth to wrap up the wound. After this was done, the masked thief put on his black coat again. By the time the masked thief put on his black coat again, the sky outside was already bright. Yushu went outside and poured a basin of bloody water under the corner of the wall. Then she looked outside the courtyard for a while, and fetched another basin of water. She wet the towel and handed it to him. Then she came back and said to the thief, "Leave from the back door while no one is searching here. You won't be able to escape when the sun rises." The masked thief wiped the sweat on his neck and washed his hands. He closed his eyes and took a breath. He said to Yushu, "Please lead the way and send me out." Compared to the threat in the small garden, his tone now was so gentle that it could be called a request. Yushu held down Yu Xiaoxiu, who was about to protest, and whispered, "Okay." Then she told Yu Xiaoxiu, "I'll send him out. Quickly tidy up the room. Don't let Aunt Lu see anything when she wakes up." "Sister, I'm going to send him out. You stay in the room. Don't mess around." Yushu was still worried about the thief. How could she let Yu Xiaoxiu go with her? She scolded him and left with the masked thief, regardless of whether he was willing or not. The courtyard of the main household, Lady Ji, was wearing an outer robe, and her hair was fluffy. She sat in the hall with a pale face. Second madam was standing beside her, serving tea and comforting the old lady. Below her, the eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Xiaohan, and the second son, Ji Xiaochun, were arguing. Big brother, how did you arrange the guards to let the thief break into mother's bedroom? If father hadn't asked Taoist Qingzheng to set up a trap in the room before the new year, what would have happened? Ji Xiaochun was full of complaints. If you hadn't lent 20 guards to the Lu residence, there wouldn't be a vacancy in the inner courtyard. Ji Xiaohan was furious. Ji Xiaochun choked and said unhappily, Big brother, you're wrong. Xingxuan is in the capital and still needs the Shui family's care. How can I not lend them to the Lu family? Old Madam Ji listened to their quarrel and frowned. She interrupted. All right, stop arguing. All right, the two of you stop quarreling. Tonight, this thief isn't after gold or silver. I'm afraid he's after the treasury behind the main house. Since this person is so familiar with the inner court, he probably has a spy in the house. No matter what, we must capture him and not let him escape. As soon as the two brothers heard the word storehouse, they immediately perked up and sat up straight to listen to him. Mother, don't worry. Third brother has already sent guards to search the garden. The thief was hit by so many hidden weapons. I don't think he can run far. Ji Xiaohan said. Old Madam Ji was worried and said to second brother, Xiaochun, send someone to the magistrate office to look for your brother-in-law. If he escapes, ask him to put up notices in the city. Yes, mother. I'll go now. Second Madam Ji gently touched old Madam Ji's shoulder and said gently, Mother, leave this matter to eldest brother and the others. I'll help you in to rest. Old Madam Ji was old and couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, she trusted her sons and followed second Madam Ji's words, and went to the back of the house to catch up on sleep. Yushu sent the person out and walked along the wall. She didn't say a word, but the person had the leisure to ask, Miss, why did you help me? Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. Who helped you? Don't be so self-absorbed. I'm just afraid of being implicated by you. If I'm unlucky enough to bump into you, I'll be in trouble no matter what. Why don't you try to die on the side of the road? Let's see if I'll look at you. Of course, Yushu wouldn't tell the truth, so she chose to remain silent. The masked person was annoyed. He touched his mask and took the initiative to find a topic. Why are you fishing there in the middle of the night? I'm hungry. When Yushu thought about the fish she missed, she felt resentful. Coincidentally, her stomach growled in hunger. The noise was so loud that it could be heard from the front and back. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. I can't afford meat, so I had to steal fish to eat. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, The 8 treasures fragrant carp is a treasure of the Ji family. It's hard to find one. If someone finds out that you stole it, they won't let you off easily. 8 treasures fragrant carp? It turned out that the fish she caught had a name. No wonder it was so delicious. Yushu thought. She didn't respond to him and he didn't say anything either. The two of them walked down the path, one in front of the other, to the back door. Yushu saw him off and stopped at the door to watch him go out. The masked thief stood in the deserted alley outside, and raised his hand to thank her. Thank you, girls. The door slammed and Yushu's eyes disappeared at the door. He looked at the closed door and was stunned. He couldn't help laughing. His chest vibrated and his wound moved. He coughed a few times because of the pain. He only stayed in front of the door for a moment, and then turned around and walked quickly out of the alley. Daybreak, the main house, the courtyard. As the sun rose, Yushu was forced to kneel outside the door by 2 guards. She dejectedly looked at the 2 ants walking on the doorstep. She thought that this was really the worst morning she had ever had since she came here. What she wanted to do the most right now was to find that bastard thief, point at his nose, and curse him for being a jinx. He was right. She was caught because of a fish. After she sent the man away from the back, Yu Xiaoxiu changed his clothes and went to school. She was so tired that she fell asleep on the bed. In the middle of her dream, someone broke into the door and took her out. The reason was that the guards had searched the courtyard and found the bucket with the carp in it behind the door of their house. Of course, there was also a shoulder pole, and they had also found some bait in her house. The thief who broke into the main house at night was not caught and ran away. She, the fish thief, was escorted to Old Lady G by the guards and vented her anger on the old lady. What should she say? She could only blame herself for being too greedy. If she had put the fish back in the pond, then there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxia went to school, so he was able to avoid this trouble. She ruined the whole thing and insisted that it was her first time stealing fish. Even so, it still made the old lady, who was very protective of her food, choke with anger. In the central room, Old Lady Ji pointed at her. Her face was full of anger. She shouted at Ji Laosan, who had just rushed over. Look, this is the scoundrel you recruited into the family, stealing chickens and dogs, even daring to catch my treasured fish. Such a lowly thing, wasting such treasures. Is that a good fortune that she can covet? Every time my Xianer comes home, she can't bear to eat a fish. How did you teach her? Infuriating. She did not use vulgar words, but her words were harsh. Yushu was unhappy, but she also knew that she was careless and did not handle the fish well. Ji Hyotani lowered his head and did not dare to refute. He just turned his head and looked at Yushu. His eyes were a little scary. Second Master went to visit County Magistrate Ma, and was not there. First Master Ji Xiaohan did not help. When Old Lady was done scolding and panting, Second Madam took the opportunity to comfort her. Mother, these two children are just the concubines of Third Brother's yard. They have been raised in the yard and are not taught by him. Third Brother is not to be blamed. Please calm down and drink some tea. Old Lady took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. She calmed down and sighed. She looked at Ji Hyotani coldly and said, I don't want to ask any more. How do you want to deal with them? Ji Hyotani bowed and said, It's my fault for making you angry. I will drive them out now. Please calm down. Yushu looked up suddenly. She looked at the old lady and then at Ji Hyotani. She was sure that they were not scaring her. Her expression changed slightly. No way. Are they going to drive me out of the house? Is it so serious? If they really drive me out, where can I go for a while? Sleep on the street? Old Lady Ji put down the teacup and closed her eyes. Chapter 60. 30 whips and throw them out. Old Lady Ji coldly gives the order. Yushu is forced to kneel at the door. She forces herself to calm down and think of a solution. But when she looks around the room, she sees pairs of eyes or cold or bored eyes. Indifference or annoyance in his eyes. She suddenly realized. She is in a terrible situation now. Originally, she thought that if she was caught stealing fish, she would at most be punished. It was not like the family would kill her just because she ate 2 fish. She did things without considering the consequences, but she was used to taking risks. If the probability of the risk was not high enough, she would do it as she pleased. She would never be afraid of the slightest thing. But now it seemed that this fish-stealing plot was even more serious than she had imagined. This family was afraid that the old and young were the thief who broke into the inner courtyard last night is not caught, so they vent their anger on her. Now she is just a thing to appease Old Lady Ji. The Ji family, who was in a fit of anger, would not listen to her sophistry. Flowery words were no longer effective. Call for help? She only knows Taoist Qingzheng, but the old man warned her not to reveal their relationship. As soon as this idea comes up, Yushu suppresses it. And the only thing she can do now, beg for mercy, but the other party may not be soft-hearted. She has no blood relationship with them. If she is beaten, they will not feel sorry. If she is kicked out, no one will say a word. Yushu clenches her sweaty palms. She gradually becomes flustered and suspicious. Has she naively imagined this sudden ancient life to be too easy and beautiful from the beginning to the end? Reporting to Old Lady Ji, the whip is here. Hit. The supervisor swung the whip in the air to test the strength. The slight sound of the whip breaking through the air made Yushu shiver involuntarily. She recalled the rattan that fell on her arm not long ago. That kind of tingling pain was not enough to scare her, but she hated it very much. However, when the whip suddenly hit her back, she realized that the rattan was far from being able to withstand it. Ah! She heard a scream, and only then did she realize that it was her own voice. She subconsciously clamped her shoulders, and cold sweat dripped down her face. She tried to dodge, but she was firmly held by someone, and she couldn't move. Pa. Pa. This was a whip, not a cane. It was a whip as thick as a thumb. The sound of it hitting her back through her clothes was still loud and clear. When it came to the third whip, Yushu still wanted to endure it. But after the third whip, she was already distracted by the bone-chilling pain, and began to think about how to win the sympathy of this family. She has a lot of pride, but she knows that a wise man knows better than to fight. After the 30 whips, she is afraid that she will lose half of her life. If she is thrown out, no one will take care of her. It is really a question whether she can live or not. Fingers on the door frame, Yushu holds her breath and says, Old lady, I know I was wrong. Old lady, please forgive me, Pa. This whip is exceptionally hot. It is so painful that she bites her lips and tastes salty copper rust. She can imagine that the clothes on her back are already torn. She grits her teeth and takes a deep breath, not letting her anger show on her face. She continues to beg for mercy. Old lady, please forgive me. I know I was wrong, Old lady G sits motionless on the armchair. She is dressed in a finely embroidered robe and a green pleated skirt. She holds a cup of tea in her hand and looks coldly at Yushu, who is kneeling outside the door, begging for mercy. The anger on her face subsides a little, but she has no intention of stopping her. However, when she sees that Yushu's clothes are torn and blood can be seen, she only frowns slightly and turns to speak to Ji Hyotani. Xiaogu, it is not that I want to criticize you, but you are not even 40. It is time for you to remarry. Otherwise, those women in your courtyard will be left alone and make a mess in the house. If you are not careful, they will ruin the reputation of our Ji family. When your father returns home, how can I face him? I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, mother. Ji Hyotani immediately lifts the hem of his clothes and kneels down. He kowtows to old lady Ji, but he does not mention the matter of remarrying. Old lady Ji looks at him and hears Yushu's weak cries. Finally, she sighs. After all, he is her son. How can she bear to scold him? She waves her hand and asks him to stand up. We will talk about your matter when your father comes back. Yes, mother. Ji Hyotani stands up and stands aside, but does not sit down. Outside the door, Yushu has been whipped for almost 20 times and is about to faint from the pain. If it were not for someone holding her shoulders from behind, she would have already fallen to the ground. She is in a trance and her mind is filled with pain. She sweats like rain and the sticky sweat drips from her eyebrows to her eyes, replacing the tears that refuse to fall, making her dizzy. This feeling suddenly reminds her of the time when she was a rebellious child many years ago. When she was beaten by her father, the feeling of the belt on her back is very similar to the feeling of a whip. It is almost the same pain, but different. At that time, her mother and brother protected her. Even her father, who beat her, actually loved her. But now the people who loved her are all gone. Here no one will care about her. Yushu suddenly wants to cry. She does not remember the last time she cried. How many years ago? She does not cry because she is in pain, but because she misses her family. She knows that she will never see them again. She never wants to be strong. Since she came to this world, she has been telling herself to live happily and force herself not to miss her family. She is afraid that she will be weak when she thinks of them. She will be afraid to face this strange and unknown world. That's enough. Old lady Ji sees that Yushu's eyes are unfocused, and she no longer begs for mercy. She puts down the tea and stops when there are still 5 lashes left. It is not that she is soft-hearted, but she does not want to kill anyone. Send her back. Apply medicine and change her clothes. Then kick her out. As soon as old lady Ji opens her mouth, Yushu is dragged out of the house. Her mother does not even know that she is being chased out of the house. However, even if Aunt Chui knew about this, she would not dare to plead for leniency in front of old lady Ji and Ji Hyotani. ####At noon, Yushu was wearing the blue shirt that Aunt Lu had made for her not long ago. Her hair was disheveled, and she was not even allowed to carry a bag in her hand. She was pushed out of the house from the back door. Bang! Seeing that the door was closed in front of her, the guard who was arranged to guard the door glanced at her curiously. She stumbled forward a few steps before stopping. Turning around, she hunched her back and hobbled over to a tree on the opposite side of the street. Holding onto the tree trunk, She slowly sat down on a rock and stared at the tightly shut door in a daze. Her face was pale, and only her lips, which she had bitten so hard that they bled, were bright red. She sat there until dusk. For 6 hours she did not move at all. During this time, a few servants came in and out of the back door. Some of them noticed her and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her. They pointed at her, but no one came forward to talk to her. With a squeak, the door opened again. A young maid ran out and looked around. When she saw Yushu, she said a few words to the guard. Then, she ran over and stood 3 or 4 steps away from Yushu. She whispered, "Miss, don't just squat here. The young master was making a fuss about coming out to look for you. He was scolded by Aunt Lu and locked in the room. Aunt Lu told you to go somewhere else and not wander around the house. Be careful not to be seen." Yushu did not listen to the rest of the sentence. She stood up with the help of the tree and staggered away. The maid called out to her a few times, but she did not respond. She stomped her feet and turned around to enter the back door. On the way, she remembered that she had forgotten to give the money to Yushu. She hurriedly ran out, but Yushu had already disappeared. She could only pick up the 2 pieces of silver and go back. ####. It was getting dark. Yushu unknowingly walked to Changmenpu Street. She passed by Mianjai and stopped. She looked at the closed door in front of her. She lowered her head and turned. She accidentally bumped into people several times. "Don't you have eyes?" Yushu did not care about the abuse behind her. She walked in the direction of the river bank in the east of the city. She was absent-minded and did not notice that there was a figure wearing a gauze hat not far away who noticed the movement here. He turned his head and the eyebrows under the bamboo hat moved. He turned around and followed behind her. He walked not too far behind her, separated by some pedestrians. Yushu had just walked to the small bridge at the corner of West Street when it began to rain. The pedestrians on the street began to run. It became heavy in the blink of an eye. She did not stand on the bridge for a moment. The rain hit her neck, making her shiver. She turned around and walked off the bridge. Under the bridge, there were 2 beggars taking shelter from the rain. They stood there with disheveled hair and dirty faces. They were holding bowls and eating half a moldy steamed bun. Yushu slowly squatted down beside them. Her hair was disheveled. It seemed that she was with them. The 2 beggars looked at Yushu, who ran into their territory, and took the initiative to talk to her. "Which street are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yushu did not say anything. The 2 people were not interested, so they turned their heads to look at the people passing by under the bridge. They sighed and said, "It's raining. Everyone is rushing home. Only homeless people like us only want to squeeze in a corner." Yushu bent her legs and trembled as she buried her head in her knees. The wind blew hard and the rain swept into the bridge, falling on her body. Water droplets dripped down from her wet hair. She murmured in a low voice, but no one could hear her voice in the wind and rain. "I want to go home. Dad, Mom, Shaolei." The person who had been following Yushu stood on the opposite side of the bridge. He looked at Yushu, who was curled up under the bridge. Seeing the rain coming, she did not hide. His eyebrows under the bamboo hat slowly frowned. He was about to go to the bridge in the rain, but an oil paper umbrella snatched it from him. "Ashu." Chao Zixin walked under the bridge. He inadvertently glanced under the bridge and saw the person squatting there. He felt that the person looked familiar. When he walked closer, he felt that the person's figure was like the child he knew. Unfortunately, the person's hair was disheveled. He could not see the person's face clearly. Half of the person's body was in the rain, so he hurriedly opened the umbrella and squatted down to cover it. "Ashu, are you there?" Seeing that the person did not respond, he hesitantly reached out his hand and gently placed it on the thin shoulder. He shook it. The next moment, he felt the person under his palm tremble. She raised her head, but a pale and frail face, a pair of mischievous and smiling eyes, at this moment, were filled with tears. The blank and helpless gaze shocked him, but his heart did not suddenly tighten. Chapter 61. Chao Zixin met Yushu under the bridge. He didn't know what happened to her. He asked her, but she only called him shopkeeper at the beginning. After that, she refused to speak. He looked at the rain getting heavier and heavier, so he took her home first. His home was not far from Changmen Street. It was a quiet alley with a small courtyard with 2 rooms. We're here. The rain was still falling. Chao Zixin turned around and closed the door. He held an umbrella for Yushu with one hand. Half of his shoulder was already wet. On the other hand, Yushu, because she was under the bridge in the rain, she was not much better. After the door was closed, the figure standing not far away turned around and left. This way. Chao Zixin opened the door and went in to light a candle. When he turned around, he saw Yushu was still standing outside. He called her. "Ashu, come in." Yushu lowered her head and walked into the house. When she stood inside the door, the clean floor under her feet was soon wet. Chao Zixin sighed and went forward to pull her sleeve. He took her to a chair in the hall and sat down. He went into the bedroom inside and came out after a while. He patted Yushu's shoulder and said, "I'll go boil water. You go in and change your clothes first. There are clean clothes on the bedside, which I haven't worn yet." Yushu moved and stood up. She looked around in a daze, and then went inside the bedroom. When Chao Zixin saw her go in, he went out to boil water. Who would have thought that when he just walked to the door, he heard a heavy sound behind him? He quickly turned around and saw Yushu softly falling to the ground. "Ashu." Chao Zixin leapt forward in 2 steps and bent down to help her up. He let Yushu lean against his chest and shook her. He called out to her several times, but there was no response. Only then did he know that she had fainted. He reached out to touch her forehead, but it was so hot that he withdrew his hand. Chao Zixin panicked for a moment before he calmed down. He picked her up from the ground and carried her up. Her weight was so light that he was startled. He carried her into the room and placed her on the bed. He did not mind her getting the mattress wet, and even covered her with a blanket. He brushed aside her wet hair and gently touched her burning cheeks with the back of his hand. He frowned in worry before he picked up the umbrella and ran out. Leaving the main door unlocked, he went straight to the opposite door and knocked on it. "Big Sister Zhao. Big Sister Zhao. Open the door." After a while, someone came to open the door. It was the waiter of the wonton stall. "Big Sister Zhao, Zhao Hui." "Shopkeeper Chao, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Chao Zixin pointed to the courtyard behind him and said, "Can I trouble you to look after someone for me? I'll go find a doctor." "All right, go quickly. I'll look after her." Zhao Hui closed the door without another word and walked towards his courtyard. Chao Zixin raised his hand to stop her. "Big sister, she was drenched in the rain. Help her change her clothes. She's a young lady." Chao Zixin ran 3 blocks before he managed to find a doctor. Zhao Hui was sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping Yushu's forehead. She also changed Yushu's clothes and bedding into clean ones. Yushu was lying facing the outside, and Zhao Hui had placed a soft pillow on her back. When Zhao Hui saw them enter, she hurriedly stood up to give way. Her expression was a little ugly. When the doctor sat down on the edge of the bed and took out a pillow to feel Yushu's pulse, she pulled Chao Zixin aside and whispered, "Shopkeeper, I think this young lady looks familiar. Is she the one who used to settle accounts in your shop?" Chao Zixin nodded hesitantly. "Yes, she is." Zhao Hui didn't have the time to be surprised that a young man had suddenly turned into a young lady. She grabbed him and anxiously asked, "How did you end up like this?" "Ah." Chao Zixin was puzzled. Zhao Hui thought that he didn't know the inside story, so she lowered her voice and said angrily, "Do you know that her back is injured? One look, and you can tell that she was whipped. I don't know how much strength the person used to hit her. Her skin is almost torn and the scabs haven't even formed. She's also drenched in the rain. If she were to soak in the water for a night, her flesh would definitely rot." Chao Zixin was shocked and turned to look at the bed. He could only see Yushu's black head lying lifelessly on the bed. She looked indescribably pitiful. At that moment, the scene under the bridge appeared in his mind. She was about to cry, but she forced herself to hold it back. His heart tightened again, and this time he couldn't suppress it. He secretly clenched his fists. It's all his fault. As Zhao Hui spoke, she didn't see any reaction from Chao Zixin. She raised her head and saw his gloomy face. Although she didn't know why his expression was so ugly, she unconsciously closed her mouth and didn't complain anymore. After the doctor's diagnosis, He listed out a lot of problems. Just when Chao Zixin was worried, the doctor gave him a reassurance. After confirming that Yushu wasn't in any danger, Chao Zixin and Zhao Hui both sighed in relief. Listening to the doctor's advice, Zhao Hui described the whip wound on Yushu's back. The doctor gave her some medicine. Chao Zixin paid the doctor a silver fee and sent him to the clinic. When he came back, Chao Zixin gave Zhao Hui a small bottle of wound powder and asked her to help wipe and bandage Yushu's wound. He then went to the kitchen to boil the medicine. Until midnight, Chao Zixin noticed that it was late. He said to Zhao Hui, "Big sister, it's so late. You should go back. I've troubled you tonight." Zhao Hui said, "Why don't I stay here tonight? It's not convenient for a man like you." Chao Zixin said, "How can I do that? You still have to do business tomorrow. How can you stay here all night?" Zhao Hui said, "It's fine. I won't starve if I don't go out for a day. How can you take care of a girl? I'll be alone when I go home. You don't need to be polite with me." Chao Zixin thought for a moment. It's more convenient for him to stay with Zhao Hui, so he didn't refuse and thanked her again and again. Zhao Hui waved her hand and touched Yushu's forehead. Her eyes were filled with pity. She whispered, "What happened to this child? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Chao Zixin turned to pour tea. "I don't know what happened. I met her on the road. I saw that she was confused, so I brought her back." Zhao Hui sighed. "I've seen the girl twice. She's so obedient and sensible. How can she be so pitiful? I really don't know who could be so cruel to hit her. Oh right, she has a younger brother. That day he came to my stall to eat wontons. Who knew that when I went to clean up the dishes he was gone? The soup was still there and I paid for it. It's just that." Chao Zixin stood by the bed and listened to Zhao Hui's nagging. He lowered his head and looked at Yushu without interrupting. After she finished, he said, "I'll go to the study room and bring the recliner over. Big sister can lie down when you're tired." After saying that, he left the house. Yushu had a dream. She dreamt that before everything happened, she was still Yu Jing. Yulei's leg wasn't broken in the disaster. He could still run and laugh. The two of them went to Phoenix Mountain and played for a whole day. When they were halfway down the mountain, she sprained her ankle. Yulei carried her down the mountain step by step. When they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, he suddenly said thank you to her. She asked him why he was thanking her. Yulei smiled and told her, "Sis, thank you for not complaining that my birth stole my parents' love. Thank you for secretly standing up for me after I was bullied. Thank you for getting up early every morning to fetch fresh milk for me. Thank you for secretly helping me write love letters to the girl I have a crush on. Thank you for not blaming me for making your first boyfriend leave. Thank you for persuading my dad to let me join the army behind my back. Thank you for secretly giving money to my comrade to treat his sister. Thank you for not blaming me for breaking my leg. Thank you for slapping me when I was at my lowest. Thank you for taking the burden of treating me by yourself. Sis, the most grateful thing in my life is being able to be your younger brother. Thank you." Then, she cried and laid on Yulei's narrow back. She wanted to tell him that she wasn't that good. However, Yulei suddenly turned into Yu Xiaoxiu. Then she woke up. Yushu opened her eyes and touched the corners of her eyes. They were dry, but there were no tears. She really wanted to cry to her heart's content, but she couldn't cry. She would rather believe that this wasn't a dream, but that Yulei was telling her from another world that he had never been disappointed in her, and that she would always be his proudest and most good sister. She had to be strong and live well, so that she wouldn't let down her family in another world. Yushu took a deep breath. She felt the discomfort all over her body, and the pain on her back. She supported her upper body and sat up. Then, she looked around her surroundings. This was a small bedroom. There was a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a round table. They were all formal furniture. They were painted. Unlike the small cottage she lived in the courtyard, there was a brand new quilt under her body. When she smelled it, it still had the fragrance of soap. It was clean and warm. She vaguely remembered that she was brought back by Chao Zixin under the bridge last night. Yushu looked down at the changed clothes on her body. She didn't scream, but frowned. It seemed that Chao Zixin knew that she was a girl. She didn't know if he would be angry at her for hiding it. "Oh, you're awake." Zhao Hui came in with medicine. Seeing Yushu sitting on the bed in a daze, she quickly put down the medicine and reached out to touch her forehead. "Aunt Zhao." Yushu's voice was a little hoarse. Her throat felt itchy when she spoke. Zhao Hui put down her hand. Seeing that Yushu could recognize people, she was relieved. She nodded and asked with concern, "Do you have a headache? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yushu felt a little uncomfortable under her overly concerned eyes. She licked her lips and whispered, "I want to drink water." "Then drink the medicine first." Zhao Hui picked up the medicine and was about to feed her. She blew on the spoon and put it to her mouth. She was very enthusiastic. Yushu quickly raised her hand to take it. "I'll do it myself." Zhao Hui handed the bowl to her in disappointment. Then, she remembered that she hadn't told Chao Zixin. She quickly got up and said, "I'll tell shopkeeper Chao that you're awake. Otherwise, he will call the doctor." Yushu nodded her head and drank the medicine in small sips. The bitter taste made her sober up. She turned her head and looked outside the window. The rain had stopped. Outside the window, she could vaguely see two figures talking in the yard. One was Zhao Hui, and the other should be Chao Zixin. Knowing that this was Chao Zixin's territory, Yushu felt a lot more at ease. She put down the medicine bowl and reached out to untie her clothes. She looked at the gauze wrapped around her body. She touched her back and frowned in pain. After checking her body, she just tied up her clothes. Then, she heard a voice outside the bedroom. "Ashu, it's me, brother Chao. Are you feeling better?" Chapter 62. "Ashu, it's me, brother Chao. Are you feeling better?" Chao Zixin's voice is just outside the door. Yushu hears it and feels relieved. It seems that Chao Zixin doesn't blame her for hiding the fact that she is a girl. But she was picked up by him from the roadside last night. Now she will inevitably feel uncomfortable when she meets him again. Fortunately, he stands at the door and doesn't come in. Yushu secretly clears her throat and replies, "I'm much better, brother Chao. Thank you for bringing me back last night, and for finding a doctor for me. Don't mention it. As I said, you can come to me if you need anything." Chao Zixin stands by the door with his hands behind his back. He politely doesn't look inside, which is different from the special situation last night. This time Yushu doesn't know how to answer. If she gets along with Chao Zixin normally, she will play along with his words and make a joke. But now she is not in the mood to make fun of him. She is only thinking about what she should do next. She can't go back to the Ji family, she can't see Yu Xiaoxiu, and she doesn't know whether Master Qingzheng knows her situation now. She doesn't have a copper coin on her peak. If she doesn't find a landlord to stay for the night, she may have to sleep under the bridge with beggars like yesterday. She doesn't know if Chao Zixin is willing to take her in for a few days. If it is not convenient for him to take her in, then she can only go to the plum forest in the east of the city to seek shelter from Master Jingchen. Since then, she has exchanged money for him so that he can eat. Every now and then, she will go to the plum forest to make friends with him. Although Jingchen's attitude towards her is lukewarm, he probably doesn't mind taking care of her for a few meals. As for Master Qingzheng, he is still eating and drinking in the Ji family, so it's better not to count on him. Chao Zixin waits for a while, and doesn't hear anything in the room. He leans to the door and calls, "Ashu." Soon there is an answer in the room. "Brother Chao, can I discuss something with you?" "Speak." Yushu said shamelessly. "To tell you the truth, I was driven out by my family yesterday. You must know that I was beaten, so I can't go back home. There's no one else I can rely on. Can you take me in for a few days and let me stay here for a while?" It was quiet outside the door for a while. Yushu thought he was in a difficult position, so she quickly added, "I'm not staying here for free. I'm a hard-working person. I can clean the house, cook, and wash the clothes. I can also help with the work in your shop. I don't need your salary. I just want you to give me a place to live and let me eat." Her humble request is completely devoid of her usual arrogance. Chao Zixin doesn't like it. He holds the door frame and asks softly, "Ashu, is it convenient for you to tell me what happened in your family? Why were you driven out?" Yushu thinks about it. Since she is asking for help, It's not good to lie, so she tells the truth. I have been hiding it from you before. I'm really sorry. In fact, my mother is a concubine of the third master of the Ishweji family in the city. I have a younger brother. We are not the third master's children. We remarried with my mother. Our life at home has been difficult. I secretly went fishing in our family's old lady's courtyard yesterday. I was caught in the morning. There was a burglary the night before yesterday, but the person was not caught. The Ji family just had nowhere to vent their anger, so they punished me heavily. They whipped me and drove me away. In the end, Yushu is a little silent. Now that she is in such a difficult situation, she really needs to reflect deeply on this matter. After coming to this ancient world, she has been too arbitrary. Relying on the fact that she is an adult, she has underestimated the system of this ancient society. She has never seriously studied the habits of the people here. She blindly follows her own likes and dislikes. But she has ignored that this is a place that is very different from the world she has lived in for more than 20 years. She needs to adapt to the environment, not let the environment adapt to her. Before she has the corresponding ability, standing out will only make her kowtow without bleeding. Since she is now living in this place, she must abide by the rules here. Last time, the 20 whips of the rattan didn't wake her up. This time, the whipping is a living, bloody lesson. If she continues to stubbornly go forward, she will have lived half of her life in vain. As Yushu speaks and reflects on herself, Chao Zixin listens at the door. He has a lot of thoughts. Hearing Yushu frankly say that she was caught for stealing fish and beaten by the Ji family. Although he feels that her behavior is immoral, he mostly blames the Ji family for being too excessive. He has also heard of the precious 8 treasure fragrant carp. However, no matter how wrong this little girl was, before the Ji family drove her away, she still insisted on beating her up. Taking out their anger on a little girl is the Ji family's fault. If he didn't meet Yushu last night and let her stay in the heavy rain for a night with her injury, it is another matter whether Rue would still be alive or not. Ashu, you are a girl. It is not appropriate for you to live with me. I will discuss with Sister Zhao, and let you live with her first. What do you think? Yes, why not? The answer comes from behind. Chao Zixin turns his head and sees Zhao Hui coming in with a bowl of soup. She says to him, "Go to the kitchen and watch the hot water. I will talk to her." Seeing that she agrees first, Chao Zixin is certainly very happy. He steps aside and lets her into the room. Yushu hears the conversation outside. She doesn't think that she will find the place so easily. When she sees Zhao Hui coming in, she says, "Auntie Zhao Yu." Zhao Hui sat down on the edge of the bed. The bowl of wonton noodles in her hand was still steaming. She stirred the noodles with a spoon and said to Yushu, "I'm going to live alone. Don't worry, you can stay at my place for as long as you want. You should recover first before anything else. Come, eat while it's hot." When the fragrant wonton reaches her mouth, Yushu can't get used to the kindness of an elder. She swallows and whispers, "Thank you, Auntie Zhao." That morning, Yushu moved to Zhao Hui's house. The small courtyard is not as big as Chao Zixin's. There is only one room, a kitchen, a small vegetable field in the yard, and some seasoned coriander and pepper. There is also a nest of chickens. Chao Zixin carries the bamboo bed in his study to Zhao Hui's house and puts it in the bedroom. Zhao Hui insists that Yushu sleep in her bed. She lays a layer of mattress and sleeps on the bamboo bed instead. Yushu's fever has subsided. She doesn't need anyone to take care of her. Zhao Hui changes the medicine on her back again and nestles on the bamboo bed to catch up on sleep. Chao Zixin also goes back to rest. Chao Zixin and Zhao Hui don't help with business today. They both stay at home. In the evening, when Yushu wakes up, Zhao Hui actually slaughtered a chicken and stewed chicken soup for her to nourish her body. Yushu thinks that she has only met her twice. Although she is ashamed to accept such kindness, she doesn't refuse it. She just remembers this kindness and will repay it in the future. The next day, the whip wound on Yushu's back begins to scab. The medicine prescribed by the doctor is very effective, but Zhao Hui is worried that Yushu will have a scar on her back after she recovers. Zhao Hui also hears about what happened to Yushu. She thinks the same as Chao Zixin. She thinks that the Ji family is too ruthless. Yushu is an unmarried girl. She has to suffer from such a scab and has a scar on her back. If she is not angry, she may want to die. It is no different from killing someone. Zhao Hui is worried. She woke up early to change the medicine and drape the clothes over Yushu. She comforts her. When the scab comes off, I will find some honey for you to apply. It can remove scars, and you don't have to worry about leaving a scar. Yushu is not too worried about leaving a scar on her body. She slowly puts on the clothes and turns to Zhao Hui. Aunt Hui, I feel much better today. You don't have to accompany me at home. You can go out and do business. Zhao Hui chatted with Yushu for a while last night. She felt that calling her Aunt Zhao is not intimate enough. She happens to be a woman living alone, and there is no man in the house. So she changed her address to Yushu and called her Aunt Hui. Zhao Hui sees that Yushu's complexion is good, so she nodded. Okay, I will pack up and go out. Chao Zixin had closed the shop for the whole day yesterday. Today, he had also gone out to open the shop. He had come once in the morning to deliver half of the river crossing pancakes, and had a few words with Yushu at the door before leaving. As soon as Zhao Hui left, Yushu didn't stay in bed. She put on some clothes and got out of bed. She leisurely walked outside and walked around the courtyard for a while. A hen and a few chicks followed behind her, clucking and clucking. It seemed that they weren't afraid of strangers. After getting some fresh air outside, Yushu felt a lot better. She went back inside, and was about to sit on the bed when she heard the sound of the door outside. She vaguely heard Chao Zixin's voice, so she went out to open the door. As soon as Lu Xuan tried to pull, she was pushed away from the outside. She took 2 steps back, but before she could stand firm, she was hugged tightly. Her back hurt so much that she gasped. Before she could push the person away, she heard the thing in her arms crying at the top of its voice, "Sister, woo sister." This crying sound is very painful, and Yushu's heart is in a mess. She wanted to slap Yu Xiaoxiu's head, but she fell on his back instead. She hugged him, and her eyes softened. She scolded in a low voice. What are you crying for? Hurry up and hold it. I am not dead yet. Oh. Her scolding made Yu Xiaoxiu cry even harder. A chuckle came from the other side. Yushu raised her head and saw Chao Zixin looking at her with a smile. His eyes are too gentle, and she doesn't know why she felt a little embarrassed. So she slapped Yu Xiaoxiu's head and said angrily, All right, hurry up and let go of me. It hurts so much. Yu Xiaoxiu finally stopped the devilish sound piercing her ears, and let go of Yushu. However, he still grabbed her arm and looked at her with tears in his eyes. Chao Zixin said, When I went to open the shop this morning, he was squatting in front of my shop. His eyes looked back and forth between the siblings, and finally fell on Yushu's face. His eyes suddenly flashed and he pointed out. Your brother is very smart. He heard you mention it, and he knew to come to me. Chapter 63. Yu Xiaoxiu cried enough before he stopped. He grabbed Yushu tightly and refused to let go. Yushu knew that she had scared him by leaving without saying a word for 2 days, so she pulled him and tidied his hair. She asked, What's wrong? You haven't had breakfast, right? Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. I'm not hungry. Yushu looked at Chao Zixin. Chao Zixin got up and said, I'll go find something to eat. After sending Chao Zixin away, Yushu moved closer to Yu Xiaoxiu and said softly, Xiaoxiu, I've been driven out by the Ji family. Don't be silly. Go back to school and eat and drink. Don't break their rules again. Don't be driven out like me. Do you understand? Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head and said firmly, I want to be with you. You've been driven out. Why should I stay in their house? I'm not a member of their family. Don't be stubborn. Where are you going after leaving the Ji family? Yushu scolded him in a low voice. I'm living in someone's house now. It's embarrassing enough. Where are you going after leaving? Are you going to be like me and cause trouble for others? Yu Xiaoxiu looked hesitant, but he still said stubbornly, I can go out and work for others to earn money. Yushu sneered. Do you think it's easy to earn money? Carrying sandbags at the estuary will only earn you 10 copper coins a day. You're so skinny that even the sandbags are heavier than you. What can you do outside? Yushu softened her voice when he was speechless. Didn't we agree to open a trading shop and live a good life? If you leave the G family, where can you learn trading? Just stay in the G family and learn more so that we can make plans in the future. Even if we don't live together, it's not like we can't see each other. But if you really leave with me, life will be hard. Xiaoxiu, I don't want to be separated from you, but I have no choice. Do you think I want you to stay in their house? As she spoke, her eyes dimmed and she seemed to be on the verge of tears. She covered her face with her hands. Yu Xiaoxiu immediately panicked. Sister, don't cry. I'll listen to you. Really? Really? Yushu put her hand down and smiled again. She changed her expression like flipping a book. Yu Xiaoxiu knew he was fooled, but he couldn't go back on his words. He could only pout bitterly. After the siblings finished talking, Chao Zixin came in from outside. He was holding a bowl with leftovers from the morning, and a bowl of hot egg soup. He said to the siblings embarrassedly, I won't do anything else. The siblings didn't think anything was wrong. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. It would be strange if he knew how to cook. Yu Xiaoxiu had been hungry for 2 nights and was not picky about food at all. Besides, there was egg soup. He thanked Chao Zixin and started eating. After the meal, Yushu told Yu Xiaoxiu some things and asked Chao Zixin to send him out. She washed the bowl and went back to bed. Chao Zixin sent Yu Xiaoxiu out of the door. Seeing his sullen face, he wanted to coax him. Are you still worried when you see your sister? What are you unhappy about? Yu Xiaoxiu kicked the stones on the side of the road and said, You don't know. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't have been beaten and driven out. Chao Zixin was puzzled. Didn't you say she was caught for stealing fish? What does it have to do with you? Yu Xiaoxiu had something in his heart that he didn't tell Yushu just now. Now that someone asked him, he couldn't help but pour out his heart. We are not popular in the Ji family. I was often bullied. Last month, young Master Ji brought people to bully me. He tied me to a tree and beat me. My sister saw it. She got angry and fought with them. In the end, she injured young Master Ji and brought the matter to the old matriarch. The old matriarch didn't distinguish right from wrong and punished my sister with 20 rattan whips, all on her arms. Chao Zixin frowned. He had a worse impression of the Ji family. Yushu was lively and cheerful every day. He didn't expect her to live in such an environment. My sister was not convinced after she was beaten. She didn't eat well, so she got up in the middle of the night to steal the carp in old lady Ji's yard. When she came back, she made soup for me. We only ate 2 fish. I ate most of them. My sister ate 2 pieces of the fish tail with me. Yu Xiaoxiu said sourly. A child's heart was much more sensitive than an adult's. Yu Xiaoxiu was young and mature. He had accepted all the kindness that Yushu had shown him recently. In the past, Yushu didn't treat him well. Now that she was nice to him, the kindness was magnified. He looked at everything more carefully. The night before yesterday, Yu Xiaoxiu said in a low voice, We came back from outside. We didn't have money to eat. I said I wanted to drink fish soup. She wanted to steal the carp again. In the middle of the night, she took me to steal fish. Unexpectedly, we met a thief and got us into trouble. My sister was caught. She only said that she did it alone. Yu Xiaoxiu finished his story intermittently. He turned to look at Chao Zixin in frustration and said, Brother Chao, my sister was kicked out because of me. She's a good person. Don't look down on her because of this. When Chao Zixin heard this story, he couldn't help but fall silent. The Yushu that he had come into contact with was mostly her quick-witted and active side. Now that he heard Yu Xiaoxiu talk about these stories that he didn't know about, he realized that there was another side to her. This feeling was very strange. When he had determined what a person was like and thought that he had seen through her, but then he realized that she was much richer than he had thought. The image of this person suddenly became deep in his heart, and it was no longer just a person that he admired. This kind of feeling caught him off guard. After a moment of silence, Chao Zixin raised his hand and patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head. He said in a serious tone, Stealing is wrong, but your sister didn't mean any harm. Strictly speaking, she didn't hurt anyone. Why would I look down on her? She's a good sister. But you have to remember that stealing is against the rules. No matter what you steal, Whether it's to vent your anger or not, you can't do it again. It was the first time that Yu Xiaoxiu was touched on the head by someone other than his mother and Yu Shu. He felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to avoid it, but when he thought that Yu Shu still needed his care, he stiffly endured it. Hearing that his words were reasonable, he nodded and said, "I got it." After sending Yu Xiaoxiu to the intersection of Changmenpu, Chao Zixin originally wanted to buy him some food, but Yu Xiaoxiu declined. He thanked him again and left alone. Chao Zixin didn't go back to the shop. He walked half a circle on the street and bought some snacks, flour cakes and other things that little girls like to eat. He returned home and took out a set of paper and a pen. He stood at the door of Zhao Hui's house and knocked on the door. After a while, Yu Shu answered the door slowly. "Brother Chao, why are you back again?" Yu Shu tilted her head and looked at Chao Zixin outside the door. He had just woken up from a nap. His hair was loose and a tuft was sticking up. His face was red and he looked confused and obedient. Chao Zixin looked away from her face, ignored the strange feeling in his heart, and handed the things in his hand to her. "It's not convenient for you to go out these 2 days. If you're bored, you can practice calligraphy at home. This is a calligraphy book. I bought some snacks. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Don't eat too much. Sister Zhao will come back to cook for you at noon." Oh. Yu Shu took the things. Seeing that there were snacks to eat, she subconsciously licked her lips and looked up at him with a smile. Her mouth was red with small wounds. "Thank you." Chao Zixin turned his head and coughed. "You're not wearing much. Go back to the room. I'm leaving." Chao Zixin turned around and left. Yu Shu closed the door and carried her things back into the house. She opened the packet of snacks, broke off a piece, and stuffed it into her mouth. She savored the taste, took off her shoes, and lay on the bed. She thought about what she had dreamed of, and went back to sleep. Yu Shu had been lying in bed for 4 days. When the wounds on her back were all hard, no matter what Zhao Hui said, she insisted that she would not stay at home anymore. These days of reflection were enough for her to sort out her mood and move towards her goal again. She just lay on the bed and ate other people's food and drink. This made her, who had always advocated self-reliance, unable to sleep well. As a result, Yu Shu became busy again. During the day, she helped Chao Zixin with the accounts and chores in the shop. In her free time, she learned to read and write. At noon and dinner, she would help Zhao Hui at her wonton stew stall. Yu Xiaoxiu came back to find her every day after school. Several times, he brought out the clothes she left in the yard and some change for her. The most important thing was that Yu Shu wrote a lot of feng shui brochures. Because they were written in simplified charcoal, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't understand what they were. He just thought that she copied them from a book and didn't ask much. Chao Zixin originally wanted to pay Yu Shu as usual, but she tactfully refused. Yu Shu asked Zhao Hui. She estimated that Chao Zixin had spent more than 20 taels of silver to find a doctor and take medicine for her that day. If she was asked to take a copper coin from him again, she would be soft-hearted. She loved money, but she had a principle. She would never take money against her conscience. She would not take less than what she deserved, and she would not be greedy for what she didn't deserve. Just like that, another 3 to 4 days passed. Yu Shu suffered from no one to teach her. She could only use a method to calculate the weather, and try to remind Zhao Hui, who was running the stall, to close the stall early on rainy days and prepare herbal tea on sunny days to attract more customers. However, she didn't have more ability to carry out the original plan. Just when she was about to lose her patience and ask Yu Xiaoxiu to find Taoist Qingzheng, the old man found her first. "Give me a bowl of Sanxian wonton noodles." At noon, Yu Shu was squatting by the bucket to help Zhao Hui wash the dishes. When she heard the voice, she turned her head and saw Qingzheng, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, sitting at the table opposite her. His wrinkled face was so ugly that passers-by had to step back. Because Zhao Hui was facing him from the side, she didn't see his scary face. She buried her head in making wontons and answered, "Okay, please wait a moment." When Yu Shu saw Qingzheng here, she was very surprised. She took a rag and went to wipe the table. She took the opportunity to talk to Qingzheng in a low voice. "Master, how did you find me?" Qingzheng just raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Then he lowered his head to study the patterns on the short table. He looked completely unfamiliar, as if he didn't know her. Yushu was puzzled. She tried to talk to him a few more times, but the old man simply didn't look at her. She murmured in her heart, "Look at him. Why does he seem to be angry? If I should be angry, it should be me, who was beaten and bullied. What's wrong with this old man?" "Xiao Yu, come and serve the noodles to the guest," Zhao Hui called. Yushu dropped the rag and put the bowl down in front of Qingzheng. Seeing that he still ignored her, she had to pick up the rag and go back to wash the dishes. After a long time, she heard a cold snort. She quickly raised her head and saw that Qingzheng, who had been treating her as heir, glared at her. He put down the money on the table and turned to walk to the opposite alley. Yushu curled her lips. She pressed the rag into the bucket and stood up to say to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Hui, I'm going to the toilet." Chapter 64. With Qingzheng's teachings, Yushu followed Qingzheng out of the bustling area of Changmenpu Street. They passed through 2 alleys and came to a quiet alley before Qingzheng stopped. He suddenly turned around and stared at Yushu. The dry skin on his face was particularly frightening. But for Yushu, who had long been used to seeing this face, it was not enough to scare her. Yushu trotted forward and shyly said, "Master." "Now you know you have a master? What were you doing before?" Qingzheng angrily said, "Letting people beat and drive me away. Do you think I am a dead man?" Yushu choked and suddenly understood. Was he blaming her for not bringing him out when she was in trouble? "Master, didn't you say that we can't let people know our relationship? If I give you out, won't people know?" Qingzheng looked at the little girl in front of him with a fierce face. He felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. On the one hand, he was happy that Yushu remembered his words and would rather be beaten than use him to get out of trouble. On the other hand, he was angry. This stinky girl didn't treat him as one of her own. Don't think that he didn't know. Seeing him with a black face and not saying anything, Yushu thought for a moment. She pulled her face and said with a sinister smile, Hey, if you are willing to stand up for me, you should have said so earlier." "Okay. Then let's go back now. Master, help me." As she said that, she grabbed Qingzheng's arm and dragged him away. He was dragged 2 steps away. Seeing that she trusted him, he felt much better. However, he still slapped her on the head. "Nonsense. You've already come out. Why do you still want to go back?" Yushu painfully pushed him away, covering the back of her head, and said, "Then you are angry with me, but you don't want to stand up for me. Why are you looking for me?" Qingzheng pulled up his sleeves and said, "If I don't look for you, should I let you waste your time outside?" Yushu turned her face away and didn't say a word. Qingzheng saw her throwing a tantrum and stroked his beard. His tone couldn't help but improve. "All right. Wait for me here when it's dark. I'll take you somewhere else." Yushu lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Master, how did you find me?" Qingzheng did not want to know what she was thinking and said, "You and I are connected. I knew where you were once I calculated. Why would I need to look for you?" Sure enough, Yushu sneered, "Master, you're so capable, yet you didn't predict that I would be in trouble?" Hearing this, Qingzheng's expression changed slightly. He knew that this clever disciple was not so easy to fool. He sighed and said, "Don't blame me for hiding it from you. This is a tribulation that you deserve. I want to help you block it, but if I block this tribulation for you, there will definitely be an even greater tribulation waiting for you in the future. That would be harming you." Disciple, there's no harm in telling you something. Divination can indeed predict what will happen in the future, but it's hard to defy fate. If you avoid a disaster today, you'll get what you deserve in the future. Disaster can be avoided, but it can't be eliminated. You must remember this principle. Hearing this, Yushu was moved. She let go of her prejudice and silently pondered for a while. After a while, she raised her head and touched her face. She said to Qingzheng embarrassedly, "Master, please don't blame me. I was rude just now." Qingzheng saw that her eyes were clear and knew that she had understood something. He nodded to himself and thought that although this disciple's comprehension was not good, it wasn't that she didn't have it. "I calculated that someone will save you and your life won't be in danger," so I didn't rush to find you. You were beaten up. How are your injuries? Only then did Qing Zheng show a little concern. It's scabbed, and I'm still using medicine. Qing Zheng dug in his sleeve. He did not wear a Taoist robe today. He was wearing a gray and unlined robe. He didn't know where he found it. Here, don't use any other medicine. Take this. Apply it every night before you go to bed. Yushu took the medicine bottle from him. She was curious. She opened it and smelled it. A bitter smell made her frown. Qing Zheng said, I gathered the herbs at the last minute. I missed 2 spices. It doesn't taste good. You can make do with it. Don't leave a scar. You'll cry in the end. Yushu held the medicine bottle, and her heart warmed. She wasn't an ingrate. She just didn't want to be taken advantage of. In the past, she felt that Qing Zheng mostly used her. She was more guarded against him. But now, Qing Zheng treated her like this. But he was more sincere than before. Her heart grew warm. She made up her mind. She must respect him more in the future. Thank you for your concern, master. Qing Zheng did not know that Yushu had been bribed by a bottle of medicine. If she had known about his diligent teaching in the past few days, if she knew that his diligent teaching was more effective than a bottle of medicine, he didn't know if she would laugh or cry. As for the Ji family, Qing Zheng's withered eyelids flashed. He said softly, people of the Tao don't like disputes. Since it's over, I won't pursue it. You should know that if they make things difficult for you and treat you harshly now, they will regret it in the future. Yushu only took his words as a comfort and smiled it off. But she was more curious about why Qing Zheng wanted to stay in the Ji family. The master and disciple agreed to meet at night. They parted ways in the alley. One wandered somewhere else, and the other went back to wash the dishes. Since Qing Zheng found Yushu, she began to catch chess pieces every night. During the days of accumulating knowledge, Qing Zheng got a house near Changmen. It was secluded and happened to be only 1 street away from Zhao Hui and Chao Zixin's house. Zhao Hui set up a stall on the street at night. She would go home at 11 o'clock. Chao Zixin didn't spend time alone with Yushu at night, because he was a man and a woman. From dinner to 11 o'clock, Yushu quietly went out to look for Qing Zheng. No one suspected anything. Occasionally when it rained, she stayed at home to study. She didn't hide it from Chao Zixin and Zhao Hui. Because she came from the Ji family, they didn't find it strange. It was just that their attitudes were different. For practice, Yushu would calculate the direction of Zhao Hui's life every day. Zhao Hui didn't mind taking a few more steps to set up her stall, but her business was booming. Not much change could be seen. Just like that, half a month passed. Yushu mastered all the basic things and began to study the second rule. The time of disaster, as the name suggests, is the time of disaster. Everyone has misfortunes and blessings. Just like what Qing Zheng said. Using the Qimen divination could only calculate a specific day. It couldn't be more detailed. This time, Yushu suffered a big loss in the Ji family. She had the idea of calculating the disaster carefully. Qing Zheng said that the disaster couldn't be avoided. But it wasn't unavoidable. If she could determine the time of disaster to a specific hour, she could avoid it more effectively. Even if the rule of rain was to calculate yes and no, to deduce whether it would rain or not. That was the law of time of disaster. It was the value of a function. Yushu didn't just want to calculate it. Yes and no. She also wanted to use this value, combined with what she knew about Ili, to analyze the disaster that would happen at a specific hour. It was the master. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Even if it was a man-made disaster, how could she use feng shui to deal with it? Because people were involved. She needed to use the 8 characters of birth. The complexity of this rule was far beyond the rule of rain. Yushu lacked experience that far surpassed Qing Yu's law. Qing Zheng could make up for it. But in the process, she needed to use a knife to verify it. Qing Zheng couldn't help her. She didn't even know her own 8 characters of birth. How could she find someone to record her bad luck? Even if she found someone, she couldn't wait to record it day by day. Yushu had only started to calculate for 2 days. She was so worried that her mouth was full of blisters. At night, after grabbing the chess pieces, she told Qing Zheng about her troubles. She said that she wanted to think about man-made disasters, but she couldn't find any examples. Qing Zheng didn't suspect anything. He gave her a clear path on the spot. There is a Vientiane Street in the east of the city. There are several Yili shops with a library on the first floor. There are records in it, which record the 8 characters of birth and man-made disasters. You can go and take a look. Yushu was happy and said, "Do I need to spend money?" Qing Zheng said, "If I don't spend money, do you want to read it for free?" Yushu's face fell. She glanced at Qing Zheng and called out fawningly, "Master." Qing Zheng's eyelids twitched. "What?" Yushu said shyly. Please lend me some money." Qing Zheng shook his head. "I don't have money." Yushu didn't believe him. "You are so capable, how can you not have money?" Qing Zheng waved his hand. "I don't accept money. What's the point of being greedy? I just need food and clothing. I originally had 10 taels of silver, which I used to rent this house." Yushu finally believed him and said dejectedly, "Your disciple is poor. I didn't expect Master to be poor too." A penny stumped a hero. She only had a dime of silver and 23 copper coins. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to touch the cover of the book in the shop. Qing Zheng reached out and knocked her head. "If you have nothing else, then go. It's annoying to talk all day." Yushu smiled and said goodbye to him. She took the book and ran away. It would be hard to explain to Zhao Hui if she returned late. One morning in early April, Yushu asked for leave from Chao Zixin and told Zhao Hui. She got up early and dressed as a man, planning to go to Vientiane Street. Pressing on the door of life, she went out and walked 100 steps to the east. She took 2 turns to change her luck before turning back to the main road. When the sun rose, she searched her memory and found the Vientiane Street which she had only been to once. She carried all her belongings. To avoid bumping into the Ji family, Yushu deliberately went to the East Street. The Ji family's Yili shop was on the shorter West Street. The East Street was the territory of the Kong family and the Liu family's Yili shop. Because she had been to the Kong family's Yili shop once, Yushu was familiar with the place. She walked around the door and wanted to go to the second floor. However, she was stopped by 2 boys at the door. They told her that she needed to buy a pass from downstairs to enter the library on the second floor. Yushu went to the counter and asked. She learned that a pass cost 10 taels of silver. It was so expensive that she could only leave. She left the Yili shop and stood at the door. She enviously looked at the big tripod that people kept putting money into. She looked around and was about to go to the Liu family's Yili shop to try her luck. However, she found that there was a 2-story building with yellow tiles on the opposite street. There was a square board with the word E on it. It was very busy going in and out. What was that place? Chapter 65. When Yushu heard that shout, she was 80% sure that it was coming from somewhere. She tiptoed and looked inside. In the spacious and bright hall, there were groups of people standing in groups, shouting one after another, accompanied by the clattering of coins. It was very noisy. While Yushu was walking inside, she felt strange. As far as she knew, gambling had been strictly forbidden since the Yuan dynasty of the Song dynasty, so how could this gambling house be openly opened on the street? Could it be that the Dan dynasty didn't prohibit gambling? Walking back and forth in the middle of the hall, Yushu was sure that this was a big gambling house. There were more than 10 tables, and most of them were gambling on dice and playing pai gao. Yushu was very interested in things related to numbers. When she was in university, she had a private conversation with a professor about this business, so she could recognize these ancient gambling tools. After walking around in the middle of the hall, she was not interested and walked to both sides. There were more people around the gambling stalls on both sides of the wall. There were many people looking up at the wall on the east side, and there were many people holding compasses in their hands under the west wall. What? Compasses? Yushu looked at the west side a few more times. When she was about to go there, she was pushed to the east side by a group of people. There was a row under the east wall, but there were no dice or dominoes. The wall was divided into several areas. In some areas there were many long yellow signs, and in some areas, there was a large piece of white paper with words written on it. There was a row of tables along the wall. and there were several people standing on the high cabinet behind it. The sound of abacus was heard in the crowd. What was going on? Yushu quickened her steps and walked towards the tables with white paper pasted on the wall. She was blocked by the crowd. She tiptoed and looked around for a while, but couldn't see anything. Just as she was about to squeeze in, she saw a waiter ringing a bell on a high shelf and shouting, "Place your purchase. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, come open." The people around the table all took a step back. Yushu raised her head and saw the waiter waving to the back. Immediately, another waiter went up to the high cabinet and pasted another piece of paper next to the large piece of paper on the wall. On it was a series of numbers written in traditional characters. There was a commotion on both sides and the spectators were discussing, "Did anyone win? Did anyone win? Whoever got hit, just tell us first. Mr. Pei won again? Or Mr. Song?" Yushu, who was standing behind the crowd, could not see what was happening in front of her. After a while, the bell rang again, and the shop assistant who rang the bell shouted again, "No one in, buy a sign and reopen it." With a whoosh, the crowd dispersed to both sides. Yushu spotted a person who was trying to squeeze out and pulled him back. She politely asked, "Big brother, what are they betting on here?" This man was just a spectator and did not lose any money, so his expression was not bad. He smiled at Yushu and pointed to the gambling table in the middle. "Little brother, this is your first time here. If you want to play, you should go over there. This E-district is not a place for you to play." "E-district?" Yushu was suspicious and said politely, "I'm not here to play, I'm just here to watch the fun. Brother, tell me about it." The man looked at Yushu's obedient face and became more patient. He turned around and pointed to the white paper pasted on the wall behind the high cabinet, and said, "Do you see this? This piece is for the number of bets. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, we start a round, and if you can solve the question on it, and solve it correctly, you win." Yushu squinted her eyes to look at the nearest piece of white paper, and saw that it was clearly written in bold black characters. "I only heard that the people next door get silver. I don't know how much silver. Han people, 7 taels for the beauty, 7 taels for the loss, and half a caddy for each person. Let me ask you, those who are good at math, how much silver do you get?" Yushu was stunned. Wasn't this a math question? How could this be used to bet? Yushu was puzzled and continued to ask, "Then how do we calculate the money if we win?" The man pointed to the other side. "Do you see that there's a change of tiles, a pair of tiles with a number engraved on the back? Take the red tile and go up to calculate. There's a pen and paper on the table, and after you're done calculating, use the red tile and the black tile. If you win, go up to collect it, and someone will call the number. Say just now there were more than 50 tiles. If someone wins, they can earn at least 5 taels of silver." What a pity. 5 taels. Yushu's throat was dry, and she swallowed her saliva. Looking at the question on the wall, it was as if she saw a pile of shiny silver waving at her. This question was not easy to solve. Just set 2 unknowns, and it would be done. The man saw that Yushu's eyes were shining and smiled. "Why, little brother, are you interested in betting?" Yushu suppressed her surprise and shook her head, and said with a silly smile, "I'm just looking." The man nodded and said, "This is the place where the Yishui teachers in the city come to try their hand. It doesn't depend on luck, and you can't follow the wind. You can go around by yourself. I'm leaving." Yushu said goodbye to him, and watched him walk away. She was not in a hurry to buy tiles, but squeezed to the front of the crowd, and carefully observed a few rounds of betting. 10 taels of silver per round. She only had 1 chance, and she must not be careless. She decided to observe the situation first. 5 rounds were played, and 3 of them won, and 2 of them missed. Those who won varied in number, those with fewer won, and those with more won had it all to themselves. Those with more won had it all to themselves, and those with more won had it all to themselves. If they didn't win, the banker would take it all. Every time they bet on a red tile, there would be a yellow wooden tile next to the white paper with the calculation question written on it, which was considered to be a fair announcement of the bet. Yushu understood the process and calculated a few more questions. She was secretly glad that she did not blindly bet on the tiles just now. The questions posted by the banker could not be solved just by counting and counting. Among them, there were 2 questions that were the product and division of several multi-digit numbers. Without an abacus, Yushu was not confident that she could get one right. If she had known earlier, she would have brought an abacus. Yushu regretfully looked at another failed round, and the clerk on the high counter cleared away more than 30 yellow tiles on the wall. She licked her lips, turned around, and walked to the counter selling tiles. She took out a small silver from her waist, bought a pair of tiles, and squeezed to the front. At the front, it was much more relaxed than at the back. The traders were more well-behaved than ordinary gamblers. They stood at the table and did not push each other. Each person guarded a spot, calmly looking up and waiting for the question to be asked. They did not disturb each other. There were more onlookers than those who actually bet. The bets were different from others. The bets were all on the table, written by each person, and there was no phenomenon of people following the crowd to bet. The 18th round, the bet for the new tiles has been made. Gentlemen, please come forward. Those who bet on the tiles, those who don't, please leave. Yushu looked up at the new question posted on the wall, and secretly said that she was lucky. It was a solution question, so there was no need for an abacus. She took a piece of paper from the long table, but did not use the brush on the table. Instead, she took out a charcoal pencil from her pocket, leaned on the table, and covered the formula with one hand to avoid suspicion. After calculating, she stuffed the paper into her sleeve, dipped the brush in ink, and rewrote the answer stroke by stroke on a piece of paper. When she was done, she used the red tile to cover it. She was not in a hurry to hand it over. She waited for the people on both sides to finish the calculation before calling for the waiter. After a while, she heard the bell ringing, and the bet was made. Yushu followed the crowd and took 2 steps back. Looking at the yellow tiles hanging on the wall, she thought to herself, one more. The tile didn't stop until it reached 32 yuan. Yushu was excited. It should be known that this was 3 taels, which was equivalent to a day's profit in Chao Zixin's shop. If she won, it would be 32 times more. The 18th round, 2 people won. Number 22 Lu number 7. Yushu looked down at the black tile in her hand. It was number 7. Hearing that 2 people won, she was a little depressed. Then she thought that it was better this way. The big prize for a few people won would inevitably attract jealousy. Even so, when Yushu, the young man, followed a middle-aged man to win the bet, there was still a lot of noise. The one in front who won? Mr. Pei won. There's a kid with yellow hair who also won. Tisk tsk, at such a young age, could he be a disciple of some family? Maybe he was just lucky. Tisk, if you have the ability, go and try. Hee, I don't have that ability. Yushu's ears are very sharp. When she hears the discussion behind her, she knows that she has attracted the attention of others. She takes the tael of silver and returns to the crowd. She accepts the gazes of the people around her. She hesitates. She has only won once, and people are already paying attention to her. If she wins a few more times, will she attract too much attention? But if she didn't gamble, where would she find 10 taels of silver to enter the Great Exchange Store's library? With this thought, Yushu made up her mind. She squeezed to the place where the tokens were sold and calculated in her heart. She painfully took the tael of silver and bought 10 pairs of tokens in one go. She returned to stand in front of the long table. Yushu was a little more cautious. In the following rounds, she placed bets on every round. If she met someone who needed to use an abacus, she would just write down a rough number. She did not calculate it in detail. If she met someone who was more accurate, she would look around and see that there were many people placing their bets. After 10 rounds, she won 5 times and missed 5 times. She won twice and won 3 times. Look, that young master won again. He has won 4 or 5 times already, right? That's nothing. Mr. Pei won 7 times this morning. How is that the same? How old is this young master? How can he be compared to Mr. Pei? Yushu stuffed the last tael of silver and tael into her pocket. She was sweating from the heat, and her face was flushed with excitement. These questions were not difficult at all. She was excited about the taels of silver in her pocket. It was more than 11 taels of silver. She had been in Don Dynasty for almost 2 months. This was the first time she had so much money. She did not count the beads she helped Jing Chen sell last time. That was other people's money. This was her own money. Listening to the discussions around her, Yushu turned her head and looked at Mr. Pei, who won the same game as her. She secretly rejoiced that there was such an experienced player here to steal her limelight. Pei Jing was also sizing up Yushu. He had only come here to have some fun this morning. Who would have thought that he would meet such an opponent? Although he had won 2 more rounds, his age was still there. Compared to a teenager, he did not feel that winning 2 rounds was something to be proud of. Hearing the bystanders gossiping that this young man might be a young master of the E-sect, he didn't think much of it. If he really was a disciple of the E-sect, why would he come to this kind of place to play? The E-sect was very strict, and the opposite was the Kong sect's E-sect. If someone saw him and informed his family, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned. If he was not from the E family, then he was worthy of his attention. Pei Jing saw Yushu squeezing out of the crowd. He hesitated for a moment and followed her. Chapter 66. In the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce's Kongyi House, Yushu was holding a handful of silver pieces. She looked at the pass to the 2nd floor in the hands of the servant opposite her. She made up her mind and gave the money to the servant. Holding the ticket, Yushu finally entered the library on the 2nd floor. It was lunchtime, so there was no one upstairs. The big room was filled with bookshelves of different heights. There was a strong aroma of ink wood floating in the air. No one spoke upstairs, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. Yushu took a book nearby and flipped through it. Most of them were articles related to Yishui. Because they were ancient, she couldn't understand them, so she put them back. He looked around and saw an old man standing under a bookshelf in front of him. He seemed to be very knowledgeable. She went to ask for advice. Sure enough, she found the right person. The old man listened to the type of books she mentioned and thought for a moment. Then he led Yushu and said, "Follow me." Under a row of bookshelves near the window, the old man bent down and rummaged for a while. He took out a thick book and gave it to her. "Do you want this?" Yushu took it and looked at it for a while. Her eyes shone brighter and brighter. She nodded in surprise and said, "Yes, thank you." This thick book was more than 100 pages. It was a record of natural and man-made disasters. For example, in a certain year, a certain place and a certain county suffered a drought. In a certain year, a certain person fell from a horse at a certain time. In a certain year, a certain person fell from a horse at a certain time. In a certain year, a certain person was born with a serious illness. All these were recorded in detail. It was more detailed than what Yushu needed, which made her feel that the 10 silver pieces were not spent in vain. If you want to buy a book, find a servant downstairs to pay the bill. If you want to make a copy, go there to buy a pen and paper. The old man left after saying this. Yushu held the book and turned to find a servant. After asking the price, she decisively went to the direction the old man pointed to buy paper and prepare to make a copy. A book costs 15 silver pieces. She wanted to buy it. She couldn't go to the gambling house today. There were too many shady things going on in that kind of place. She couldn't help but be cautious. Yushu spent a dime to buy a dozen rattan papers and found a table by the wall. She lay down and began to flip through the book. After skimming through about 10 pages, she took out a charcoal pen and copied the content she needed. She didn't even eat lunch. She just sat there and copied for 2 hours until she was so hungry that she couldn't hold the charcoal pencil in her hand anymore. She wiped her hands and closed the book, rubbed her neck and looked up. She saw someone sitting opposite her flipping through a book. It was Mr. Pei from the casino. Yushu glanced at him. He noticed it and raised his head to smile at her. Yushu smiled back. She was on guard. She packed her things and went to return the books. Shoved it at the bottom of the shelf so that no one would buy it. She went downstairs. But when he heard footsteps behind him, he turned around. She saw Mr. Pei coming out behind her. Mr. Pei's clothes were very particular. He had a silver crown on his head and wore a green robe. His sleeves and lapels were embroidered and covered with a layer of muslin. His belt was fastened with a jade buckle and a perfume pouch ring. He even wore a shiny thumb ring on his finger as he leaned against the stairs. He looked like a rich man. In the corridor, their eyes met again. Pei Jing said, "Young master, please wait. I am Pei Jing, the deputy manager of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. I met you in the gambling house just now. I wonder if I can invite you to have a pot of tea and exchange some mathematics." Pei Jing thought that he was a young man. Now that she had revealed her identity, the young man would definitely do her a favor. Unexpectedly, Yushu rejected him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pei. I have something to do later." Pei Jing had seen countless people, and it was not difficult for him to hear that Yushu was making an excuse. He also saw that her face was a little guarded. He looked outside and said in a low voice, "Young master, you don't know, but you just won 5 rounds in the gambling house and have already been targeted. There are a few villains waiting for you outside. If you don't have anyone to rely on and you are followed by them, they will definitely threaten you to help them gamble. If you don't agree, you will inevitably suffer." Yushu was secretly frightened. She had been careful and held back a few tricks. She did not expect that she would still be targeted. Yushu's silence confirmed Pei Jing's suspicions. This outstanding young man was unorthodox and had no family. "I still have some reputation. If you come with me, those lowly people will have some misgivings and won't make things difficult for you. Young master, are you willing to drink a pot of tea with me and have a chat?" Yushu looked at the good-natured middle-aged man in front of her. She thought for a while. Then she nodded and agreed to go with him. The commerce of the Da and dynasty is prosperous. In order to better occupy the market, distribute resources, and exchange what they need, merchants with shops and suppliers with resources have joined together. Thus, a few civil commercial organizations have been born. These organizations are called Chambers of Commerce. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is the largest one in Yiyang City. It is also one of the most famous chambers of commerce in the south. These large chambers of commerce are the economic backbone of every region. They control the trade of grain, oil, cloth, salt, sugar, horses, and other important goods. Antiques. Although the trade of jewelry and other luxury goods is regulated by the imperial court and has to pay a large amount of tax every year, they enjoy preferential treatment that small merchants cannot enjoy. In terms of status, they are a level higher than others. Pei Jing was the deputy manager of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in Yiyang City. He was born in a merchant family. When he was young, he learned At the age of 20, he was recommended to become a fortune teller. A few years ago, he passed the Dayan examination in the capital. He was highly respected by his peers. When he was close to 40, he successfully occupied a position among the managers of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce itself does not make a profit, but every month, it needs to handle a large number of accounts. As one of the deputy managers of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, Pei Jing is most praised for his ability to calculate. A quarter of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce's accounts have to go through his name. In order to prevent any shops from falsifying their accounts and reporting their profits and losses, the Chamber of Commerce will often hire some experienced accountants. Last month, an accountant who worked at the Yiyang Taiheng Chamber of Commerce returned to his hometown. Pei Jing asked around, but could not find a suitable candidate to replace him. As a fortune teller, he had high standards. In his opinion, a good accountant was not a good one. What he wanted to find was a fortune teller who could learn and put to use. Today at the gambling house, he secretly paid attention to Yushu. When he found that the 5 questions she won were all practical questions, he couldn't help but be excited. He also noticed that she did not have any family background. She was still young, so he wanted to train her to be his subordinate. So he followed her to the Kong family's trading house. If he was interested in this talented young man at the beginning, then when he saw her using the 10 taels she won to buy the Kong family's book tablet and copying books upstairs, he was very interested. If he remembered correctly, this young man won 5 rounds in the gambling house in the morning, and won a little more than 11 taels. He knew that she had planned to buy the book tablet, so she did not gamble too much. She only won what she deserved and then stopped. This showed that this young man was careful, not greedy, and knew when to advance and when to retreat. So he patiently accompanied Yushu in the library for the whole afternoon. When she was about to leave, he went to talk to her. In a tea house a little far from the Kong family's trading house, Pei Jing and Yushu sat down and ordered 3 kinds of tea and a pot of Biluakun tea. Pei Jing poured tea for the 2 of them. Yushu took a small sip and went to eat the tea. Because she had eaten the food of others, she cooperated and answered Pei Jing's question. Young master, what is your surname? My surname is Yu. I see that Mr. Yu is young, but you are very good at arithmetic. May I ask how many years you have been studying arithmetic? A few years. If she really counted from elementary school, she had at least studied for more than 20 years. Is the abacus working? Yes. Can you read? Yes. After studying for more than a month, she could read and write the commonly used traditional Chinese characters. I saw you reading in the library of the trading house just now. Could it be that you have also dabbled in the study of E? Arithmetic was included in the study of E, but the study of E that was commonly referred to was a higher level of knowledge. I just like it and am just reading, Yushu said vaguely. Pei Jing was very good at reading people's expressions. He knew that Yushu did not want to say more, so he changed the topic. Mr. Yu, have you heard of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce? Yushu shook her head. Pei Jing smiled bitterly to himself. He had originally planned to use the reputation of the chamber to gain her trust, but now it seemed that it would not work. Tihan is the largest chamber of commerce in Yang City. It has a very good reputation. If you have any old people in your family or know of businessmen, you will know it immediately. Yushu did not know much about ancient chambers of commerce, so she did not think it was powerful just by listening to Pei Jing. She did not know that the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in Yang City was respected by the Kong, Ji, and Lu families. I am ignorant and inexperienced. Please don't laugh at me, Mr. Pei. Yushu ate a few snacks and drank a cup of hot tea. After her stomach felt better, she asked bluntly, May I know why you are looking for me? Pei Jing was waiting for her to ask, so he answered unhurriedly, I am looking for Mr. Yu to come to our Chamber of Commerce and help me manage some accounts. I will pay you some money every month. Would you be willing? Yushu stared blankly. Only now did she realize that this person wanted to recruit her. She could not help but feel that this person was being too hasty. She said, Mr. Pei, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Your family is such a large chamber of commerce. If you really wanted to find an accountant, how could it be a child like me? Moreover, do you think that at my age, I would know how to manage accounts? Pei Jing smiled. In his heart, he had a good impression of Yushu's straightforwardness. He said, Mr. Yu may not be that old, but your ability to calculate is not bad. I have been calculating for all these years, so I will not make a mistake in this aspect. Many of the accountants in Yang City belong to families. It is not easy to find a good accountant. If you are willing, I can guide you into the profession. Accounting is not difficult, as long as you have the heart to learn. How about this? If you agree, I will first accept you as an apprentice. Every month, I will pay you 2 taels of silver. After you finish my apprenticeship, I will give you 5 taels of silver every month. Pei Jing had a good plan. He said that this 1 month was also a period of observation for Yushu. If Yushu could not satisfy him, then he could resign. It would only be a waste of 2 taels of silver and some energy. Hearing this condition, Yushu was a bit tempted. 5 taels of silver a month was considered a high income among the commoners in Yang City. Although she had won more than 10 taels of silver this morning, gambling was not a proper way to earn money. It was fine to occasionally earn some extra money, but how could it be a proper livelihood? She originally had the idea of making a fortune in business to pave the way for her future shop. If she could study in the Chamber of Commerce for a period of time, it would definitely be helpful for her to understand the ancient business market. If this Mr. Pei did not lie to her, the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was a good place to go. As for learning accounting, that was her old profession. In terms of accounting skills, she could boast shamelessly that she was 500 years ahead of the ancient people. At that time, she only needed to pretend to learn from him for a month, and then become a regular employee. Seeing that Yushu was tempted, Pei Jing added fuel to the fire. If you work in my Chamber of Commerce, you will be guaranteed by my Chamber of Commerce. Occasionally going to the gambling house to play is harmless. For the sake of the face of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce, no one will make things difficult for you. This fire accountant added fuel to the fire. For Yu Shu, who had no one to rely on, this was exactly what she wanted. Mr. Pei, let me go back and ask my family. I will give you an answer tomorrow. How about it? Pei Jing was 80% sure that Yu Shu would agree, so he generously said, Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at this tea house. Then I will leave first. Chapter 67. At dusk, Shishu was carrying a kilo of meat and a few packets of pastry under her armpit. On her way back, when she passed by a secluded alley, she found that someone was following her. She remembered Pei Jing's warning in the Kongzi house and became vigilant. Why was there still someone following her? Could it be that they did not give up when they saw her and Pei Jing together? The footsteps behind her suddenly became hurried. Seeing that the alley was in front of her and the bustling market outside, Yu Shu, who was walking slowly, suddenly ran forward with a piece of raw meat in her hand. There was also a series of footsteps behind her. Someone was indeed chasing her. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Her eyes lit up. She ran out of the alley, ignoring the soft groans behind her. Like a fish, she slipped into the crowd and ran towards the bustling Changmenpu Street. She did not even dare to look back, so she did not see that a moment after she ran out, a tall figure wearing a bamboo hat strolled out of the alley and quietly watched the direction in which she disappeared. In the alley, beside a muddy ditch, there were two people lying motionless in a puddle of water. A rough dagger fell beside the wall. In the Mianjai, Chao Zixin was sorting out the papers on the bookshelf that were messed up by the customers. He saw a figure rushing in from the corner of his eyes. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu in a blue shirt with a headband on her forehead, leaning on the counter and panting. He quickly put down the things in his hand and walked over to ask, What happened? Why did you run in such a hurry? Yu Shu swallowed her saliva and handed over the raw meat in her hand to him. She said with uneven breath, Just now someone chased me. Fortunately, I ran fast. Phew. Chao Zixin frowned and said in a low voice, Who was chasing you? Yu Shu put the pastry under her armpit on the counter and sat on the high stool behind the counter. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. She wiped her mouth and waved her hand. It's okay, just a few thieves. Oh, by the way, Brother Chao, have you heard of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce? Chao Zixin was still thinking about who was chasing her. When she asked about the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce, he did not have much reaction. He just casually said, It is the largest chamber of commerce in Yiyang City. Several big commercial firms in the city have a part in it. It has a good reputation. Yu Shu turned the cup in her hand and asked, Have you heard of a deputy manager called Pei Jing? He is a bit older than 40 years old and is very good at calculating. You are talking about Mr. Pei? Chao Zixin was attracted by her words. He went behind the counter and put the meat on the nail on the table. He said, There are only 5 great fortune tellers in Yiyang City. Pei Jing is one of them. What is that? Yu Shu heard a new word. Chao Zixin explained. In order to select talents from the field of Yi, the imperial court holds a Diyan examination every 3 years in the capital. Among the subjects of Yi, there is the field of mathematics. Those who rank in the top 100 will be crowned as the great master of arithmetics. Those who rank in the top 3 will be crowned as the master of arithmetics. There is also the field of astrology and feng shui. Those who rank in the top 2 will be crowned as the great master of arithmetics. That impressive? It was not the first time Yu Shu heard of the imperial court's great yen examination, but it was the first time she knew that there were so many subjects involved. There is something even more impressive. Chao Zixin's eyes brightened. He said with admiration, If someone can pass the top 3 in all 3 subjects, he will be respectfully called fortune teller. The name will be added by the emperor himself. However, it is very rare to pass the top 3 in all 3 subjects. In the past 100 years, there have only been 2 people. One was Qingyang fortune teller 60 years ago, and the other was Yinhua fortune teller 20 years ago. These two people are outstanding in the field of E. They are really able to judge life and death and determine fortune and misfortune. It is a pity that they are short-lived and gone with the passing of time. Yushu listened attentively. She could not help but ask curiously, "Why do you say they are short-lived?" Chao Zixin sighed and said, "Back then, Yinhua fortune teller and the late imperial princess royal were fated to be together. However, not even 2 years after their marriage, the imperial princess royal died of illness. Yinhua fortune teller actually died together with her. Their story is cited by future generations. There is even a touching love story here." Yushu smacked her lips and said, "This Yinhua fortune teller is a person who values relationships." Chao Zixin nodded. He probably felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. He laughed and said, "I have told you so much, but you still haven't told me why you want to ask about Pei Jing of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce?" Yushu scratched her chin. "I met him today. He invited me to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to help him with the accounts." Chao Zixin said in surprise. "He asked you to help him with the accounts?" Yushu could hear the disbelief in his words. She pretended to be displeased and said, "Can't he look for me like this?" Chao Zixin shook his head. "I mean, why did he invite you? Do you know him?" "I just met him today." Yushu thought for a moment. She told him about the gambling in the morning, and how she got to know Pei Jing. When she finished, she noticed that Chao Zixin's expression was not good. "Brother Chao?" Chao Zixin endured it, but in the end he could not help but scold. "You are a girl. Why did you go to that kind of place?" This was the first time she saw the good-tempered Chao Zixin angry, so Yushu shrunk her neck. She knew that she was rash today, so she said in a weak voice, "How would I know that it was a gambling house? I only found out after I went in. I saw people gambling, and I know how to solve the questions, so I gambled a few times. I didn't dare to win too much, but I didn't expect that I would be targeted." If someone else was angry with her, she might not care, but Chao Zixin was different. This person helped her when she was in the most difficult time. He helped her time and time again. She did not say much, but her heart was full of gratitude. She called him Brother Chao with sincerity. Chao Zixin frowned. He remembered that she ran back in a hurry. "You said that there were people chasing you because of this?" Yushu nodded and said with dissatisfaction, "That Mr. Pei said that if I was with him, those rascals would not make things difficult for me. Who would have thought that they would still target me? It seems that he does not have that big of a face." Seeing that she did not reflect on herself and blamed others, Chao Zixin said impatiently, "Don't go to that kind of place in the future. Next time you go to Wanxiang Street, call me." "Oh." Yushu agreed on the surface, but no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. "I am going to clean up the shop and close the shop. I will take you to Aunt Huai's place to eat wonton later," Chao Zixin said. Since Yushu began to call Zhao Hui Aunt Huai, he also followed suit. He had just turned 20 this year, and Zhao Hui was 12 years older than him, so it was not wrong to call her that. "Let me help you." Yushu jumped down from the stool, but she did not expect that her legs would soften, and she fell forward. She hurriedly reached out and grabbed Chao Zixin's waist from behind and hit her forehead on his waist. Ah! The weather in April was very warm. Chao Zixin only wore 2 unlined clothes, and 2 slender arms were hanging on his waist. That soft moan and scorching breath blew on his back through his clothes, as if something was scraping his heart, causing his body to stiffen. He lowered his head and reached for his waist. When he was about to touch the 2 slender white wrists that were exposed from the sleeves, the person behind him pulled away first. Hearing Yushu's moan, he then realized that he had lost his composure just now. "Brother Chao, is your back made of stone? I almost died from the impact." Yushu held the counter and straightened her back. She lowered her head and rubbed her forehead, complaining in a low voice. Chao Zixin coughed and said, "Sit down and wait for me." "Okay," Yushu responded. After waiting for Chao Zixin to go around and put up the door, she put down her hand on her forehead and revealed a hot red face. She turned her head and peeked at Chao Zixin's straight back. She secretly scolded herself for her embarrassing behavior just now. After closing the shop, it was just getting dark. Chao Zixin and Yushu went to Zhao Hui's wonton stall for dinner. Without needing to be told, Zhao Hui brought them a bowl of wonton soup with chicken soup. Yushu opened the paper bag of the pastry, took out a piece and handed it to Chao Zixin. She broke off another piece and fed it to Zhao Hui, who was boiling in the pot. Aunt Hui, try it. This is the pastry sold on the street in Vientiane. It is still crispy after being kept for a long time. Zhao Hui smiled and looked at her. She turned her head and took a bite. The crunching sound in her mouth made her heart feel sweet. She had been alone for a long time. Ever since she had this child as a companion, the tiring days became interesting again. She had someone to accompany her when she went out in the morning and night. She was there when it was rainy or windy. She didn't mind her nagging and often made her happy. It was as if she really had a daughter by her side, obedient and sensible. Aunt Hui, I bought some meat. It happens to be raining tomorrow. If you don't go out, I will call Xiaoxiu to come. Let's eat at home, okay? Zhao Hui asked curiously. Where did you get the money to buy meat? Although most of the wonton that Zhao Hui bought was filled with meat, she didn't often eat meat. The chickens that she raised at home were all used to make soup stock. She didn't really eat meat very often. Yushu suddenly stuttered. She didn't want to lie to her, but she was afraid that she would worry if she told others that she gambled. I gave her a salary, Chao Zixin said. She often comes to the shop to help me. I can't ask her to do it for free. Yes, Brother Chao gave me a salary, Yushu quickly said. She secretly gave Chao Zixin a look of praise. Chao Zixin glanced at her with a smile. He pointed at her bowl of wonton with his spoon and said, Hurry up and eat it. It's going to get cold. Okay. Yushu was afraid that Zhao Hui would ask again. She returned to the table and said to Zhao Hui, who was sitting next to the stove, Aunt Hui, I will help you wash the dishes after eating. Zhao Hui nodded. Although she was somewhat confused, she didn't ask again. While eating, Yushu asked Chao Zixin about the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. She told him about Pei Jing's invitation in detail and asked for his opinion. Chao Zixin thought for a while and said, If you really want to learn, the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is a good place to go. However, I'm afraid that he has other intentions when he suddenly asked you to do the accounts. How about this? Tomorrow I will accompany you to see Mr. Pei and help you find out the depth of the water. Yushu was more than happy that he was willing to help. Chao Zixin knew a lot and knew a lot. With him there, she shouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, he didn't have a waiter in the shop. If he went with her, how could he open the shop? Yushu hesitated and said, Then you won't open the shop tomorrow? Chapter 68. At night, after Yushu finished today's homework, at Qing Zheng's place, she told him about her plan to work in Tihan. She didn't expect Qing Zheng to scold her with anger. You didn't learn well when I was teaching you. You went to that place to learn small subjects just for some money. You're so useless. Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and comforted him. Master, don't worry. I won't forget what you teach me, but I also have to support my family. You know that I'm living in someone else's house now. I'm not like you, who can eat and drink for free. I still have a younger brother staying in the Ji family. I'm counting on earning money to bring him out to live a good life. Qing Zheng said angrily, Bastard, who said that I'm eating and drinking for free? It's them who are willing to support me. Fine. It's them who support you, but no one supports me. Yushu reached out to pull Qing Zheng's sleeve and said sincerely, When I earn money and have the ability, I'll support you myself. I'll buy you good food and clothes and be filial to you. Don't you like to eat chicken feet? At that time, I'll buy chicken feet for you to eat with wine every day. Qing Zheng was comforted by Yushu's words, but he said stubbornly, When did I like to eat chicken feet? Do you think I don't know how many ants the chicken bones you threw under the tree in the yard attracted? Being stared at by Yushu with a don't pretend look, Qing Zheng blushed and glared at her. He took his sleeve out of her hand and waved his hand, saying, If you want to go, go. Don't blame me for not teaching you well, when you can't learn anything. Stingy Sherfu. Yushu giggled and quickly reached out to grab the white beard on his chin. She jumped back 2 steps and turned around to run out of the room. She heard Qing Zheng scolding her in exasperation. Stinky girl. You pulled off 2 strands of my beard again. Where did you learn this bad habit? The next day, Yushu and Chao Zixin went to Vientiane Street to meet Pei Jing. With him around, there was almost no need for Yushu to say anything. Pei Jing was experienced and knowledgeable, while Chao Zixin was eloquent. It was the first time these 2 businessmen met, but they chatted happily and completely ignored her. However, the content of their conversation was mostly about business, so Yushu listened with great interest and did not disturb them. When it was almost noon, the 3 of them went to a nearby restaurant to have a simple meal. Chao Zixin paid the bill. Yushu felt very bad, so she could only silently note it down and return it to him in the future. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, when it was time to leave, Chao Zixin seriously said to Pei Jing, "My little brother is still young. In the future, if there is anything he does not understand, I will have to trouble Mister to give him advice." Pei Jing chuckled and nodded readily. He had a wealth of experience in reading people and very much admired Chao Zixin, a young man with an extraordinary appearance and excellent conversational style. His tone was rather courteous and 70% sincere as he said, "Today's chat with Zixin was very enjoyable. I will call you out for a drink another day. Don't refuse." Chao Zixin replied with a smile, "My pleasure." Pei Jing then turned to Yushu and said pleasantly, "The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is at the north of Vientiane Street. You can find me there tomorrow morning." Yushu replied, "I will have to trouble Mr. Pei in the future." Pei Jing modestly waved his hand and said goodbye to the 2 of them. The 3 of them parted outside the restaurant. Pei Jing left first. It was raining outside. The 2 of them came out with umbrellas. Yushu looked at the gradually disappearing street and said to Chao Zixin, "I want to go to the Kong Yi House's library to copy books. Where is Brother Chao?" Chao Zixin looked at the rain and said to her, "I will go with you." Yushu stood there motionless and looked at him with a hesitant expression. "What is it?" Yushu said hesitantly. "To go to the 2nd floor, you need to spend 10 taels of silver to buy a tablet. Why don't you go back first?" She couldn't let Chao Zixin go to the Yi house and wait for him downstairs. She didn't think she was so shameless to make him wait for her for 2 hours. But to go to the 2nd floor and buy a tablet, Chao Zixin didn't study Yi house. What was the point of wasting money with her? 10 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was the income of 10 days of fasting. Hearing that she was worried about his money, Chao Zixin smiled. "Do you think I am as stingy as you? Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the Kong Yi house. Yushu was 2 steps behind him. She wanted to say something but she didn't have enough confidence. After a few steps she couldn't help but smile. Chao Zixin went to the hall to buy a tablet. Yushu was waiting for him at the stairs with 2 umbrellas. She looked up at the 2 huge red cloud knots hanging on the pillar in front of her. She was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a cold voice. "What are you doing here?" Yushu lowered her gaze and saw the handsome young man who had appeared in front of her without her noticing. She furrowed her brows. She clearly knew that he was just a child and shouldn't be so calculative with him, but this didn't stop her from hating this ungrateful brat. If it weren't for him, she and little Xiao wouldn't have gone through such a dangerous adventure last time, and almost lost their lives. She turned her head and directly ignored the young man in front of her. Today, Xue Wenjie had come to the Kong family's shop to look for a book that was missing from his maternal grandfather's library. After entering the shop, he saw a person standing at the corner of the staircase. Although the person was dressed like a boy, he easily recognized Yushu. After more than 20 days, Xue Wenjie's mood was quite complicated when he saw Yushu again. He was surprised and annoyed at the same time. There was also a bit of happiness suppressed at the bottom. He rushed up to talk to her without thinking. But this bad girl dared to ignore him. Xue Wenjie couldn't hide his joy and anger. He immediately sneered. "I heard that you were beaten for a mistake and driven out by the Ji family. I thought you starved to death outside. It seems that you are alive and well. What are you doing here?" Yushu had never seen such a blind person. She obviously ignored him, but he still talked so enthusiastically. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute?" The more Yushu ignored him, the more annoyed Xue Wenjie became. He impulsively stretched out his hand to push his shoulder. But before he could touch him, his hand was caught by someone. Young Master Shui turned his head and saw that it was a young man who was half a head taller than him. He was wearing a green robe and was dressed appropriately. Just as he was wondering where this person had come from, he heard Yu Shu, who had ignored him earlier, call out sweetly, "Brother Chow, are you done buying?" Shui Wenjie had a problem with his ears. Yu Shu was young, and a 15-year-old girl's voice was crisp and clear. Everything she said was tactful and pleasant, and she didn't deliberately add sugar. Shui Wenjie looked at Yu Shu and then looked at Brother Chow. His face darkened and he tried to twist his arm, but his wrist was pinched tightly like a pair of pliers. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't help shouting angrily, "Let go!" Chao Zixin loosened his grip and let him go. He looked at the angry young man and frowned slightly. He asked Yu Shu, "This is?" Yu Shu casually said, "He used to study in a private school." She thought for a while and added, "I'm not familiar with him." Chao Zixin. "Oh. Shui Wenjie!" Exclamation point. Yu Shu was thinking about the book upstairs. She didn't have time to deal with Shui Wenjie, so she said to Chao Zixin, "Let's go upstairs. The books here are expensive, but you can copy it for free if you buy the paper. As long as you don't damage it, it's fine." Chao Zixin went to the hall to buy a book plate. Yu Shu was waiting for him at the stairs with 2 umbrellas. She looked up at the 2 huge red magic cloud knots hanging on the opposite beam. She was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a cold voice. "What are you doing here?" Yu Shu lowered her gaze and saw the handsome young man who had appeared in front of her without her noticing. She furrowed her brows. She clearly knew that he was just a child and shouldn't be so calculative with him, but this didn't stop her from hating this ungrateful brat. If it weren't for him, she and little Xiu wouldn't have gone through such a dangerous adventure last time, and almost lost their lives. She turned her head and ignored the young man in front of her. Today, Shui Wenjie had come to the Kong family's shop to look for a book that was missing from his maternal grandfather's library. After entering the shop, he saw a person standing at the corner of the staircase. Although the person was dressed like a boy, he easily recognized Yu Shu. Seeing Yu Shu again after more than 20 days, Shui Wenjie's feelings were quite complicated. He was both surprised and annoyed, but he suppressed his happiness at the bottom, so he rushed to talk to her without thinking. But this naughty girl dared to ignore him. Shui Wenjie was young and couldn't hide his emotions. He said sarcastically, "I heard that you were beaten for a mistake and driven out by the Ji family. I thought you starved to death outside. But it seems that you are alive and well. What are you doing here?" Yu Shu had never seen someone so ignorant. She had ignored him, but he still talked so enthusiastically. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute?" The more Yu Shu ignored him, the more annoyed Shui Wenjie became. Impulsively, he stretched out his hand to push his shoulder. But before he could touch him, his hand was caught by someone. Young Master Shui turned his head and saw a young man who was half a head taller than him. He was wearing a green robe and was dressed appropriately. Just when he was wondering where this person came from, he heard Yu Shu, who had ignored him earlier, call out sweetly, "Brother Chow, have you bought it?" Shui Wenjie had a problem with his ears. Yu Shu was young, and a 15-year-old girl's voice was crisp and clear. Everything she said was tactful and pleasant, and she didn't deliberately add sugar. Shui Wenjie looked at Yu Shu and then looked at Brother Chow. His face became gloomy. He tried to twist his arm, but his wrist was pinched tightly like a pair of pliers. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't help but angrily said, "Let go!" Chao Zixin loosened his grip and let him go. Looking at the angry teenager, he slightly frowned and asked Yu Shu, "This is?" Yu Shu casually said, "I used to study in a private school." Then she added, "I'm not familiar with it." Chao Zixin. "Oh. Shui Wenjie!" Exclamation point. Yu Shu was thinking about the book upstairs. She didn't have time to deal with Shui Wenjie, so she said to Chao Zixin, "Let's go upstairs. The books here are expensive, but you can copy them for free if you buy the paper, as long as you don't damage it." Chao Zixin reached out and took the 2 umbrellas in her hands. He handed her the brand he bought and followed her upstairs. Shui Wenjie stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the two people who didn't put him in their eyes at all. His lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red and he said, "Mouse you used to be around me all day long. How dare you say that you are not familiar with me?" Yu Shu stopped and suddenly began to regret bringing the Lu family to save this gigolo that day. Every time she met him, nothing good happened. He was simply like a ghost haunting her. "Young master, please be careful with your words." Chao Zixin turned his head and looked at the young man downstairs. He was unhappy and felt uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by being around me all day long? What did he mean? Didn't Ashu say that he was not familiar with me? Shui Wenjie was usually very polite, but when he saw this man who talked to Yu Shu so intimately, he became angry and provoked. "Who are you? I am talking to Mouse Yu. Do I need you to interrupt?" Chao Zixin raised his eyebrows. He was not a young man who didn't know the world. Of course, he could hear a trace of jealousy in the other person's words. He felt it was ridiculous. Not to mention that he now took care of Yu Shu as a friend. Even if he really had other feelings for her, it was not the turn of this young man to provoke him. He was about to speak, but he heard Yu Shu's voice. "Brother Chao, go quickly, ignore him." He turned his head and saw Yu Shu pointing at his head and winking at him. "This person and this place are a bit, you know." Looking at her funny expression, Chao Zixin couldn't help but laugh. He didn't have the mood to argue with the young man, and nodded his head to follow her upstairs. The two figures disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Shui Wenjie was left alone there. He was full of anger but had nowhere to vent it. When he was about to chase after them, he was stopped by a servant who arrived later. Young master, where did you go just now? I was looking for you for a long time." With this servant's interruption, Shui Wenjie calmed down for a while. Recalling his behavior just now, he was so embarrassed that his neck turned red. He didn't know what happened to him. He wanted to talk nicely, but when he saw that bad girl, he couldn't help but want to get angry. "Forget it, I will spare him today. And that man, his face is full of flirtatious. At first glance, I know he is not a good person. But that Mouse Yu still calls him Brother Chao. Tomorrow when he goes to school, he must ask Yu Xiaoxiu who his sister is with." "Young master, where are you going? Don't you want to buy books?" "No, I am going back." "Young master, slow down. The road outside is slippery. I will hold an umbrella for you." The master and servant ran out one after the other. The biggest money he has ever held was only 2 taels of silver. But now, Yu Shu told him that she can get 5 taels of silver a month. "Sister, you're not bragging, right? If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Chao." Yu Xiaoxiu stands up and runs into the house. After a while, he runs out excitedly and squats down next to Yu Shu. Like a little monkey, his 2 round eyes look at her without saying a word. Yu Shu recognized the look in his eyes. It was the look of worship that she had often seen on Yu Lei's face. She felt a burst of joy in her heart. She leaned over and touched his forehead. She said intimately, "When I get my pay, I will buy you new clothes and shoes. I will also buy a good brush and ink for you to use." Yu Xiaoxiu scratches his head. "I'm a boy, so I'm not that particular. Sister, you can keep it for yourself." Yu Shu looks down at the worn-out cloth shoes on his feet and the corner of his trousers. Her heart feels sour. Her little brother has a very strong self-esteem, but he has a hard life. Staying in the Ji family, he gets cold looks from everyone. Every day, he goes to the Sanju study house to attend classes. Among a group of well-dressed young masters and misses, he is dwarfed by them. This adds a bit of inferiority to his personality, and he always likes to lower his head in front of strangers. His smile is lifeless at this age. If he still smiles at this age, in another year or 2, it's hard to guarantee that he won't lose his spirit. Before that, she has to let him live a happy life. After washing the dishes, it's already late. Although Yu Xiaoxiu is unwilling to leave, he obediently lets Chao Zixin send him back to the Ji family. Zhao Hui boils a big pot of water and takes a bath with Yu Shu. The two close the courtyard door, blow out the oil lamp, and go to sleep. The next day, Yu Shu and Zhao Hui get up early and set up a stall on the street. Then she goes to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce alone to look for Pei Jing. After asking about the two of them, Yushu finds a magnificent clubhouse on the north side of Wanxiang Street. She meets Pei Jing at the gate. After greeting him, Pei Jing leads her to the backyard and finds a clean room behind 2 rows of houses. He gives her a stack of slightly moldy old account books and a brand new abacus. After explaining to her for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he is asked to leave. By the time he remembers Yushu at noon and comes back, Yushu is already done with the account books. You finished reading all of them? Pei Jing is shocked. He forgot to tell her that he is going to let her read them for 3 days. Yes, are there any more? Yushu is too embarrassed to say that she finished reading them an hour ago. There are no other account books in the room, so she secretly practiced her calligraphy. Pei Jing is afraid that Yushu is bragging, so he frowns his brows. He is a little unhappy in his heart, so he took an account book and handed it to her. Did you read this one? Yushu only took a glance and nodded her head. It's about the rice harvest and business in Huainan in the 8th month of the Xinci year. Oh, I saw that there is an account that I didn't calculate, so I broke the corner of the book. As she speaks, she flips through the book and handed it to Pei Jing. Here it is. There is a place that I didn't calculate properly, so it is empty. Pei Jing lowered his head to take a look. There was indeed a small corner there. On the account book, there was a blank space that was missing. It was not calculated clearly. It was deliberately left unmarked by the experienced accountant. If he did not flip through the pages carefully, he would not be able to see the problem at all. This child had really read the entire stack of accounts in detail. This discovery made Pei Jing surprised and happy. He is also a little ashamed because of his doubts. Ahem, not bad. Pei Jing clears his throat. It is almost noon. You go home and eat first. Come back in the afternoon. Yushu touches the bag on the table and shyly smiles at him. I brought food. It is too far to go home. Can I stay here for lunch? Pei Jing hesitated. Originally, he wanted to be strict with Yushu for a few days, but this child had already exceeded the scope of his expectations. To be honest, he really didn't know what to ask of her at this time and a half. Then you stay here. There is tea on the table. After you finish drinking, call the servants in the yard. Someone will come and fill it. Okay. Pei Jing leaves with his hands behind his back. He leaves the door open and goes to the window. He turns back and looks inside through the half-open window. He sees Yushu taking out 2 palm-sized dry cakes and a booklet from her bag. She goes to the table and pours a cup of tea. She nibbles on the dry cakes while flipping through the booklet. She doesn't waste any time. She is a successful person. Pei Jing has such a thought in his mind. He nods and walks away with satisfaction. He thinks that he will ask someone to bring a soft couch over tomorrow, so that the child can have a place to lie down when she is tired at noon. In the afternoon, before the sun sets, Pei Jing lets Yushu go home. He has no choice. In the afternoon, he took the abacus to test Yushu and showed her the unique skill of beating a red goose. He wanted to shock her. He didn't expect that the child asked him to beat her twice. After only 2 tries, she learned the original and gave it to him. She didn't even make a mistake. As a result, he was the one who was shocked. This child had learned too quickly and was too worry-free. On the contrary, Pei Jing felt a sense of frustration. He had originally wanted to nurture their relationship through teaching, but now, she had learned it on her own before he had even taught her. If this continued, wouldn't she be able to find the wrong account the day after tomorrow and start working the day after that? Fortunately, there is one thing that can comfort Pei Jing. Yushu's writing is too slow. She writes 1 stroke at a time. She doesn't have enough pauses. She can't even be considered neat. It can only be recognized by others. The accountant has many good handwriting. Pei Jing's semi-cursive writing is very natural and unrestrained. He naturally looks down on Yushu's poor handwriting. He repeatedly asks her to go back and practice writing. When the accountant leaves, he sends a letter that he has been teaching her writing for the whole afternoon. Yushu doesn't know Pei Jing's depression. In order to get the standard 5 taels of silver as soon as possible, she deliberately shows off today. However, she still appropriately hides her shortcomings. She doesn't dare to show too much, lest Pei Jing becomes suspicious. Take the pile of account books in the morning for example. She looks through them and finds at least 5 mistakes, but she can only point out the seemingly marked gap to him. She pretends not to see the rest. As for the calculation, she can only blame herself for being itchy and can't help learning from him. Fortunately, she is unfamiliar with the pair of double abacus. She dials the wrong number twice before she finds the correct position. Yu Shu leaves the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce and first goes to Chongmen Street to find Zhao Hui. From a distance, she sees Yu Xiaoxiu helping Zhao Hui clean up the dishes and chopsticks. She doesn't feel strange. Since Xiaoxiu found her place, he runs to Zhao Hui's place every 2 or 3 days to help her do chores. Zhao Hui is happy to have a child to accompany her. At first, she refuses to let him do any work, but later, she can't resist the boy and slowly lets him do it. Yu Shu understands in her heart that Yu Xiaoxiu is helping her repay Zhao Hui for taking him in. Such a sensible and precocious brother. How can she not feel distressed? Zhao Hui stands by the stove and wipes her sweat. When she sees Yu Shu, she calls Yu Xiaoxiu and says, "Xiaoxiu, put the things down. Your sister is back. You two play by yourselves." Yu Shu and Zhao Hui say hello. Seeing that there are not many guests, they choose a table and sit down. She beckons to Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu puts down the rag and sits down opposite her obediently. "Sister." Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes flick away. He thinks about what Shui Wenjia asked him in the morning. He makes up his mind not to tell his sister. "Have you finished your homework for today?" Yu Shu doesn't find his abnormality and asks him about his homework as usual. "I have. Oh, by the way, this is for you." Yu Xiaoxiu pauses, takes out something from his arms and hands it to her. "When Aunt Lu cleaned up the room, she found it under your bed." In his hand, he was holding the yellow stone that Taoist Jing Chen had given her a month ago. It was round and round. "I thought I lost it." Yu Shu takes it and rubs her palms. She suddenly remembers that she hasn't gone to see Jing Chen for a month. She doesn't know if the little Taoist priest Bai has spent all his money. Will he sleep hungry in the plum forest again? Chapter 70. Yu Shu had the idea to visit Jing Chen yesterday. The next afternoon, she took the time out of the Chamber of Commerce and went straight to the plum forest in the east of the city. The plum forest was between Wanxiang Street and Changmenpu Street, so there was not much wrong walking. The plum blossoms by the river bank had long withered, and the clusters of plum trees bore small yellow-green fruits. It was very gratifying. Because people had gone to admire the apricots in April, the plum blossoms that were out of season were neglected, and there were not many people by the river. Yu Shu walked around the forest twice, but she did not see Jing Chen. She secretly guessed that he had left, and she could not help but feel a little disappointed. It was not easy for her to get to know such a powerful Taoist priest, but before she could find out anything about Mount Longhu, he had disappeared. He did not even say goodbye. She regretted it so much. Yu Shu swung a branch that she had picked up from the ground in frustration. She lowered her head and walked back from the bridge. She did not notice a white shadow passing by on the surface of the river. A few dragonflies skimming the water flashed from the other side of the river into the plum forest behind her. "Xiaoyu." Yu Shu took a step, the wind blew. She thought it was an auditory hallucination. She turned her head. She saw the end of the bridge that she had just walked past. There stood an elegant white figure. He looked at her with his sleeves crossed. It was Jing Chen. Who else could it be? Yu Shu was delighted. She threw the branch and trotted over. "Hero Jing Chen, you didn't leave?" Jing Chen shook his head. "I'm not done with my business yet. Can't leave." "Did you come to find me?" Yu Shu nodded. "Yes, I came to see you. To see if you're starving to death," she added in her heart. Jing Chen's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. Then he let go with a slight smile. He weakened the spring breeze on the river. A grown man. Why was he smiling so nicely? Yu Shu complained in her heart. She also grinned foolishly at him. His gaze swept over her body. He stopped. If she remembered correctly, the few times she saw him a month ago, he was wearing this white robe. Until now he was still wearing this robe. Apart from the fact that the color was a little gray, he really couldn't see any difference. Could it be that he only had this set of clothes? You haven't changed it in so long, have you? This is my sex Taoist robe. I have 3, it's dirty. Hearing Jing Chen's serious answer, Li Changsha was stunned. Only then did Yu Shu realize that she had blurted out her last thought. He quickly feigned ignorance and tried to salvage the situation. You still have clothes? I've never seen you carry a parcel. Do you think you Taoist priests don't need to change your clothes? Jing Chen said. There are servants washing clothes at the mountain gate. Since it will be changed the next day, but when he was away from home, many inconveniences. We can only make do with it. He was a man who liked cleanliness. Out of helplessness, he could not change his clothes frequently. He could only soak himself in cold water in the river outside the city every night. It was so dust-free. Yu Shu could hear the helplessness in his voice. He blurted out, "Why don't I help you wash it?" After saying that, he wanted to slap her. How could a girl offer to wash a man's clothes? Even if the other party was a Taoist priest, she could only look at Jing Chen, waiting for him to refuse. All right. Follow me. Jing Chen turned around. He walked into the forest. He missed Yu Shu's stiff expression. As it turned out, a hero was also a human. A Taoist priest was not an immortal. Jing Chen flew down from the tree and opened a package. He took out 3 gray robes and gave them to Yu Shu. Thank you. Yu Shu took them with a dry smile. She wasn't in the mood to shout at his lightness skill. She rolled up the 3 robes in her hands. Fortunately, although the clothes were gray, there was no strange smell. Otherwise, her face would turn black. Then I'll bring them back to you when I'm done. Okay. There's no hurry. Jing Chen looked down at himself. I can wear this for a few more days. Yu Shu looked up and down. It landed on the slightly damp toe of her boots. She didn't want to continue this topic. She was afraid that she would talk too much later. She took his shoes back to wash. She changed the topic. Which one? Have you eaten today? Jing Chen turned his head to look at the dusk sky. He said, I haven't had dinner yet. Yu Shu said, Do you still have the money you used to exchange for the beads? Jing Chen shook his head. He took out an empty bag of money from his sleeve. He pinched it. No more. As expected, he couldn't have much hope for this Xiaobai. He just wore the skin of a hero. He was so otherworldly. 20 taels of silver would be gone in a month. If he hadn't been lucky enough to save her, sooner or later, he would have starved to death. Do you still have the beads? Yu Shu asked. If not, she still had 2 cents of silver on her. I'll lend it to him first. Jing Chen heard this. He thought for a moment and stretched his hand to his back. Swish. He pulled out the sword. The green light was cold. It was cold. Yu Shu took a step back in shock. Only then did she stand firm. She stood with 1 foot in front of the other. She faced the sword as if she was facing a formidable enemy. It wasn't that she was timid. It was that she cherished her life too much. She was reborn. Anything that could threaten her life would make her feel uncomfortable all over. Jing Chen's gaze slid across him. He lowered his head and smiled silently. The sword turned half a circle in his hand. There was a sword tassel hanging on the edge of the sword. She didn't notice it before. But today, on Jing Chen's long sword with a black handle and a golden sheath, there was also an oblate carved jade pendant hanging on it. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip for me. She was going to exchange it for money. Yu Shu took the sword tassel. He turned the jade pendant hanging in the middle over and over again. She knew it was unusual. She hesitated. Such a valuable thing. It would be a pity to pawn it. It's fine. Jing Chen's tone was light. It didn't seem like a piece of jade. It was like a stone. Why don't you make it a living contract? You can redeem it when you have money in the future. Jing Chen didn't understand. What's a living contract? Yu Shu explained patiently. The place where you exchange things for money is called a pawn shop. Pawn things are divided into a living contract and a dead contract. A living contract has less money, but you can redeem it with money in the future. A dead contract can be exchanged for more money. If you pawn something, the boss can sell it to someone else. Even if you have money in the future, you might not be able to find it. Jing Chen was very interested in worldly affairs. He listened to her carefully. Then he said, "It doesn't matter. You can do as you see fit." This person really knew how to be lazy and save trouble. Yushu criticized him in her heart. Then she would be a living contract for him. This piece of jade seemed to be worth a lot of money. There would be a lot of living contracts. It would be enough for him to use for another month or two. Yushu calculated in her heart. She didn't pay attention to the person in front of her. Jingchen looked at her quietly for a while. Suddenly he said, "Do you still have the yellow frost stone I gave you?" Yes. If there's nothing else, just rub it on your palm a few more times." "Oh, okay." Yushu nodded. She was carrying a pile of dirty clothes. She lacked the interest to ask Jingchen about the scenery on Mount Longhu. She didn't say anything. Jingchen wasn't talkative either. The atmosphere turned cold. A gust of cold wind blew past. There was a whooshing sound. Yushu felt uncomfortable. She could only say goodbye. "Then I'll go back first." Jingchen didn't want to stay. "Let's go." Yushu turned around and walked for a while. After getting off the bridge, she suddenly remembered that Jingchen didn't have any money on him. She didn't eat dinner. She ran back hurriedly. She wanted to give him the rest of her money. But in the forest where he was just now, he was nowhere to be seen. She shouted a few times in the air. No one paid attention to her. She muttered a few words in bewilderment. Then, she hurried home before the sun went down. At night. The sky was clear. The master and disciple sat in the small courtyard and watched the stars. One was lying comfortably on a rattan chair. The other was struggling to raise his head. "Did you see that? Above the Big Dipper. The seventh star. It's called Pujuan." It said that when King Zhou of the Shang dynasty died, it's a big killing star. It's the life of a servant. It's the same as the 7 kills. The 2 stars of greedy wolf shine on each other. On the contrary, if it's at noon, you'll be promoted to nobility. If it's a woman's life, it'll bring prosperity to the husband and the children. Qingzheng didn't speak quickly. Yushu listened carefully. She would ask him again if she missed anything. She didn't write it down on paper. Moreover, the night sky was extremely beautiful. The stars scattered on the silver lake. Her posture was alluring, as if a charming beauty was in front of her. She couldn't be distracted. Everything in the world. There must be stars. There are a few people in the world who are accompanied by stars. They will have great achievements in the future. Qingzheng patted his knee. He glanced at Yushu, who was rubbing her neck. He said, "For example, the 4th Miss of the Ji family. It said that when she was born, the sky was full of stars." Xiachan was silent. The entire Yang city was alarmed. Until now. 11 years have passed. She's an outstanding person. Different reactions. When Yushu heard the name, the 4th Miss of the Ji family, her ears twitched. She asked curiously, "Master, have you seen her?" Qingzheng said, "A few years ago, I went in and out of the Ji family. I lived in Jingshangtang. The Ji family wanted me to guide Xingxuan. I deliberately took advantage of her mistake. I punished her to Jingshangtang to reflect on her mistakes. I saw that her aptitude was excellent. So I guided her for a period of time. She worked hard. Next year, she passed the Great Yen examination." When he mentioned it, Yushu suddenly remembered. She had just met Qingzheng twice. This old man had muttered Xingxuan girl a few times. In other words, he despised himself for being inferior to others. Speaking of which, this GC was one of the culprits who had harmed her life. A jade pendant killed a person. With such a preconceived notion, based on the principle of narrow-mindedness, Yushu couldn't have a good impression of the outstanding Xingxuan girl that Qingzheng had mentioned. However, Qingzheng didn't like her. He sighed on the other side. Xingxuan girl is smart, gentle and considerate. Good spirituality, good comprehension. She often buys wine to show her filial piety to me. If it weren't for me picking her out, I wouldn't have accepted a disobedient girl like you. Yushu rolled her eyes with all her might. She didn't have a black face. She was so old. She couldn't tell that the old man was being sarcastic on purpose. She just plucked a few strands of his beard yesterday. She still held a grudge after one night. He didn't admit that he was stingy. Only she could get together with him. Stingy master. Stingy disciple. Was there anything more compatible than this? Sigh. He sighed heavily. Yushu held back her laughter. In order to satisfy his vanity, she could only say in a sour voice, "Don't sigh. It's just some wine. When I get rich in the future, I'll get you a wine pool. I'll let you swim in it." "Didn't you just say King Zhou? That guy has a wine pool. He also has a meat forest. Do you want it?" There was a moment of silence in the small courtyard. Then he cursed. There were a few muffled laughs. The stars in the sky looked down at the master and disciple bickering. Chapter 71. In the morning, before the sun appeared, the sparrows on the branches chirped a few times. Yushu stretched and walked out of the house. Zhao Hui was packing the cart in the yard. Seeing him awake, she said, "Didn't you say that the general accountant of the Chamber of Commerce didn't ask you to go over today? You woke up so early. Why didn't you take the opportunity to sleep a little longer?" "I'm used to waking up early. I can't go back to sleep when I wake up." Yushu brushed her hair twice and walked to the drying line on the other side of the wall. She touched the dried white robe and said, "Aunt Hui, I won't accompany you to the stall in the morning. I'll send the clothes to that Taoist priest." "Okay, look for me on the street at noon. I'll cook some noodles for you." Zhao Hui packed the cart and left. 2 days ago, Yushu had brought a few of Jing Chen's dirty Taoist robes home to wash. This had given Zhao Hui a fright, so she had told Zhao Hui about how Jing Chen had been kidnapped a month ago, and how he had been rescued by a Taoist priest. Only then did Zhao Hui stop making a fuss. She had thought that the Taoist priest Yushu had mentioned was an old man in his 50s. Out of respect, Zhao Hui had allowed Yushu to wash his robes. Yushu knew that Zhao Hui had misunderstood, so she had saved herself the trouble of explaining. Following the reflection of the water in the basin, Yushu combed her sideburns and carefully tied her hair into a bun. She used a hairband that was as thick as 2 fingers to fasten it, and tidied herself up. As she tied up her pants, she thought to herself that being a man was indeed easier than being a woman. At least she didn't have to spend an hour combing her hair after waking up early. She folded the washed clothes and wrapped them in a cloth bag. She hung it on her shoulder, and went out to hang the lock. She was going to find Jing Chen first, and then pick up Yu Xiaoxiu from Sanja bookstore. Xiaoxiu was a little strange these days. She always felt that he was hesitating as if he had something to say to her. Yushu was afraid that he was bullied at school, so she wanted to go and have a look. She walked out of the door, and toward the east of the city. There were many small alleys in Yang City. Usually there were 7 or 8 alleys on a main street. Yushu crossed a street and walked into another alley. She held her bag in one hand and played with the yellow frost stone that Jing Chen had given her with the other. The round little stone warmed up in her palm, and it was just enough to defrost the morning's cold. There weren't many houses in this alley, and the road was full of potholes. Yushu stared ahead as she walked. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past her arm, and her arm was hit by a strong force. She pulled and loosened her hand, and the bag containing the clothes left her hand. She was stunned for a moment. The young man glanced at Yushu, snorted coldly, and then pulled up the window. Obviously, he was not willing to argue with these common people. "Let go, don't grab me." Right at this moment, the brat in Yushu's hand started to get restless. He twisted his body and tried to break free from her. Yushu circled around him and clamped him under her armpit. She gripped his neck and said in a sinister voice, "Why should I let you go? Do you think my things are for nothing? Come with me, I'll teach you a good lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, who would have thought that the little robber would actually burst into tears? While crying, he said, "I didn't mean to rob your bag. My sister has been sick for a few days, and I don't have money to buy medicine. She's going to die. I didn't mean it, sob sob sob." Yushu did not like to cry, and she hated it when people cried. Listening to him wail and wail, her head hurt. How could she be in the mood to listen to what he was crying about? Just as she was about to ask him to shut up, someone spoke first. "Little brother, Is someone in your family sick? This voice came from the carriage. It was a woman's voice with a mellow accent. At the end of the words, there was a hint of gentleness that was unique to Southern women. It inexplicably made people feel a sense of familiarity. Yushu stretched her neck and looked into the carriage. However, the young man blocked the light, and the carriage was dim. She could only vaguely see a figure. From the voice, it should be a young miss. Then, she noticed that the crying on the side had stopped. Following that, the little thief pitifully replied, My sister is sick. She's very sick. She's going to die. Little brother, what's your name? My name is Xiaohuai. Xiaohuai, raise your head and let big sister look at you. The young miss in the carriage gently coaxed him. The little thief struggled twice, and Yushu took the opportunity to let him wipe his tears and raise his head. She was curious about what the young miss wanted to do. The bystanders on the side of the road were still whispering to each other. The young miss in the carriage seemed to stare at the little thief for a while before saying, Don't worry, your sister won't die. Her illness will recover. This gentle tone seemed to be able to calm people's hearts. The little thief wiped his snot and asked, Really? It's true. I know how to read people's faces. I won't lie to you. Not only can I see that your sister's illness will recover, but I also know that you are actually a good child. You didn't do anything bad on purpose, right? The little thief nodded timidly. Yushu raised her eyebrows. Judging from the face, the young miss in the carriage also learned to read people's faces. It wasn't only Yushu who had such doubts. The bystanders on the side of the road also began to talk about it. Dongyun, give this child 5 taels of silver, the young miss in the carriage ordered. The coachman pulled on the reins and took out an ingot of silver from his pocket with one hand, handing it to the little thief. The little thief was dumbfounded when he saw the shiny 5 taels of silver. He didn't know how to stretch out his hand for a long time, but the coachman forced it into his hands. Xiaohuai, it's wrong to snatch other people's things. Can you promise me that you won't do it again in the future? The little thief hugged the money in his hand tightly and nodded vigorously. He was as obedient as a puppy. He didn't look like he had when he was running for the bag just now. Yushu lightly clicked her tongue. She didn't expect the young miss in the carriage to call out her name next. Mister, you heard it just now. This child didn't mean to snatch your bag. He was just forced to do it. Where possible, one should forgive people. I hope you can forgive him this time. Don't blame him too harshly, okay? After everything was settled, they came to ask for her opinion as the victim. How could she say no? Yushu sneered. She listened to the whispers of the bystanders around her, and glanced indifferently at the blurry figure in the carriage. She bent down and picked up the bag on the ground. She coldly said to the little thief who was holding the silver, You're lucky this time. Next time you snatch other people's things, watch where you're going. Don't lose your life before you get the money. Humph. After saying that, she turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. She didn't care that the little thief's face had turned pale because of her last 2 threats. The bystanders saw her and pointed at her back in dissatisfaction. The young miss in the carriage looked in the direction that Yushu had left. Her eyes were suspicious. She was about to turn her head to ask the person beside her when she saw a shiny yellow object stuck in the window. She reached out and said, Brother, don't move. What's wrong? She pulled the little thing out and held it in her hand. She found that it was a round stone. It was as beautiful as a jade pearl. She pinched it and put it in her sleeve. It's nothing. Let's go. Okay, you have to go back quickly. You've been on the road for a few days. You didn't rest well last night. If you go back late, grandmother will be sad and scold me. Dongyun, drive the carriage. Yes, young master. The crowd dispersed, allowing the carriage to pass. Only after it had gone far away did they gather together again, all talking at once. That young lady is really kind-hearted. Not only did she help this poor child, she also taught him the right way. I wonder which family's young lady is so generous. Didn't you hear that she can read people's faces? She must be from the Kong, Lu and Ji families. Look at her ability to read people's faces. Could it be the 4th miss of the Ji family? Chapter 72. When Yushu found Jingchen, he was sleeping under a tree in the plum forest. She had long wanted to ask him how he could fall asleep sitting down. However, she was not in the mood to joke around today. Before she walked up to him, she called out, "Master Jingchen." Jingchen's eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and raised his head to look at Yushu, who was standing in front of him. He stood up and brushed his sleeves. Yushu suddenly had to look up at him. She was secretly unhappy. She handed the package in her hand to him and said, "Here. It's washed." "Thank you." Jingchen took the package and opened it. When he saw that it was washed white, he nodded. "It's very clean." Of course it was clean. She had scrubbed it several times. How could it not be clean? Yushu said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave. I'll come back to see you in 2 days. Keep your dirty clothes. I'll wash them for you later." She had washed them once or twice. Since she had already washed them, she did not mind washing them a few more times. She would treat it as returning the favor. After all, Jingchen did not know that she was a girl. If he did not feel embarrassed, she would not feel embarrassed. Jingchen watched her leave, and did not try to persuade her to stay. "Go." Yushu turned around and left. After a few steps, she shook her hand and let out a soft hiss. She frowned and raised her hand to her eyes. She rolled up her sleeve, and saw that her wrist was swollen. She cursed her bad luck. Just as she was about to put down her sleeve, she heard someone call out from behind. "Xiaoyu." "What?" She turned her head and saw that Jingchen had left the sleeping plum tree, and was walking towards her. In just a few steps, he was already in front of her. He looked down at the hand she was still holding. Without saying a word, he grabbed her wrist and twisted it. Yushu's screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, could be heard in the forest. "Ah!" Yushu pulled her claws out of Jingchen's hand and stared at him with deep hatred. Her slanted eyebrows said angrily, "What are you doing?" Jingchen placed the hand that he used to commit the crime behind his back. "Your left wrist is dislocated. I'll help you straighten it. Try moving it." Yushu turned her left hand doubtfully. Sure enough, there was no stinging pain, only numbness. "Does it still hurt?" It doesn't hurt anymore." Yushu rubbed her wrist and looked at Jingchen with admiration, forgetting that she was the one who shouted at him. "Thank you." Jingchen shook his head and lifted his chin. "How did you do it?" Yushu had a belly full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Hearing his question, her face darkened again and she said gloomily, "Nothing. I caught a robber on the way and accidentally hurt him." "Ha!" A light voice with a bit of inquisitiveness at the end. When Yushu heard it, she inexplicably had the desire to talk about it. She looked at the white Taoist's clear eyes and felt that it was okay to talk to him. Anyway, this person was alone and there was no gossip. So she took the lead and walked down the tree. "Let's sit down and talk." "Okay." The two of them sat side by side under the tree. There was a foot distance between them. Although they were sitting close to each other, they were not touching each other. "I came to find you with my clothes in the morning. I took a small path and met a little monkey in the alley." "Monkey? Are there monkeys in the city?" Jingchen asked. He thought that monkeys only existed in the mountains. Yushu was amused by him and laughed. "It's not a real monkey. It's a local saying. It means someone who snatches things. Don't monkeys love to snatch things from people?" Jingchen nodded. "That's right. When I was practicing in the mountains, my food was snatched by a monkey. They are very smart and their claws are sharp. It's even more troublesome when a few of them come together to snatch things. If you don't hurt them, then there's only one way." Yushu was curious. "What way?" "Give them the things," Jingchen said seriously. Yushu's cheeks puffed up. She tried to hold back her laughter. If it wasn't for Jingchen's serious expression, she would have thought that he was deliberately telling a cold joke. She turned her head and adjusted her expression. She stretched her knees and said, "That little monkey stole my bag, so I chased after him. I chased him out of the alley and into the main street. Coincidentally, there was a carriage passing by. That little monkey didn't even look at the road and only focused on running, so the carriage almost hit him." At this point, Yushu's face darkened and she said angrily, "Then I met a nosy person. That child cried and said that he had taken the opportunity to get sick and was going to die because there was no money to treat him. The person in the carriage looked at his face and said that his sister wouldn't die, so he gave him a sum of money and told him to go home to see his sister. He advised me to be lenient and let him go. So you let him go? Jingchen asked. I scolded the monkey and left. Yushu used her uninjured hand to push the grass on the ground. Thinking about the scene on the street, her heart felt depressed. She was an adult, but she still couldn't control her temper and scolded people on the street. It was a bit ridiculous. Are you angry? Yes. Why? Yushu was silent. Why? She also asked herself the same question. Was she angry that the little thief dared to rob her? Was she angry that the person in the carriage was nosy? Or was it because he was unlucky enough to hurt his hand when he pulled the kid? She knew very well in her heart that these were not the reasons that made her angry on the street. What made her shocked and angry was that the child's reckless and careless actions had almost caused him to lose his arms and legs and lose his life. Money was a worldly possession. If you lost your life, you would lose everything. You are very kind. Yushu turned her head in confusion. She looked at the young Taoist priest who was praising her with a strange expression. She pointed at her nose and said, "Me?" Jingchen nodded. "Pooh, ha ha ha." Yushu slapped her thigh and laughed out loud. She was so happy that she was rocking back and forth. To say that she was kind. Even Yulei did not dare to use this word to praise her in her previous life. It really made her laugh to death. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't have much to do with this word. It was lucky that he could think of it. Jingchen was confused. He didn't know what he said to make her so happy, but he saw that the young man's eyes were curved and his face was bright. There was no longer the gloomy look on his face. Ha cough. Yushu took a few breaths to calm down. She turned her head and looked at Jingchen's gaze. She felt that she was too happy just now. She embarrassedly cleared her throat and shyly said, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Jingchen still didn't understand. "You praised me just now. I was just speaking the truth." Jingchen didn't feel that he had praised her. Yushu blushed. She was afraid that Jingchen would say something surprising and make her laugh again. She quickly stood up from the ground and took 2 steps back. She waved at him. "I'm leaving. I'll see you in 2 days." Every time she said goodbye, she would say these 2 sentences. Jingchen still didn't want to stay. "Go." Yushu walked away happily. The annoyance she felt when she came had already flown away. While Yushu was strolling along the riverbank, the scene of the Ji family in the east of the city was different. In the main courtyard, old lady Ji was sitting. The eldest and second son of the Ji family were also sitting. The third son was absent. In front of these elders, the third son of the Ji family, Ji Chongza, was standing with his head down. From time to time, he would look up at his grandmother who was reading letters. Swoosh. Old lady Ji put down the letters in her hands and pondered for a while. The second son, Ji Xiaochun, couldn't sit still and asked worriedly, "Mother, what happened? What did father say in the letter?" The anxious old lady looked at the door. Her personal maidservant went out and drove all the servants out. She closed the door and guarded outside, not letting anyone come near. "The Xue family likes Xingxuan and wants to marry into our family." Ji Xiaochun was stunned. "The Xue family? The Xue family of the capital?" Old lady Ji nodded. "It's the eldest grandson of Minister Xue. He is a few years older than Xingxuan. Because he was studying in his early years, he is still single. Minister Xue wants to pick someone from the Imperial Historian's library. Xingxuan met him by chance, and he took a liking to her. Minister Xue mentioned it to your father not long ago." Ji Xiaochun grinned and smiled in amazement. "Mother, this is a good thing. The Xue family is one of the top families in the capital. Just look at the Lu family in the capital. Isn't it because they are related to the Xue family? That's why they are so arrogant in front of the 3 families. If Xingxuan were to marry Minister Xue's eldest grandson, then..." Old lady Ji raised her hand and interrupted him. She beckoned Ji Chongza to come forward. "Chongza, you are studying in the capital. You know the most about Xingxuan. You tell him." Ji Chongza answered respectfully. He turned to Ji Xiaochun and said softly, Father, fourth sister has a good relationship with Princess Shiwan. She often interacts with the 7th prince and the 12th prince. I have the honor to meet them. On the 15th day of last month, the 7th prince secretly gave fourth sister a ruby jade. Bang! The teacup in Ji Xiaoqun's hand fell to the ground. Ji Xiaohan was also shocked. They turned to look at old lady Ji at the same time. Ruby jade. It was said that when Empress Ningxin was conferred the title of Empress, Emperor Anwu made a ruby jade for her. Later, this matter was passed down and became a custom among the nobles of the Dan dynasty. If a man liked a woman and wanted to marry her, he would first give a ruby jade to test her. Now the 7th prince gave a ruby jade. What did he mean? Mother. Ji Xiaoqun's voice changed. His eyes turned red when he thought that his daughter might be related to the emperor. Old lady Ji saw him lose his composure. She snorted and said, "Do you think this is a good thing? There are rumors in the capital that the 7th prince is a romantic. He gave a ruby jade to Xingxuan on a whim. Who can say for sure? Mother knows what you are thinking. If the 7th prince can get it in the future, what if he can't? Now the Xue family is waiting for your father's reply. If you refuse them, you will offend them. In the future, all your efforts will be in vain. How can you regret it?" Ji Xiaoqun was no longer smiling after hearing Matriarch Ji's words. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to look at his elder brother. His expression was also grave. He might lose the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound if he tried to claim kinship with the Xue family. If he rejected the Xue family, it might be like drawing water with a sieve. This was originally a good thing, but now it had become a dilemma. Old lady Ji patted the tea table and sighed. Your father will deal with Minister Xue for the time being to suppress this matter. But it can't be suppressed for long. This matter is related to the future of our Ji family. You two go back and think about it. Chapter 73. At noon, Yushu leaned against a tree across the street from Sanju's study house and looked in the direction of the door. When she saw a teacher coming out, she straightened her body. After a while, the students left in 2s and 3s. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was walking out alone. She was about to call out to him when someone caught up with Yu Xiaoxiu from behind and patted him. It was that annoying Xue Wenjia. Yu Xiaoxiu probably didn't want to stand in the middle of the road, so he went to the side to talk with him. After a few words, they started arguing. Yushu couldn't hear what they were arguing about, but she saw that Xue Wenjia was fierce towards Yu Xiaoxiu, who was shorter than him, and even grabbed his shoulder. She concluded that the pretty boy was bullying her brother, so she frowned and stopped watching. She shouted, "Xiaoxiu." Yu Xiaoxiu heard the shout and turned his head to the left and right. When he saw Yushu under the tree, he was stunned. He glared at Xue Wenjia, slapped his hand away, and hurried over. His face was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. "Sister, why are you here?" "I'm picking you up to eat at Aunt Huai's place." Yushu reached out and pulled on his wrinkled collar. She raised her chin and pointed at Xue Wenjia, who was walking in this direction, and said, "Sister, why are you here?" "Nothing." Yu Xiaoxiu turned his face and saw that Xue Wenjia was walking in this direction. He hurriedly grabbed Yushu's hand. "Sister, let's go quickly, I'm starving." Yushu knew that he was hiding something from her. Seeing that they were going to leave, Xue Wenjia strode forward and stretched out his hand to block their way. "Mouseu." Yushu pressed down on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and squinted at him, waiting to see what this ungrateful gigolo had to say. Xue Wenjia suddenly saw Yushu. He only wanted to stop her and talk to her, but he didn't prepare an excuse. Being stared at by Yushu's disdainful eyes, he almost lost his temper again. Clenching his fists, he looked at Yushu, who was dressed like a boy, and said in a low voice, "Why are you dressed like this? Can't you tell whether you are a boy or a girl after being kicked out of the Ji family?" "It's none of your business." Xue Wenjia gritted his teeth. "Where have you been living these days? Don't tell me you've been living on the streets? It's none of your business." "You." Xue Wenjia's shoulders trembled in anger at her light words. He widened his eyes and said, "Last time, I saw you with a shady man. I was afraid that you wouldn't learn from him and ruin the Ji family's reputation." If they hadn't been standing on the side of the road, Yushu would have spat at him. This guy's words were not pleasing to hear, and he ruined the reputation of the Ji family. The reputation of the Ji family had nothing to do with her. How dare he say that Chao Zixin was shady? Why didn't he take a look at himself first? Yu Shu was calm, but Yu Xiaoxiu didn't agree. He pushed Shui Wenjia away angrily and stretched out his leg to kick him. Stop talking nonsense. Stop making up stories about my sister. Shui Wenjia staggered 2 steps back. When he saw Yu Shu's startled eyes, he became angry and stretched out his hand to grab Yu Xiaoxiu's collar. When he was about to hit him, he heard Yu Shu shout, "Shui Wenjia!" His fist stopped, and when he turned his head, he was met with a pair of dark and gloomy eyes that were embedded in that originally cute and round face. There was an indescribable incongruity, and it made him feel unfamiliar. Listen to me. If you dare to trouble me again and gossip like a stinky old woman, I'll spread the shameful story of you being captured, stripped naked, and placed on the altar like a pig's head. I'll let everyone know that you've been captured, stripped naked, and placed on the altar as a pig's head. I'll let everyone know that I'll make you proud. Do you hear me? Shui Wenjia's pupils dilated as he recalled the horror of that night. When he woke up, he was lying naked on a table. It was raining and the ground was surrounded by motionless corpses. The scene of Yama became his nightmare every night. He didn't dare to tell anyone about it because he was afraid that others would laugh at him and look down on him. He shivered violently. His face, which was red with anger, just now turned pale. When Yu Shu saw the change in his face, she snorted coldly in her heart. After so many days, she more or less understood why Shui Wenjia had such an attitude towards her, his savior. She was afraid that he was embarrassed when he was stripped naked that day. She was the one who knew about it, so he always looked for trouble with her. But what did this matter have to do with her? Just because he was frightened and humiliated, he wanted to find a balance between the two of them. Was there such a good thing in the world? She was still unhappy in her heart. Such an ungrateful seedling. If she didn't teach him a lesson, sooner or later he would grow crooked. You heard it. Let go of my brother. Shui Wenjia paused for a moment and loosened his hand. Yu Xiaoxiu broke free and kicked his calf again. He pulled Yu Shu 2 steps back, snorted at Shui Wenjia and dragged her away. Aren't you afraid? A hoarse question made Yu Shu stop. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's arm and turned her head. She saw Shui Wenjia looking at her with red eyes. His eyes, which were usually proud and arrogant, now there was only fear. Yu Shu grinded her teeth and sneered. Afraid? What are you afraid of? Afraid that those bad guys will find you again? Shui Wenjia lowered his head embarrassedly, as if it was not difficult to say the words that symbolized fear. I have nightmares every night. I have nightmares every night. I dream that I'm lying in a pile of dead people without any clothes on. A lot of people surround me and stare at me. There are teachers in the school, classmates, and you. Yu Shu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was silent for a moment and then asked, How old are you this year? 16. I am 15 this year. Yu Shu shamelessly lied about her actual age and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu in front of her. My brother is only 11 this year. He was arrested with you that day. Because we were not drugged, we were locked in a small dark room. My brother was locked with real dead people for a whole night. Xiaoxiu, tell him, were you afraid at that time? Although Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to talk to Shui Wenjia, he still reluctantly said, Of course I was afraid. Yu Shu patted his shoulder and asked, Are you still afraid now? Yu Xiaoxiu rolled his eyes. It's been so long, what's there to be afraid of? After saying that, he looked at Shui Wenjia with disdain and thought, You are so big, but you are a coward. Did you hear that? Yu Shu looked at the confused Shui Wenjia and said with a smile, Let's not talk about me. My brother is 5 years younger than you. After that incident, he's not afraid anymore, but you still have nightmares. It's not wrong to say that you're a good-for-nothing. I think you shouldn't be a boy. You might as well be a little girl and hide at home. Shui Wenjia was immediately angered by Yu Shu again. His face turned red and white, and he said angrily, You are a little girl. I am a little girl. Yu Shu shrugged her shoulders. It was good to be young. She could boast shamelessly that she was a little girl. Stop it. If you don't want to be laughed at, You should be a little more mature. Don't act like someone owes you 500 taels of silver. Also, what I said before was not to scare you. If you want to trouble us again, you can try. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Shui Wenjie, whose face was red again. The sun is high in the sky. Let's go home and eat, Miss Shui. Shui Wenjie blushed and craned his neck to stare at Yu Shu's back. He didn't want to lose face. Mouse you. Listen, I will not be afraid of you, and I will not be afraid of those bad people. You are not allowed to call me Miss Shui anymore. Yu Shu did not look back. She raised her hand and waved casually to the back. Then she took Yu Xiaoxiu, who was laughing because of the Miss Shui, and went home. Shui Wenjie stood under the tree and watched them go far away, before leaning against the tree panting. His eyes were empty and he was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, his eyes lit up again and the lifelessness from before was swept away. He raised his hand to touch his face and muttered, I'm not a little girl, smelly rat. Yu Shu took Yu Xiaoxiu to eat 2 bowls of noodle soup at Zhao Hui's stall at noon, and then sent him home to do his homework. She stayed to help Zhao Hui wash the dishes, wipe the table, and collect money. She did everything, and occasionally told a joke to make Zhao Hui happy, to relieve boredom and tiredness. Until dusk, when a large number of customers had not come up in the evening, Zhao Hui wiped her hands on her apron, pointed to the wonton on the grate, and said to Yu Shu, Xiao Yu, look after it. I will be back soon. Okay. Yu Shu did not ask where she was going. She put down the rag and went to the back of the hot grate. After about the time of a meal, Zhao Hui came back happily with a small bag. Yu Shu asked curiously, What did Aunt Hui take? Zhao Hui pursed her lips and smiled. I will show you tonight. Yu Shu saw that she was keeping her in suspense, and she was even more curious. Tell me, why do you have to wait until the evening? Go take the money and buy 2 fire sticks on the street. After eating, go back and read your book. You have spent the whole afternoon here. Zhao Hui grabbed a handful of copper coins and gave them to Yu Shu. She drove her away and put the bag under the bottom of the cart, where the smoke could not reach it. After Yu Shu finished her meal, she was sent away. When the sky turned dark, she staggered to Daoist Qing Zheng's small courtyard. Seeing that the door was locked, she knocked on the door twice in puzzlement. She bent down and found the key in the crack of the doorsill. She opened the keyhole and pushed the door open. Master, master? She wandered around the house but did not find Qing Zheng. She only saw a letter on the stone table in the courtyard, which was under a stone. She picked it up and read, My bad disciple, I came to Yi City to visit a friend. I asked for a benefit for you. You will return it in 7 days. You must not neglect your daily homework. You will guess the chess pieces and watch the stars for half an hour. If you are lazy, you will be punished when you return. I will stay. Why did you leave just like that? Yu Shu muttered. She held the letter and went into the house. She found a match and lit the oil lamp. She burned the letter and picked up the 2 bowls of chess pieces on the table. She picked up the futon on the bed and went out. There was a circle drawn in the courtyard. It was carved by Qing Zheng half a month ago. He did not use those strange paints. At first, Yu Shu thought that the old man did not have enough money and cut corners. She even took the opportunity to laugh at him. Chapter 74. At night, Yu Shu returned to Zhao Hui's house. She fetched some water and washed her face. As soon as she boiled the hot water, she heard Zhao Hui shouting outside. She quickly put down the firewood and ran out to open the door for her, so that she could push the cart in. Aunt Hui, is business good tonight? Zhao Hui smiled and nodded. Yes, I sold more than 20 bowls after you left. Yu Shu closed the door and estimated that Zhao Hui never avoided her when it came to selling snacks. Although Zhao Hui was selling them at a high price, the cost was not cheap. A bowl of chicken soup wonton cost 50 copper coins. Just the ingredients alone were enough. She also sold some noodles and vegetable stuffing along the way. In total, she sold 80 bowls a day, but she could only earn a little more than 2 taels of silver. She worked hard from dawn to dusk, so she could only earn a little more than 2 taels a month. Thanks to Zhao Hui's good cooking skills and the sincerity of the stuffing, she attracted so many customers. You go wash your hands and wipe your sweat. I'll clean up here. The hot water is boiling. I'll wipe your back later. Yushu took over the cart and pushed it to the door of the kitchen. She knew that Zhao Hui had been standing by the stove all day. She didn't know how much sweat she had shed. She must be very tired. Wait a minute. Zhao Hui bent down and pulled out the small bag from under the cart. She went back to the house and put it down. Yushu said behind her, "What kind of good things do you want to hide?" Zhao Hui smiled and said, "I'll show you later." After the water was boiled, they closed the door and wiped each other's back in the kitchen compartment. They washed their bodies with a towel dipped in warm water and put on clean inner clothes. Yushu took a broom and swept the water on the ground to the gutter in the corner. Zhao Hui took the changed clothes and soaked them in a big wooden basin. Then she went into the house. Yushu cleaned up and closed the kitchen door to prevent the cat from sneaking in the middle of the night. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she saw Zhao Hui sitting on the edge of the bed under the light. She was unwrapping the small bag. Seeing her come in, she waved at her. "Xiao Yu, you're here." Yushu walked over and watched as Zhao Hui shook a brand new green robe in front of her body. She smiled and nodded. "Look, I knew you'd take advantage of this lustrous green." Yushu lowered her head to look at the new clothes on her body. She was a little stunned. Zhao Hui then took out a slightly darker colored pleated horse skirt and wrapped it around Yushu's waist. Zhao Hui stood up and urged her, "Come and try it on. I don't know if this skirt is long enough. If it is, I'll have someone cut it off tomorrow and tie the edges." Yushu stupidly said, For me?" Zhao Hui looked at her and said, "Of course this color is not suitable for my age. You are a girl, but you dress up like a wild boy all day. If you don't wear a skirt, you will really think of yourself as a boy. Try it quickly. If it is long or short, I will change it for you. The day after tomorrow, there will be a Sanqing meeting in the south of the city. Aunt Huai will take you there to pray for your safety and find a good husband in the future." Yushu pinched the skirt that Zhao Hui stuffed into her arms. Looking at her soft eyes under the light, her throat tightened. She wanted to say a few words to make her happy, but her usual sharp tongue was gone. When she opened her mouth, she only said, "Thank you, Aunt Huai." "Well, I'm going to wash the clothes. You try it and call me later." Zhao Hui stood up and reached out to touch Yushu's head. Yushu lowered her head and didn't refuse. She looked very docile. When Zhao Hui went out, she hugged the pile of clothes and buried her head in it. After standing for a while, she clumsily shook it off and put it on her body. The material of the clothes was not the best, but it was solid satin. The leather surface was smooth, and there were light patterns woven into it. The sleeves and lapels were carefully locked, and the most exquisite part was the green satin that reached the hips. There was a pair of silver-yellow little fish embroidered on the lapel. When the belt was fastened, it was placed against the mouth, as if hiding in the water grass intimately. Yushu put the skirt on and touched the pair of fish on her chest. Her heart felt warm. After thinking for a while, she took off the scarf on her head and took a comb to smooth her hair. Her hair was just washed last night, so it was still very soft. During the day, it was tied up in a bun. When she put it down, it was a little messy. She simply took out a hair tie from her small box, picked up 2 strands of hair from her temples, twisted them to the back, and played with the rest of the curls. When she felt that it looked good, she patted her cheeks to make her cheeks rosier. She picked up the skirt and ran out shouting, "Aunt Huai, who are you talking to?" Yushu stopped at the door of the house. Under the moonlight, she saw Zhao Hui talking to someone outside the door, so she asked. When the person outside the door heard the voice, he subconsciously turned his head and looked into the courtyard. He saw a green figure standing on the steps of the house under the jade wheel. She had black hair, beautiful eyebrows, a pair of intelligent eyes, and a slender waist. She looked like a clever person who swam out of a blue lake, making people's heart palpitate. When Chao Zixin found out that the shop assistant working in his shop was a girl, he was very surprised. But because Yushu always had the hearty appearance of a boy, it was difficult for him to treat her as a delicate little girl. However, now that he saw her clearly, his heart softened. Only then did he realize that this child, who was even more cheerful than the other boy, was clearly a young girl in the prime of her youth. When Zhao Hui heard Yushu's question, she turned her head and said, "It's your brother Chao. A house in the alley was robbed. It's a mess outside, so he came to ask, afraid that the little thief will jump into our house." Yushu tilted her head and looked outside. Sure enough, she saw that the figure at the door was Chao Zixin. She walked forward and clenched her fist. "Brother Chao, don't worry. I'm here. If that little thief dares to come, I'll beat him until all his teeth fall out." If she was still the tomboy that was in high spirits during the day, her words would carry some weight. But now it sounded like a little girl trying to be brave. That stubborn expression hanging on her obedient face was very tempting. In the darkness, Chao Zixin's eyes lit up. When Yushu came near, he turned his head to avoid her and did not answer her. He said to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Hui, I'm going back. You guys be careful. Close the doors and windows, and don't casually open them. If there's anything, shout loudly. I'm a light sleeper and I can hear you." "Okay, you quickly go back. I'll be fine with Xiao Yu accompanying me." Chao Zixin turned and left. When he reached his own house, he couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. He waited for the house to close the door and erase the green shadow. He stood in front of the door for a while. With a low chuckle he muttered, "Ashu ashu." Asterisk. The Three Purities meeting was a gathering held near a Taoist temple in the city. The form was similar to a temple fair. But because the Dan dynasty emphasized the Tao, it was much more lively than a temple fair. Whenever there was a Three Purities meeting, the schools and private schools in the city would have an extra day off. Only the merchants were the busiest. On this day they had to go to the gathering to arrange their stalls, occupy a good place, eat, drink and be merry. Their business was 2 times more than on a normal day. On this day, Yushu woke up early. Just as she finished wearing her clothes, Yu Xiaoxiu came looking for her. When he saw that Yushu was wearing a new dress, he couldn't help but stare at her. Yushu sat at the entrance of the central room and let Zhao Hui comb her hair. When she saw that Yu Xiaoxiu looked as if he had never seen her before, she stretched out her leg and kicked him. She threatened, "If you stare at me like that, I'll beat you up." Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips. He didn't believe that Yushu could bear to hit him. But he didn't stare at her like that. Instead, he went to talk to Zhao Hui. "Aunt Hui, I've asked all the questions you asked me that day." Zhao Hui said happily, "Have you asked everything?" Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and rummaged through his cloth bag. He took out a folded piece of paper and passed it to her. "My sister's birthday and 8 characters are written on it." Zhao Hui put the comb on Yushu's hair and reached out to take it. She was literate, but she couldn't write it. Yushu didn't dare to look back at Zhao Hui. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu suspiciously. "My birthday and 8 characters?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded his head and went to the kitchen to get some water. He woke up too early and didn't drink any water on the way from the Ji family. "Aunt Hui, why do you want my birthday and 8 characters?" Zhao Hui tucked the paper into her bosom and straightened her head, saying, "You still have the nerve to ask? Who doesn't even know their own date of birth and 8 characters? I'll ask clearly, and when I go there today, I'll find a teacher to calculate it for you." Yushu smiled. "I learned it myself. I don't need someone to calculate it for me." "Okay, let me see your 8 characters. I'll calculate it for you and see when I can become rich." Zhao Hui snorted and twisted her ear. "You only learned it for a few days. You always talk big. There are teachers in the Sanqing meeting, but they don't accept money on this day. Those who can't be seen on normal days will come. If you're lucky, you can get a seat and I'll calculate it for you. If there's any disaster, try to avoid it." Zhao Hui always felt that Yushu's life was not good. She changed her mother's marriage and became a concubine in a rich family. She didn't have any relatives and her mother didn't like her. She was beaten and kicked out of the family. These days were smooth, but who knows if there will be any disaster in the future. Zhao Hui has been thinking about this day. She wants to find a teacher for Yushu. Yushu didn't know what Zhao Hui was thinking, but she didn't want to refuse her good intention. She joked a few words and didn't say anything. Zhao Hui combed Yushu's hair and went into the room to get a new bag for Yu Xiaoxiu. It was a maroon bag with twisted leather strap. It was much better than the bag Yu Xiaoxiu had. She cut clothes for Yushu, but she didn't forget him. Do you like it? Zhao Hui rubbed her hands and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's reaction expectantly. Yu Shu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who liked it but was embarrassed to accept it. She pressed his head and said, "Hurry up and thank Aunt Hui. She specially asked someone to make it for you." Thank you, Aunt Hui." Yu Xiaoxiu blushed and thanked her. Compared to Yu Shu, who was thick-skinned, he was very shy. Zhao Hui raised her hand and touched his little head. Her eyes were so soft that water almost came out. "It's good that you like it." Yu Shu saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was happy. She was even more grateful to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui could protect Yu Xiaoxiu and take care of Yu Xiaoxiu, but she couldn't give her the care of an elder. This was an indispensable part of growing up. "Go to the opposite door and see if your brother Chao has packed up. Let's go together," Zhao Hui said. There were many people in the Three Purities Association, and there were also many landlords and scoundrels. They specially picked women and children to cheat. With a young man accompanying them, it could save a lot of trouble. Yesterday she invited Chao Zixin. Coincidentally, he was also going to the Three Purities Association, so he agreed to go together. Yu Shu took the opportunity to pinch Yu Xiaoxiu's cheek and went out with a smile. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a figure with a lotus waist standing at the door. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "Brother Chao." Chapter 75. By the time Yu Shu, Chao Zixin, and the others arrived at the southern part of the city, the sun had just risen, but the wide streets around them were already crowded with people. The streets were full of merchants, selling feng shui decorations, necklaces, ink paintings, and embroidery. The aroma of snacks wafted through the streets. It was the first time Yu Xiaoxiu had been to such a lively place other than Changmen Street. As soon as he entered the crowd, he grabbed Yu Shu's arm tightly and looked around curiously. Zhao Hui also pulled Yu Shu's head, and Chao Zixin followed them unhurriedly. Weaving through the crowd, Yu Shu smelled the fragrance of food and drink. There were shredded meat cakes, red bean buns, bamboo shoots with meat, gourd soup, glutinous rice porridge, and flower juice. All the snacks in Yiyang City could be seen on this street. She was so hungry that her stomach was growling because she hadn't eaten breakfast. She fixed her eyes on a stall selling hot cakes and pulled Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu forward. "How much is one?" "Shredded meat cakes are 10 copper coins each, and fried radish cakes are 5 copper coins each." "Miss, would you like to try too?" Looking at the steaming cakes on the pot, Yu Shu let go of Zhao Hui and stretched out her hand. She smiled and said, "Give me 4 meat cakes and 2 radish cakes. 90 copper coins, right?" "Okay, I'll wrap it up for you." Zhao Hui wanted to take out money, but Yu Shu stopped her. She turned to Chao Zixin, who was taking out money from her purse, and said, "No need, I'll take it. Yesterday, Chief Pei gave me half a month's salary to spend. There's 1 tael, and I've changed it into change. Brother Chao, keep your money, you can't use it here." As she spoke, she let go of Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and took out a string of money from her purse. She took out 10 coins and gave it to the vendor. Yu Hui didn't stop her and said to Chao Zixin, "Let her take it this time." Chao Zixin saw that Yu Shu was in high spirits, so he nodded his head and let her have her way. He put away the money pouch. "Miss, take it carefully and don't burn your hands." "Okay, Aunt Hui and Xiaoxiu will give it to you." Yu Shu took 1 each and stuffed 2 into Chao Zixin's hands. "Brother Chao, eat it while it's hot. If it's not enough, I'll leave this for you." Yu Shu's thinking was simple. Chao Zixin was a man, so his appetite must be big. This palm-sized food definitely wouldn't be enough. Chao Zixin looked at the hot food in the servant's hands. He wasn't used to eating on the street, but he saw that Yu Shu was chewing on the food and glancing at him from time to time, as if asking him why he wasn't eating. After hesitating for a while, he lowered his head and opened his mouth. Actually, the taste wasn't bad. The street was bustling, and there were many people eating. For people holding hot cakes didn't stand out. Yu Shu dragged Yu Xiaoxiu with 1 hand and ate a hot shredded meat cake with the other hand wrapped in oiled paper. When she saw the tofu juice vendor across the street, she grunted twice and took the lead to squeeze through the crowd. She ordered 4 small bowls and stood next to the stall, drinking the hot cakes with the other customers who were buying food. After eating and drinking, her stomach was warm and full. Yushu wiped Yu Xiaoxiu's hands with a handkerchief and pulled him to follow beside Zhao Hui. They followed the crowd to the entrance of the wondrous Cloud Temple. On the way, when they passed by a stall selling hairpins and combs, Zhao Hui would stop for a while and compare the colorful objects to Yushu's hair. When she felt that it was suitable, she would ask Yushu if she liked it. Yushu had just accepted a set of clothes from Zhao Hui, so she was too embarrassed to ask her to spend more money. No matter if it looked good or not, she would shake her head and pick out a bunch of flaws. The stall owner's face turned ugly, and in the end, Zhao Hui had to pull her away. Zhao Hui took Yushu to walk half the street, but because she didn't cooperate, they didn't buy anything. Seeing that it was still early and the famous traders hadn't gone out, they decided to go to the Taoist temple first. The wondrous Cloud Temple was the most popular Taoist temple in Yiyang City. It worshipped the patriarchs of the three pure ones for people to pray to the gods and fulfill their wishes. In addition, it also provided the service of asking for and releasing the fortune. Compared with the expensive barter hall, there were more pilgrims here. A handful of incense, candles, and yellow paper only cost 10 copper coins. There weren't many people in the temple at this time. When Zhao Hui went to buy incense, Yushu stood in the Taoist field and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to look up at the three huge statues of old people sitting on the altar. They couldn't tell which one was which. Chao Zixin stood behind them and explained to them. The three pure ones are the three great realms of Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. Because there are three gods in the three pure fairyland, namely Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, and Primogenitor Tianzuan, they are worshipped as the patriarchs of the three pure ones. Look, the patriarchs of the Jade Pure Ones. The one with white hair and eyebrows on the left is the Taiqing patriarchs, and the one on the right is the patriarchs of the Shangqing patriarchs. The 42nd chapter of the Primogenitor Sutra says, Tao begets one, and one begets two. Two begets three, and three begets all things. All things bear yin and embrace yang, and they are harmonious. Therefore, Taoism has the three ones doctrine. In her previous life, Yushu would occasionally travel. While others were shopping for souvenirs, she liked to follow the experienced tour guides, listen to stories, and broaden her horizons. She felt that it was much more interesting than foolishly watching the bustle alone. Now that Chao Zixin was beside her, she liked it. She didn't hesitate to praise him. Brother Chao, you know so much. Seeing that she liked to listen, Chao Zixin was naturally happy. I just read a few books in my free time. If you are interested, I can find some texts for you later. You know that I'm learning accounting from Shopkeeper Pay right now. I don't have time to read books. Yushu declined politely. Compared to books and papers, she preferred to learn practical things. If Qingzheng threw a few books at her to memorize before teaching her, she might not have the patience to repeat the boring guessing homework every day. Chao Zixin advised, if you have time, you should read more books. Yushu agreed with his words, but she had a different opinion. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was looking up at their conversation, she muttered, I don't know if Brother Chao has heard of this saying, idle people read, busy people walk. Chao Zixin asked, what does that mean? Yushu said, it means that people who read and study have a lot of free time. Look at the people on the streets, working hard to make a living. They have to support their families, and maybe they also have to support the idle people who read. Do they have time to stop and read? Compared to a few pages of knowledge, a few copper coins makes people feel at ease. Reading is good, but it varies from person to person. If they can't make a living, what's the use of reading a few books? Don't you think so? Chao Zixin was attracted by her words, but what attracted him even more was her bright eyes at this moment. She was very assertive. He thought that this child wandered the streets and was born into a widow, but she had a rare decisiveness and cleverness. Although it was inevitable that she was unscrupulous, she was magnanimous to the point that no one could look down on her. According to what you said, you are still a busy person. I am now, but I can't say for sure in the future. What about me? Chao Zixin really wanted to hear Yushu's opinion of him. Yushu's gaze fell on him. Chao Zixin straightened his body and straightened his back. Then he heard Yushu say in a serious tone, Brother Chao is someone who takes a break from his busy schedule. The corner of Chao Zixin's mouth raised. He was satisfied with her comment that was between a busy person and an idle person. Sister, what about me? Yu Xiaoxiu also joined in the fun. Yu Shu bent her finger and flicked his forehead. Of course you are a big idle person. After you are done today, go back and do your homework, okay? Yu Xiaoxiu covered his forehead and said. Today is the school holiday, and I finished my homework last night. Do you think I am like you, forgetful and forgetful? Oh, you are still talking back to me. You are lecturing me. Yu Shu reached out and pinched Yu Xiaoxiu's cheeks. Yu Xiaoxiu was looked up and down by passers-by. He blushed and hurriedly pushed her hand away. The two of them quarreled, and Chao Zixin looked at them with a smile. When Zhao Hui came, Yu Shu finally punished Yu Xiaoxiu, who was bullied by her until his face turned red. When they came out of Qiyun Temple, the street was already crowded, and people were surging everywhere. Zhao Hui was afraid that they would be separated, so she pulled Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu on the left and right. From time to time, she also looked back to see if Chao Zixin was following them. The Lu family is here, the Lu family is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd moved to the east. Soon, there was a long line in front of a tea house across the street. Zhao Hui had been to the Three Peer meeting several times, so she knew the way. Looking at the situation, she knew that they had to go to the Lu family to ask for their fortune, and they might have to wait until the afternoon. So, she directly pulled them and tiptoed to look at the banners hanging high on the street. She found a good name, and took advantage of the fact that people were attracted by the Lu family to get to the front of the line. She turned her head and found that Chao Zixin was gone. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu followed her around and looked left and right, but they couldn't find him. He must have been separated by the crowd. It doesn't matter. Zhao Hui took Yu Shu's hand and said, I told him in advance that if he was separated, he could wait at the entrance of the Taoist temple. It's almost our turn. We can look for him after we finish our fortune-telling. There's no hurry. Yu Shu nodded and looked in the direction of the Taoist temple a few times. There were people everywhere, and the further they went, the more blurred they became. So she gave up and obediently followed Zhao Hui in line, moving forward bit by bit. After waiting for about the time it took to eat a meal, it was their turn. There was a long table on the side, and a table made of good wood. On the table there were lots of lots, divinatory trigrams, 6 lines, and red strings. Behind the table sat a man in his 60s. Behind him, there were 2 boys and 2 servants. The man glanced at Zhao Hui and Yu Shu, stroked his beard and said indifferently, What do you want to ask? Zhao Hui hurriedly asked Yu Shu to sit down on the stool in front of the table. She took out the 8 characters in her arms and handed them to the man with both hands. She smiled politely and said, Sir, this is my niece's 8 characters. Can you take a look at her fortune? Will there be a disaster in the near future? The man took it with one hand and stretched out the other. A boy handed him a divinatory trigram. He held his palm behind him and rotated it a few times. Then he stretched out his hand and a boy handed him a brush. He wrote a few words on a piece of white paper and crossed it. He frowned and looked up at Yu Shu for a while. He made a tisk sound and pressed the piece of paper with Yu Shu's 8 characters on it on the table. He said with a bit of sympathy, A short life doesn't mean great emptiness. There are many disasters and difficulties in her life. There are frequent disasters and adversity. She can't do anything in her life. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Zhao Hui's face was a little stiff. She carefully asked, Sir, this is... What do you mean? Chapter 76. Aunt Hui, walk slower and watch the road carefully. Yu Shu was pulled by Zhao Hui and pushed out of the crowd. She could only firmly hold on to Yu Xiaoxiu, who was panicking, so that they wouldn't get separated. There seemed to be a few people pointing at them and talking about dog-shit life behind them, which made Zhao Hui hold on to her wrist even more tightly. She quickened her pace and almost rushed out of the crowd. Yu Shu was actually a little depressed. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be happy if they were given a dog-shit life. Although strictly speaking, that date of birth belonged to the short-lived ghost of her predecessor and not her, Who knew if she would also be affected by this dog shit life after changing her body? The pedestrians on the roadside gradually decreased. Zhao Hui pulled her all the way out of the territory of Sanqing Association, then stopped by the roadside, turned her head, and revealed a forced smile. She held Yushu's hand and comforted her incoherently. It's okay, that person's fortune is not accurate. How can you be a short-lived person? You have already passed through such a big disaster. Aunt Huai sees that you are a lucky child, not like what he said. It's simply nonsense. Seeing her panicked face a little pale, Yushu didn't have the mood to think blindly. She nodded and held her hand firmly, and said with certainty, "Yes, you see how old that person is. His hair and beard are all white, so his eyesight must be bad. It's hard to say whether he could read the words on the paper clearly or not. I must have seen it wrong." Seeing that there was no sadness on her face, Zhao Hui felt a little better. She said regretfully, "Really, if I knew this earlier, I would have gone to the Liu family's queue. What do I want to be fast? No, let's go again. This time, we will go to the Liu family's queue. Maybe the Kong family will also come later." Yushu hurriedly pulled her and begged for mercy. "Don't go, Aunt Huai. It's not easy to squeeze out. If I go there again, I will lose my life." After Yushu repeatedly persuaded Zhao Hui to give up the idea of plunging into the crowd again, Yu Xiaoxiu was sullen at the side. The three of them were all worried about dog shit life, and didn't have the mood to play anymore. "Then you two wait here. I will go back to find your brother Chao. Let's not shop today. Let's see if he will go back with us. Aunt Huai, you stay here. I will go and find him." Yushu didn't want Zhao Hui to make another trip. She was afraid that she would make another mistake because she was absent-minded, so she gave Yu Xiaoxiu a look. Without waiting for her to agree, she turned around and ran in the direction of the Taoist temple. Xiao Yu. Sigh, this child ran so fast. I didn't even have time to say anything." Zhao Hui stomped her feet and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu. "Xiaoxiu, the words that Sir gave your sister's fortune just now can't be said to outsiders. Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. He understood that it wasn't a good thing if other people found out that his sister had a dog shit life. Zhao Hui thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell your brother Chao either. Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoxiu also nodded and didn't ask anything. In his eyes, except for his sister, everyone else was an outsider. Brother Chao was the same. In the end, Chao Zixin escorted Zhao Hui and the others home. They had lunch at Zhao Hui's house. Zhao Hui cooked in the kitchen and Yushu helped her. Yu Xiaoxiu and Chao Zixin sat at the table and stared at each other. "Xiaoxiu, did something happen when we were separated?" Chao Zixin found it strange. When they came out of Qiyun Temple, before they were separated by the crowd, they were both smiling. When they met again, the atmosphere was strange. On the way back, Yushu kept talking and making Zhao Hui laugh. Usually, those jokes would make Zhao Hui laugh. But today she didn't even laugh. She just hurried home to cook. Yu Xiaoxiu slowly shook his head. "No. Aunt Huai said that he couldn't tell brother Chao." Chao Zixin. "Really?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked to the side. "Really?" Zixin knew at a glance that the child was lying. He didn't dare to look at him. He was more and more worried that something had happened. When they were eating, he pretended that nothing had happened. After the meal, when the host cleaned up the dishes, he got up and said goodbye. He took the opportunity to call Yushu. "Shu, didn't you say you wanted 2 fine brushes last time? I found 2 yesterday. Come with me to get them." "Okay." Yushu nodded and said to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Huai, I'll be back soon." "Okay." From beginning to end, Zhao Hui didn't give Yushu any extra instructions. In her opinion, Yushu definitely wouldn't tell anyone about her dogshit life. Yushu followed Chao Zixin to the opposite door and entered the courtyard. Chao Zixin didn't rush into the house. Instead, he stood at the door and turned to look at her. He asked, "What happened? I saw that Aunt Huai doesn't look good. She seems angry with someone. Did you make her unhappy?" Yushu said innocently, "I can't wait to make her happy. Why would I make her unhappy?" "Then what happened?" "It's a gentleman from the Three Pure meeting." Yushu touched her nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, He said that my life is not good. Aunt Huai is not happy. Chao Zixin knew that most of the gentlemen from the three-peer meeting were really capable. It was even more impossible for Zhao Hui to find someone to ask questions. So he asked, "What's the name of that gentleman?" The banner said Hongchuani store. The gentleman's surname is Hong. He's old and has a white beard. Chao Zixin's eyelids twitched. He had an idea in his mind. He asked, "What did he say?" Yushu looked at his concerned face. She rolled her eyes and thought for a while. Then she casually shook her head and said, "A short life is not a bad thing. My life is full of difficulties and disasters. I'm in a difficult situation. I'm always in a difficult situation. I can't do anything for the rest of my life. The gentleman said that I have a dog shit life." At the end of her words, Yushu even pointed at her own nose. She observed Chao Zixin without batting an eyelid. She blinked her eyes and waited for him to change his expression. Chao Zixin was only stunned for a moment. He quickly hid his astonishment. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said to Yushu in a serious voice, "You can only believe in half of it. In this world, there are only a handful of masters who can determine life and death and determine fortune and disaster. I'll say something unpleasant. In this Yang city, there isn't one. If you really believe in it and give up on yourself, then you're a fool. Shu, Brother Chao has known you for so many days. I think you're a smart, ambitious, and opinionated girl. You won't belittle yourself just because of a few words, right?" Chao Zixin had the standard appearance of an elegant person. He had thick eyebrows, long eyes, and a straight nose. If he wasn't a businessman, anyone would think that he was a scholar, and a very talented one at that. With this kind of appearance, he was very convincing when he spoke. If he kept a straight face, didn't smile, and was a little more serious, then he could give people an extra sense of security. The little bit of depression in Yushu's heart inexplicably disappeared. She looked at Chao Zixin with curved eyebrows. She jokingly said, "If I believed in it, I would have hidden away and sulked. How could I still stand here and talk about that matter?" Chao Zixin carefully looked at her. He was sure that she was fine. He then felt relieved and warmly said, "I'll go in and get the brush for you. You wait here." "Okay." Chao Zixin went to the small study room in the courtyard and looked around. After a while, he came out with 2 brushes and gave them to Yushu. Yushu thanked him. Chao Zixin saw her out the door. After seeing her enter the opposite door, he gently closed the door. He put his hand into his sleeve and took out a small paper bag. He opened it and saw a green Polonia comb. It was small enough to fit on her hair. If Zhao Hui saw it, she would definitely recognize it. It was the most suitable comb that Yushu tried to wear in the morning when they were shopping in the Three Pure Ones group. His finger plucked at the teeth of the comb, which made a series of crisp sounds. Chao Zixin bitterly smiled. He held the bronze comb and walked to the study room. He found a wooden box under the bookcase and gently put it inside and closed it. "What? You want to go back to your hometown to sweep the tombs?" When Yushu went out in the morning, she saw Chao Zixin waiting outside. She heard that he wanted to go back to his hometown to sweep the tombs. Yes. Chao Zixin stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the little girl who was a head shorter than him. Yushu asked, "When are you coming back? Why didn't you mention it yesterday?" Chao Zixin said, "It will take 2 days to half a month. I haven't gone back since Qingming. Last night, an elder came to me in my dream. I feel uneasy, so I will go and see. Can you help me tell Aunt Huai that I couldn't say goodbye to her?" "It's okay. I will help you tell her. You have to be careful on the road." Chao Zixin nodded. Seeing the concern in her eyes, he couldn't help but say, "You should check the doors and windows several times before going to bed. Lock the door when you go out. Don't stay outside when it's dark. Hurry home, okay?" When Yushu heard him telling her like a child, she smiled and said, "I know. Are you going now? Do you want me to send you?" Chao Zixin shook his head bitterly. "I have to go back to pack my things and rent a carriage. Aren't you going to the Chamber of Commerce? Hurry up and don't be late." "Okay." Yushu turned around and closed the door. When she turned her head, she saw him staring at her. She touched her face, thinking that it was salt from brushing her teeth. What's wrong? Chao Zixin looked away. It's nothing. Hurry up and go. Oh. Yushu jumped down the stairs and walked a few steps forward. Then she turned back and waved at him. She grinned and said, Goodbye, Brother Chao. Chao Zixin chuckled and nodded. When she ran away and disappeared at the end of the alley, his smile disappeared. He turned around and entered the courtyard. At noon, Yushu stayed in the Chamber of Commerce to have lunch with Pei Jing. It wasn't dry cakes or tea, but 3 dishes and a soup. After half a month, Pei Jing liked Yushu more and more. If it wasn't for Yushu claiming that she had a master before, he really wanted to recognize her as his disciple and teach her everything he knew. He wanted to see how much she could learn. Today, Pei Jing asked Yushu to look through some old accounts of the Tai Ranheng Chamber of Commerce and let her find the fake money. Yushu finished it in the middle of the afternoon. She picked out the money and showed it to Pei Jing. After getting his approval, she went home early. Yushu still had a handful of silver coins in her hand. She wanted to buy a pair of shoes for Zhao Hui as a return gift for her clothes and school bag that day, so she asked Pei Jing about it. She found a tailor's shop in a small alley near Wanxiang Street. After picking and choosing, she bought a pair of embroidered shoes with orchid soles. She put them in her bag and excitedly went to Changmenpu Street to find Zhao Hui. She planned to give her a surprise when she returned home that night, just like that day. Chapter 77. Go and have a look. I heard that someone was beaten to death at the intersection ahead. Someone died. Someone died? Yushu looked at the direction of the crowd. It was not far from Zhao Hui's wonton stall. Worriedly, she quickened her pace and pushed through the crowd, provoking a few curses. When she squeezed to the front and emerged from the crowd, she saw that Zhao Hui's wonton stall had been smashed to smithereens. The stove had been pushed over, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. She was stunned and quickly looked for Zhao Hui's figure. She saw 2 men and a woman standing at the place where the accident happened and cursed. Bah! This jinx still has the face to stay in Yiyang City. No wonder our family's feng shui is not good. We lost a few big business this year. It's all because of her. Big brother was killed by this bitch. Just now she dared to stab me with a knife. She really doesn't want to live long. She deserves to die. Bad luck, bad luck. Let's go back. The 3 people cursed to their heart's content. They looked around at the onlookers. The 2 men waved their hands and said, What are you doing? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Zhao Hui often set up a stall on this street. She was a kind person. People often came to her stall on credit to eat wonton. Seeing this scene, someone stopped them. You can't go. She was beaten up by you. She's still in the clinic. We don't know if she's alive or dead. You have to wait for the government to come. As soon as these words came out, several people responded. The 2 men and the woman looked at each other and flashed away in panic. They turned back and said fiercely, What are you waiting for? You're blind. You didn't see that she stabbed us with a knife first. She accidentally hit the stove. What does it have to do with us? If she doesn't die, we have to go back and report it to the government. Humph, get out of the way. The 3 people pushed and shoved away. Yushu just recovered from the pool of blood on the ground. She looked at the 3 people's backs with a gloomy face. She didn't chase after them. Instead, she grabbed the passerby who had just spoken for Zhao Hui and asked anxiously, Uncle, where did you say she was sent to? Which clinic? Hey, isn't this the child who was helping Sister Zhao's stall? Where did he go just now? Hurry up. Your Aunt Zhao has been carried to the clinic behind the street. Hurry up and go have a look. Yushu didn't even have time to say thank you. She pushed the people away and ran to the back street. Her mind flashed with the pool of blood on the ground, and her heart was pounding. She ran forward as if she was flying, and when she saw the signboard of a clinic by the roadside, she rushed in. She tripped over the steps and fell forward 2 steps, knocking into a shop assistant. Hey, where did this reckless guy come from? Yushu panted and said, My aunt was just sent here. Where is she? The waiter's face went blank. The auntie that was sent here just now was your aunt. Quick, come with me. I was just looking for someone to make a decision. The waiter backhandedly grabbed Yushu's arm and dragged her to the back hall. He pulled down the curtain and shouted into the room. Uncle He, the auntie's family has come. There were 3 or 4 people standing in the back hall, and they all turned their heads to look. Yushu's eyes only fell on the bamboo couch. Her head and face were covered with blood, and she couldn't even see her face clearly. Yushu's heart trembled, and she hurried forward. Coincidentally, the doctor who was wrapping Zhao Hui's head with a white gauze was the one who was kicked out by the Ji family and asked by Chao Zixing to see a doctor. His name was He Fangji. Aunt Hui, Aunt Hui? Yushu saw that Zhao Hui's eyes were closed and she was barely breathing. She didn't even dare to raise her voice and called her softly. Don't shout, she's fainted. Dr. He's hands didn't stop moving. He deftly performed a simple first aid. He first covered the blood on Zhao Hui's head before he diverted his attention to talk to Yushu. You're a relative of her family? Yushu nodded. Her gaze moved, and she saw that the back of Zhao Hui's hand was also covered in blood. Her sleeve was red. It was obvious that it was scraped by a piece of debris. Besides you, is there anyone else in her family? No. Yushu hadn't heard Zhao Hui talk about it. If she hadn't seen it on the street earlier, she would have thought that Zhao Hui was an outsider who came to Yang City to do some small business. He Fangji sighed and said, she hit the back of her head. There's a hematoma in her skull, and she's lost a lot of blood. Her heart and lungs are injured. She looks like she's suffering from tuberculosis. If we just stop the bleeding, I'm afraid she won't be able to make it for a few days when she wakes up. Yushu's heart went cold. Her mind was a mess. She said in a panic, Dr. He, are you saying that my Aunt Hui can't be cured? How can that be? Do a good deed and save her. You must have an idea. Yushu's heart was a bit unreal. When Zhao Hui went out in the morning, she was still fine. She even said that she would make a few vegetarian dumplings for her to eat. In just half a day, she became like this. She couldn't live? He Fangji pondered for a moment and looked at her with pity. He took the needle from the medicine boy and held Zhao Hui's hand to pick the debris on the back of her hand. He said with difficulty, if you want to treat it, you have to use the needle. I've been a doctor for 26 years and I've treated this case twice. I can't guarantee a full recovery, but there's at least a 70% chance of success. I know you aren't a rich family and doctors have the heart of a parent. I don't need to charge you for the consultation fee, but the cost of the medicine is a big number. Dear antler goblins need to be fed continuously. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Yushu's mind was buzzing. It was as if she had returned to many years ago. Outside the hospital ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, her parents hugged each other and cried bitterly. This was what the doctor told her. Your brother's legs can't be treated with the current medical technology. If you don't want to amputate them and keep his legs, you will need a lot of treatment fees. According to your family's situation, you can't afford it. Yushu's throat tightened. She said in a low voice, How much will it cost? He Fangji saw that the child's face was pale. He just thought that she was too young to bear this heavy burden. Although he sympathized with her, he couldn't help her anymore. In spring, the price of tonics is always 10% or 20% higher than before. I don't have all the medicinal materials in my clinic. I have to go elsewhere to buy them for you. In general, it's about 500 taels. 500 taels. The people who kindly sent Zhao Hui to the clinic all gasped. Seeing that Yushu was so young, they felt pity for her and couldn't help but persuade her. Child, you should take her back and take good care of her. Maybe she can live a few more days. He Fangji looked at those people and shook his head. He said to Yushu, Do you want to treat her or take her back now and take good care of her for the last few days? Of course, I want to treat her. Yushu's eyes were red and she almost shouted. She was thinking quickly about where to get the money. He Fangji had seen a patient's family like this before. He knew that she was just reluctant, but in the end, she couldn't do it. Although he had the heart of a doctor, he didn't have the ability. There were a few medicinal materials in the clinic that could help this woman live for 2 days. However, he also had a boss, so how could he let his white hair be so kind? Yushu saw that He Fangji didn't say a word. She could roughly guess his mood at the moment. She didn't want to make things difficult for him, but at this moment, she had no other choice. She made up her mind and knelt down with a thud. She begged, "Dr. He, please save my Aunt Huey. I can pay for the money. Give me 3 days, no 2 days. Do a good deed and save my Aunt Huey first. I'll definitely get the money. Dr. He, I know you're a good person, so please do a good deed." After saying that, she kowtowed to He Fangji. The people around looked pitiful and turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch. "Please don't be like this, please don't be like this." He Fangji hurriedly pulled Yushu and bitterly said, "Child, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Do you think 500 taels of silver is a piece of paper? Where can you get it?" Yushu didn't know what to do earlier, but when she saw him soften his tone, she calmed down a little. She knelt down and said, "Yes, I can get it. I won't hide it from you. I work at the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce as an accountant. I get 5 taels of silver a month. I know head steward Pei from the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. I'll borrow it from him. I'll definitely get the money." Once she became an official employee, she would get 5 taels of silver a month. That would be 60 taels a year. Forget 8 or 9 years, as long as Pei Jing was willing to give her money for emergencies, she would be willing to work for him for 20 years. He Fangji looked at Yushu in surprise. He had heard of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce before. Just when he was trying to discern whether her words were true or false, he saw Yushu hurriedly taking out a book from her bag and handing it to him. Look, look. This is the old account book of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. Head steward Pei asked me to bring it home. I didn't lie to you." He Fangji took the book and looked at it suspiciously. It was indeed an official account book. There were stamps and numbers, as well as annotations. He Fangji was even more convinced. He looked at Zhao Hui, who was lying on the bed, and then looked at Yushu, who was kneeling in front of him with red eyes. He sighed heavily in his heart and gave her the account book. He stood up and walked out. "I'll give her acupuncture treatment first. I have the herbs in my shop, so I'll give you some for now. I'll give you 3 days to gather as much money as you can. If you can't, don't force it." Delighted, Yushu knelt down and kowtowed again. Thank you, Dr. He. In the end, He Fangji still forced himself to perform acupuncture on Zhao Hui. He took out an old ginseng from the medical shop, wrote a prescription, and asked the medicine boy to boil the medicine. Zhao Hui didn't have any other relatives, so Yushu couldn't leave. She followed her everywhere, until He Fangji asked her to. She then spent money to hire a horse carriage and 2 people to help carry Zhao Hui back home. They cleaned up the bloodstains and waited for He Fangji's visit the next day. When they returned to Zhao Hui's home, Yu Xiaoxiu was squatting at the door. When he saw Zhao Hui being carried back covered in blood, he was stunned. Yushu didn't have time to pay attention to him. She asked someone to gently move Zhao Hui onto the bed. She turned around and slapped him on the head. "What are you waiting for? Go to the kitchen and start a fire to boil water." Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu stumbled away. Yushu went to the opposite door and knocked on it. She called out, "Brother Chow," a few times, but there was no response. She knew that he had already left the city to return home. Her face darkened. In fact, among the medical officers, the first person she thought of asking for help was not Pei Jing, but Chao Zixin. She went next door and asked Auntie Hu, who lived next door, to come and take care of Zhao Hui. Because Zhao Hui was a good person, Auntie Hu put down the cooking utensils without hesitation and came to help. Yushu sternly warned Yu Xiaoxiu again and gave him 2 taels of silver for emergency. After that, she went back to her room and changed her dirty clothes. She washed her face with cold water in the courtyard and rushed to Vientiane Street to ask for help before the sky turned dark. Unexpectedly, she ran to the main branch of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce while panting. When she opened the door, she was told that Pei Jing had left in a carriage 2 hours ago to check the accounts in the neighboring city. Because he left in a hurry, he didn't leave a word or say when he would be back. Without Pei Jing, no one in the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce would give her 500 taels of silver. Chapter 78. The sky was dark, and the people walking on the street at this time were either running errands or going out to drink. The night breeze was blowing, and there was no one on the riverbank. Yushu stood by the river, looking at the black flowing river. Her mouth moved, and she bit off the dry skin on her lower lip. She tasted a little blood. She breathed in and out to calm her restless heart. But in front of her eyes, Zhao Hui's face was covered with blood, and Yulei was crying bitterly in the wheelchair. Her stomach turned, and she bent down to vomit on the grass by the river. There was a rhythmic beating on her back. She didn't turn around and simply squatted down. She vomited everything in her stomach in one go before wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She took 2 steps back and sat down on the grass. She said softly, "Thank you." Jingchen lowered his hand and looked down at Yushu, who was in a sorry state. He frowned and asked, "Did something happen?" Yushu patted the grass beside her, and Jingchen obediently sat down beside her, cross-legged. The Taoist robe he was wearing was clean and spotless, and there were still some water droplets on the back of his neck. He had just come back from bathing in the river outside the city. Yushu sniffed, and the smell was suppressed by the person next to her. Something happened in the family, and he injured his head. The treatment will cost a lot of money, and I can't find a place to prepare. Jingchen said, "Is it your brother?" Yushu shook her head. "She's an elder. She usually takes good care of me. I've told you before that I was beaten up by my family. It was Auntie Hui who took me in and let me stay at her house. When I was recuperating, she was the one who took care of me. Think about it, when I went out in the morning, she was still fine. Yesterday, we went to the gathering together. But in just one day, the doctor said that she won't live long. It's a blessing in disguise." Yushu wiped her face and turned to look at Jingchen. She pursed her lips and said, "Hero, do you still have money?" Jingchen reached into his pocket and took out the money bag for her. Yushu held it in her hand and smiled bitterly. Last time, Jingchen's jade pendant had been pawned for 50 taels. She had exchanged it for 4 banknotes and a small bag of silver. Now there was only a thin piece of banknote left in the bag, along with a few crumbs. "I really don't know where you spend all your money. Are all Taoist priests as good at spending as you?" Yushu opened the money pouch and took out the 10 taels banknote from it. She handed the remaining bits and pieces back to him. "Lend me these 10 taels." Jingchen raised his hand and gently blocked the money pouch she handed over. "Take it all." Yushu didn't refuse. She put away the money bag and asked, "Do you still have jade?" When she spoke, she stared at the 2 swords on his back. When she thought of the 500 taels, her eyes were red. She wanted to sell herself. "No, that's the last one." Jingchen followed her gaze and looked at the hilt of the sword on his shoulder. As if he could see through Yushu's thoughts, he said bluntly, "My sword can't be used as a pawn." Yushu was seen through by him. She awkwardly turned her head and reached out to grab a handful of grass. Suddenly, she thought of something and touched her body. Her face changed. She stood up from the grass and turned around. She almost took off her shoes to check. "What are you looking for?" Yushu said gloomily, "The stone you gave me is missing." Jingchen's eyes darkened and his eyebrows knitted. "No wonder." Yushu heard him whisper, but she didn't hear it clearly. "What did you say?" Jingchen stood up from the grass and looked at her with a complicated expression. He looked away and had a premonition. The next moment, he turned around and walked into the forest. Where are you going?" "You go back." Yushu saw that he was leaving just like that, and was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly chased after him and muttered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose that stone. I don't know when I lost it. I was carrying it with me a few days ago. It just disappeared." While she was muttering incoherently, Jingchen turned around. Yushu quickly stopped and looked up. She saw Jingchen saying coldly, "You go back. Don't come looking for me again." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. When he lifted his leg, someone grabbed his sleeve from behind. He pulled it twice, but he couldn't pull it back. Yushu lowered her head and held onto his sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. She had come to the riverside, not to wander around aimlessly. She knew that at this time, she needed help. She needed to raise money to save Zhao Hui. and it was not something that she could achieve by herself. In fact, she had a way to get the money, but she couldn't do it alone. She needed Jing Chen's help, and he was the only one she could ask for help now. Jing Chen helplessly turned around and looked at Yushu's black head. He seemed to be able to sense her thoughts and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, I can't help you." "You can," Yushu said in a muffled voice. If she knew that Jing Chen would be angry if she lost the stone, she would definitely hide the small stone in the box and never take it out. Jing Chen shook his head. He couldn't help her. The opportunity that they met on the other side of the river had already been formed. If he got involved again, he would hurt her and hurt his Taoist heart. "You can. You can." Yushu tugged at the soft sleeves in her hands, forcing Jing Chen to lower his head. She raised her head and stared at him. There was no weakness in her eyes as she begged for help. Instead, it was filled with a heart-shaking ruthlessness. However, Jing Chen's eyes were as clear as ever. He was unmoved, and what he was thinking in his heart was insignificant. Looking at such clear eyes, Yushu felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head, and she gradually calmed down. "I'm sorry." Yushu's fingers loosened, and the soft material slipped out of her hand. She scratched her head in frustration, and apologized for losing her composure just now. Then, she gave Jing Chen a smile that was uglier than crying. "I'm leaving now. I'll come see you in 2 days." It was still the same words she said every time she said goodbye to him, but she didn't get the same response. Jing Chen quietly watched her back as she walked away. He turned around and walked into the forest. When he got to the bridgehead, he inadvertently glanced at his sleeve and saw a line on it. He touched it with his fingers and found that it was a sewing mark. It was rough and abrasive. His Taoist heart moved, and he silently recited a few calming mantras, but he couldn't calm down. His eyes flashed with annoyance. He pulled up his sleeve, turned his toes, stepped over the bridgehead, and rushed to the other side of the river. In a few blinks of an eye, he caught up with the figure in front of him. "Xiaoyu, wait." The biggest gambling place in the east of the city was the Baron Gambling House on Wanxiang Street. In a day they gambled with Pai Gao, and their accounts were thousands of taels. It was said that the host of this gambling house was one of the 3 families in the city, Kong Lu and Ji. However, no one was clear about which family it was. One morning in the middle of April, nothing different than usual, the gambling house that had been gambling for a night had changed a group of workers to serve the guests. A rough servant cleaned the front door and rolled up the curtain. While there weren't many guests, he took advantage of the fact that there weren't many guests. Suddenly, a pair of feet entered his eyes. It was a pair of black shoes, and the tips of the shoes were torn. At first glance, he knew that it was a poor customer who came to try his luck. Just as he was cursing in his heart, he saw another pair of boots. The boots were made of green silk, with silver thread at the sides. The heel was completely covered, and not a single thread could be found. Half of it was hidden in the soft white robe. The 2 pairs of shoes, one in front and one at the back, made the rough servant raise his head. He saw a white robe with black and white patterns on it. When he looked up, he saw 2 swords on the back of the robe. His eyes widened. It wasn't that there weren't any Jianghu people who passed by the gambling house every day, but this person was clearly dressed like a Taoist master. By the time the rough servant remembered to greet him, the person had already walked far away. He stretched his neck to look inside, and saw that the Taoist master, who was wearing a bamboo hat, had indeed gone to the district at the top of the eastern wall. When he looked, he saw that the Taoist master was led by a young boy. He was short, dressed in a blue shirt, and his hair was tied up. When he turned his head, he saw that his face was covered in dirt, with a streak of yellow across and a streak of black across. He was clearly a little beggar. As soon as the 2 of them stood in the district, they attracted a lot of attention. But because of the Taoist master, no one dared to say anything. They only whispered to each other. The originally quiet gambling house in the early morning suddenly became lively. The Taoist master and the beggar were Jing Chen and Yushu. Yushu turned her head and whispered to Jing Chen, asking him to wait in front of the counter. She went to the west side of the gambling house and bought a 10-tael banknote. She said, "Bring me 50 pairs of gambling house." This gambling house was bigger than the one opposite the Kong family's gambling house. A pair of gambling house sold for 2 taels of silver. The gambling house was open for business, and there was no restriction on meat or vegetables. Even if Yushu came in with a Taoist master, even if no one followed her, they wouldn't refuse her if she took the money. On the spot, they counted 50 pairs of gambling house and gave them to Yushu with a string of ropes. Jingchen was looking at the questions on the wall when he heard a clatter sound. He turned his head and saw Yushu carrying a large string of wooden gambling house. She probably felt tired, so she lowered her head and hung the large string of gambling house on her neck. She tilted her head and struggled to pick out the tangled hair. She looked so silly. Jingchen's mouth twitched and he almost laughed. Yushu adjusted the sign properly before raising her head to look at the questions on the wall. Then, she turned her head and looked around. She counted about 20 to 30 customers. After making a rough estimate, she leaned on the counter and turned her head to Jingchen. She whispered, "There's no hurry. Let's wait for more people. I'll read the questions first." As she spoke, she took off the abacus hanging on her waist, moved her fingers and made a few gestures. Her fingers were like clockwork, fast and accurate. Jingchen watched from the side, and his eyes were a little surprised. A few guests also heard the sound and turned their heads, but they only had time to see Yushu's last few moves, and did not feel that she was powerful. Ding ding dang dang. The staff on the high counter rang the bell. Jingchen turned his head and asked Yushu, "You're not buying?" Yushu stared at the scattered gambling house on the wall. She squinted her eyes and softly said, "There's no hurry. Let's wait. 500 taels is not an easy job." You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.